Doomsday Apartment, Beginner Brief. Welcome to the Doomsday Apartment. Day 1. 80 newcomers arrive. 80 survival stones are scattered throughout the building. Day 8. 20 veteran players arrive. 20 more survival stones are added at random. Day 11. The building self-destructs. Anyone without a survival stone is destroyed along with it. Anyone holding a survival stone advances to the official Doomsday Apartment. Currency and exchanges. Survival stones can be traded for survival points. Survival points buy supplies, skills, tools, and other items inside the game. Beginner apartment rules. Each player is assigned an apartment at random. Rent scales with how fancy the unit is. Rent is due daily at midnight in game time. Miss a payment and the administrator may eliminate you. You can apply to the administrator for lease cancellations, sublets, or other housing changes. The administrator may add rules at any time. Residents must comply. You can convert survival stones into a large amount of apartment-only currency. It does not leave with you. Other ways to earn currency exist, and players must discover them. Beginner assessment initializing. Assigning apartments. Free ability awakening granted to each newcomer. Awakening in progress. Ding. Ability awakened. Good luck and have fun. Fun? This is supposed to be a game? Jiang Ye pinched his arm and hissed at the sting. It hurt, which meant this was real. If elimination meant death, was it actual death? A minute ago, he had been hunched over an exam sheet, scribbling answers. Now he was here. A voice had also said his awakening succeeded. Then why did his panel show this? Player, Jiang Ye. Level, 0. Stamina, 0.6. Energy, 0.8. Combat power, 0.5. Survival points, 0. Ability, awakening failed. Excuse me? What kind of game lets awakenings fail without a retry? If it failed, try again, right? Why should he eat the penalty for their bug? While he fumed, another panel slid into view. Apartment chat group. Members, 80 80ths. Messages firing off so fast his eyes had to chase them. Every single name was a classmate. Half had been in his exam room. The rest were class 2 next door. The feed was chaos. Chen Yuchen, what is this list? It's all our class. Xiao Likuan, did someone kidnap the whole grade? Gao Chong, kidnap how? The panel is inside our heads. Class 2 rep, looks like both rooms got tossed in together. Random, not gonna lie, seeing familiar names helps. Pyro, I just threw a fireball. With my hand. Breezer, I just cut air with a wind blade. Lu Shun, I just peed 3 meters against the wind. Someone sensible, bro. There are girls here. Clown, sorry. If Lu Shun acts up again, let the goddess handle the wake-up call. Several girls, get lost. Same classmates, same noise. But one detail hit hard. Everyone else had an ability. Fireballs. Wind blades. Not a single failed to awaken. So out of 80 students, he was the only one blank. The announcement said 100 players and 100 survival stones total. Stones were not only life insurance. They were money. One would not be enough. More was better. Even if every classmate took only 1 stone to keep the whole group alive, Day 8 would bring 20 veterans. Would those veterans split what was left with polite smiles? Or would they hunt beginners and take everything? The next 8 days were the window to grow. And he had nothing. Was he supposed to die in the tutorial? Jiang Ye closed the chat and jabbed at the ability line on his panel like a man filing complaints at a service desk. Awakening failed? Then let me awaken again. If this is a glitch, fix it. I will drop a 1-star review and report this entire game. He did not expect an answer, which was why the crisp chime froze him mid-rant. Ding. Ability awakening failure detected. Initiating reawakening. Compensation ability granted. Infinite replication, X. Wait, it actually worked? Did threatening a bad review just do something? What was with the rank, though? Not A, B, C, or SSS, but X? He reopened his panel. Ability. Infinite replication, X. Generates 1 replica per day. You may create an extra replica by paying a certain price. At midnight in game time, you can fuse 1 chosen replica back into the original body. A certain price for extra copies? How strong were these replicas? The description was thin. He took the free one first. Ding! Replica created. His awareness split. Two viewpoints open like a pair of eyes in different skulls. Two Jiang Yes in two identical rooms. He steadied himself, focused on the replica, and opened its panel. What he saw made him go still. Doomsday Apartment. Replica reveal. Replica. Jiang Ye. Level 0. Stamina 1.2. Energy 2.4. Combat power 5.5. Survival points 0. Ability Gold Element Affinity C. Chance to comprehend Gold Element skills. Gold Element skills cost half and deal double damage. Skill unlocked. Golden Light Technique D. Fires a beam of golden light dealing. Stamina times 1 plus energy times 1.5. Gold element damage. The replica had its own ability. The fireballs and wind blades in chat suddenly made sense. Those classmates had awakened elemental affinities too, and some had already auto-learned basic skills. Others were still empty-handed, scrambling for tips. A dangerous thought clicked into place. If every replica rolled its own ability, then infinite replication X wasn't just good, it was broken. With enough attempts, an SSS ability was inevitable. In the extreme, he could collect them all. He drew a long breath. Power fantasy later. Reality check now. Main body, paper thin, combat power 0.5. Replica, decent C-tier affinity, but only a D-tier nuke right now. At this level, a bad hallway encounter could be the end. He had two paths, hide or power up fast. Hiding wouldn't save him. The rent clock was already ticking. He checked his unit. Apartment size, 250.88. Daily rent, 125,440. Static. Most classmates were reporting rents in the dozens or hundreds. A few hit the low thousands. His was 6 figures. Day 1. He'd be erased at midnight if he couldn't pay. The class chat had cooled from panic to planning. Someone, if I knew we'd get ice-guyed, I wouldn't have wasted the weekend on 7 mock tests. Another, I woke at 4 a.m. to copy homework. Tragic. Sui Woan, how is that my fault? Reply kidding. Pragmatist, look, whining won't help. Rent first, stone second. We survived today, then day 11. Scout, peeked outside, dim hotel corridor, vibes are off. Leaderish, we can't turtle forever. No rent, no tomorrow. Then a bombshell landed. Gao Chong, all right, sharing good news. I awakened S-tier lightning affinity. Also instant comprehended lightning bolt C and lightning flash B. Stamina and energy both over 5. Combat power 48. Jiang Ye stared at his 2 panels. One pathetic, one promising, and swallowed a curse. So be it. The rules were simple. Pay rent. Get stones. Live to day 11. And now he knew his angle. Multiply. Roll abilities. Fuse gains at midnight. And catch up before the veterans arrived.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.
The moment Gao Chang's message dropped, the entire chat exploded. After a brief silence, messages flooded in like an avalanche. Holy SHD, an S-tier ability? 2 skills right from the start. Is this even real? Gao Chong, no Chongji. Jiang Ye, are you sure you're not bullshitting us? 4-8 combat power. That's literally 10 times mine. This is ridiculous. With an S-tier ability and 48 combat power, Gao Chong has to be the strongest among all 80 of us, right? Jiang Ye, you're a beast. You held on to this huge news for so long. Chongji, please take me under your wing. I only have an E-tier ability, and I haven't even comprehended a skill yet. There's no way I can survive on my own. Chongji, Jiang Ye, don't you remember our late-night gaming sessions? We said we'd stick together if we ever struck it rich. Everyone was scrambling to cling to his thigh, trying to build connections and secure protection. Even Jiang Ye felt tempted. Should he try to get on Gao Chang's good side too? But after some thought, he decided against it. Most of the people flocking to Gao Chong were either already popular or had a good relationship with him. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had barely any presence in the class. He wasn't particularly social, didn't play video games, had average grades, no real hobbies, and didn't like troubling others. He had always been a lone wolf, going to and from school by himself. If he suddenly tried to suck up to Gao Chong now, there was a good chance he'd just get ignored. Then again, maybe not. Things were different now. Classmates weren't valued for their grades, background, or popularity anymore. Now, it was all about combat power. His replica had a C-tier ability, a D-tier skill, and a combat power of 5.5. That might actually put him above some of the social butterflies in terms of strength. But still, not by much. There were definitely people far stronger than him. Just as Jiang Ye was pondering, Gao Chong finally spoke up again. Gao Chong, everyone, don't panic. The reason I'm revealing my ability and combat power now is because I want to organize everyone together to help us all get through this beginner's apartment. To be honest, I've already left my apartment and found the apartment administrator on the first floor. And I can confirm there was no danger along the way. If you trust me, I suggest we meet up at the administrator's office on the first floor. What do you guys think? His words shocked the chat once again. Soon, replies came flooding in. Hell yeah, my rent is $600. I was planning to go to the administrator to cancel my lease anyway. I agree. We should stick together. It's way safer that way. But I'm still a little scared to leave my apartment. What if something happens? Gao Chong quickly reassured them. The hallways are just dimly lit. It's really not dangerous. Just head towards the red light in the hallway, and you'll find an elevator. Take the elevator down to the first floor, and you'll reach the apartment administrator's office in no time. Plus, there are special facilities on the first floor that everyone should check out. This instantly got everyone's interest. Wait, really? What kind of facilities? Can they help us increase stamina and energy or comprehend skills? Can we earn rent there? I need to make money ASAP, or I'm going to have a heart attack from stress. But instead of answering, Gao Chong stayed silent. After a long pause, a new message suddenly popped up. It's true. Chong Ji wasn't lying. I made it to the first floor safely and met up with him. And he even showed me his player panel. His S-tier ability and 48 combat power are 100% real. The moment this was confirmed, more messages poured in. I made it too. It really was just a simple elevator ride. Zero danger. Same here. Just got to the first floor, and I'm with Gao Chong now. Me too. We're all here. With more and more people successfully meeting up, the remaining students couldn't hold back anymore. Damn, that fast. No way I'm missing out. I'm heading down too. Okay. I'm leaving my apartment now. Chongji, wait for me. Same here. Be there in a sec. I just stepped out too. Looks like the hallways really aren't dangerous. Heads up, there's no chat signal in the elevator, but don't worry, it's a quick ride. Absolutely safe. Just like that, almost everyone started moving, following Gao Chang's instructions to take the elevator to the first floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's replica stood at the door of his luxury apartment, while his main body lay comfortably on the couch. He hesitated. Should he go meet up with Gao Chong? Whether he joined the group or not, he had to leave his apartment anyway, especially since canceling his lease was his top priority. So he had to visit the apartment administrator no matter what. And judging by the chat, if only one or two people had met up, there was still a chance it was a trap. But since so many classmates had successfully arrived without issue, there was a very high chance that it was safe. And besides, everyone else was going in person. He, on the other hand, was just sending a replica. Even if something went wrong, he had an extra life. With this in mind, Jiang Ye became more and more convinced that going to the first floor was the right choice. After all, these were his classmates. Sure, in a new environment, human nature would gradually reveal its darker side. But surely no one would immediately go crazy and start killing each other. With this thought, Jiang Ye had his replica head into the kitchen, grab a kitchen knife, and carefully open the apartment door. The hallway outside was just as dim and eerie as everyone had described. It stretched out long and narrow, giving off a quiet, unsettling atmosphere. He poked his head out, scanning both directions. About every 3 meters, there was a door, likely leading to other apartments. Each door had a room number displayed on it. Jiang Ye glanced at his own. 2025. This probably wasn't a year, but rather room 25 on the 20th floor. So this apartment complex must be massive. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, Jiang Ye cautiously stepped out. Glancing left and right, he quickly spotted a faint red glow in the distance. That must be the elevator. Following Gao Chang's instructions, the red glow indicated the direction of the elevator. Jiang Ye's replica gripped the kitchen knife tightly, cautiously making his way toward the red light. Meanwhile, his main body lay comfortably on the apartment's luxurious sofa, monitoring the chat messages while lost in thought. This apartment complex seemed to have at least 20 floors, and based on what he had observed, each floor had a lot of rooms. Yet, there were only 80 beginner players in total. So what about the extra apartments? Were they empty? Or was something else living in them? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his replica arrived at the elevator, its red glow flickering in the dim hallway. But as he waited for the elevator, a system notification suddenly echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Wang Lingling for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 1. Reward: Black Iron Treasure, chest ×1. Jiang Ye. Someone already leveled up. Level up to 1. WEF? How'd she do it? Jiang Ye, who was lounging on the apartment sofa, suddenly flipped up in shock and quickly checked the chat group. Sure enough, the whole chat exploded in an instant. Holy **T. Wang Lingling from Class 2? She leveled up to 1. I heard it. Damn, I just got out of the elevator, and the announcement nearly scared me to death. Wait, what? How did Wang Lingling level up? Killing monsters? Doesn't that mean the apartment is dangerous? Am I the only one curious about what's inside Wang Lingling's black iron treasure chest? At Wang Lingling, come on, share with us. How did you level up? At Wang Lingling, we're all classmates. Important information should be shared. I bet she won't say a word. If there's an announcement and a reward for the first to reach level 1, then there must be something for the first to reach level 2 too. As long as she keeps this secret, she could stay ahead and keep raking in the rewards. At Wang Lingling, don't be naive. We have so many classmates here. We'll figure out the secret sooner or later. When that happens, S-tier ability user Jiang Ye will definitely outlevel you. If you keep hiding it now, don't blame him for not taking you along later. Yeah, Jiang Ye, say something. I think you should be the one to make Wang Lingling share the secret. Let's see if she still dares to keep it to herself then. For a moment, Wang Lingling, the first to level up but remaining silent in the group, had suddenly become the public enemy of all. From the messages, it was clear that almost all the students were desperate to level up. They wanted to use Gao Chang's influence to pressure Wang Lingling into revealing the secret. And Gao Chang himself was surely just as eager to level up. So, following the crowd's wishes, he quickly tagged Wang Lingling. At Wang Lingling, where are you? Why don't you come to the first floor? I think it's fate that so many of us got transported here together. We should stick together. Our chances of survival will be much higher. Soon, other classmates chimed in. Yeah. Don't forget, the announcement mentioned veteran players entering the apartment. If we newbie players don't stick together, how are we supposed to compete with them later? Our excellence. Exactly. Wang Lingling, don't be selfish. Key information should be shared with everyone. That's right. If I had discovered some crucial information, I'd definitely share it with everyone. This moral coercion was coming in strong, one after another. Jiang Ye watched the drama unfold, secretly hoping Wang Lingling would share the leveling secret. After all, leveling up had to come with some benefits. In this kind of survival scenario, even the slightest increase in strength could mean a greater chance of staying alive. That's why these classmates were throwing away all sense of camaraderie and resorting to guilt tripping. They were simply too eager to become stronger. And so, under the relentless pressure of her classmates, Wang Lingling finally spoke up. But her first message was, Wang Lingling, Level 1, Stamina, 6.8, Energy, 8.4, Combat Power, 68. Survival points, 0. Ability, Dark Element Affinity, S. Skills, Shadow Replica, A. Summon Undead, B. Black Whirlwind, B. Was this Wang Lingling's player panel? All the classmates, including Jiang Ye, were completely dumbfounded by the message. Her panel was way too damn OP. She had an S-tier ability, yet she had also unlocked 1 A-tier skill and 2 B-tier skills. And both Shadow Replica and Summon Undead looked like seriously powerful skills. Even crazier, her combat power was 68. That was 20 points higher than Gao Chong, who also had an S-tier ability. The chat group fell into complete silence, as if the entire world had gone still. A moment later, Wang Lingling sent another message. The skills 1 unlocks seem to depend on both ability rank and individual comprehension. The higher your comprehension, the more skills you unlock, and the stronger their rank. But skills acquired through comprehension shouldn't exceed the rank of one's ability. Now, let me ask, does anyone here have an ability ranked higher than S-tier? Higher than S-tier? Jiang Ye's X-tier ability should be exactly that, but his ability was a growth type 1. Right now, at its weakest stage, there was no way he was dumb enough to expose it in the chat. So, no one responded. Wang Lingling continued. Okay, from what we can see, out of the 80 people here, I should currently be the strongest. Now, if you all want me to share the leveling secret, I have a condition. You keep saying we're a team, that we need to be united and help each other. But I know very well that some people have their own selfish interests and don't actually want to be united. And if I have valuable information, there's no reason for me to share it with those who refuse to cooperate. So here's my proposal. Just like Gao Chong suggested, everyone willing to work together should gather on the first floor. Once we're all there, I'll publicly reveal the secret to leveling up. In other words, those who refuse to gather, those who choose to act alone, will have no right to access my information. As soon as she said this, classmates quickly agreed. I'm in. There's nothing wrong with teamwork. I'm already on the first floor. Wang Lingling, when will you be here? Oh, so that's what you meant. Sorry for misunderstanding you earlier, Sister Ling. Yeah, I apologize too. I didn't expect you to be so generous, Sister Ling. With Sister Ling and Changji leading us, our class will definitely survive this newbie apartment. Yes, when the veteran players arrive, we can't let them beat us. Clearly, after seeing Wang Lingling's player panel, their attitude toward her had shifted dramatically. Some even seemed more respectful toward her than toward Gao Chong. But as Jiang Ye processed Wang Lingling's words, a thought formed in his mind. Sure enough, while waiting for the elevator, he saw Wang Lingling's latest message pop up. Guys, don't start sucking up just yet. I'm not finished talking. When I say unity and cooperation, I mean that everyone must gather together, share information, share resources, and act as one unit. I will take you all through the leveling process, help you earn rent, and ensure that every single member of our team survives this newbie apartment challenge. But in return, I expect complete transparency from everyone who joins the team. So, once we gather, everyone must voluntarily display their player panel to the team. From then on, any actions taken must be reported to me and Gao Chong, and any gains from those actions will be shared among everyone. Now, this was basically dropping all pretenses. Before, when the classmates talked about unity, they just meant sticking together for safety in numbers. But Wang Lingling's version of unity and cooperation was clearly about establishing strict, military-style control over everyone. She was obviously worried that some people might have awakened powerful abilities and were hiding them. So she wanted complete control over all the students. And sure enough, after her announcement, the group's reaction wasn't as eager as before. Still, a few people quickly spoke up. That's fine with me. As long as Sister Ling and Changji lead us to victory, I'll do whatever you say. Showing my player panel is no big deal. I don't mind either, but after we form a team, you're not going to assign weaker members to dangerous tasks on purpose, right? Gao Chong, of course not. Our group is called the Unity and Cooperation Team. Our entire purpose is to unite and help each other. Don't overthink it. Sister Ling has already joined us on the first floor, and everyone who's gathered here has agreed to her plan. If you want to join the team, come to the first floor gathering spot now. But if you choose to act alone, then don't come crying to us for help later, trying to guilt trip us with classmate loyalty when you get into trouble. With that message, the few students who wanted to be independent immediately felt pressured, and those who were still undecided started leaning toward joining the group. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's replica finally got to the elevator. With a ding, the elevator doors slid open. The inside of the open elevator was a rectangular, column-like space. It didn't look much different from an ordinary elevator, except the lighting was dim with a faint red glow. Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, but in the end, his replica still stepped inside. Of course, he had no intention of joining that so-called unity and cooperation team and letting others control him. After all, once an organization like that formed, the real beneficiaries would always be the leaders. The regular members? Just expendable labor. And when necessary, the weak ones could easily be thrown out as cannon fodder. Jiang Ye had never been the social type. Naturally, he preferred to move in the shadows as a lone wolf. But now that Wang Lingling and Gao Chong had openly declared the formation of their unity and cooperation team, those who refused to join would likely face exclusion and targeting. Clearly, only the strong could afford to be lone wolves. For the weak, trying to go solo could be even worse than joining the team. And right now, Jiang Ye was weak. However, considering the nature of his ability, joining the team wasn't necessarily a bad strategy for survival in the early stages. After all, he was different from everyone else. He could gain an additional replica every day, and the one joining the team, just a single replica. His real body and other replicas would remain completely free. For others, joining the team meant having their growth restricted. But for him, as long as he stayed alive, he would grow stronger every day. Besides, like the old saying, the greatest concealment is hiding in plain sight. If he refused to join, he'd probably end up on Wang Lingling and Gao Chang's radar. But if he joined using a C-tier replica, he'd just be another average, unremarkable member in the team. Neither Wang Lingling nor Gao Chang would pay much attention to him. This way, he'd have a high chance of safely surviving the first 2 days. So, by the time the elevator reached the first floor, Jiang Ye had already made his decision. However, something felt off. At this point, many classmates should be taking the elevator to gather on the first floor. And from what he had seen, there was only one red glowing elevator in the apartment hallway. But strangely, during the entire descent, he hadn't encountered anyone else. The elevator didn't stop even once from the 20th floor down to the first. This apartment's elevator. There was definitely something strange about it. Still, nothing actually went wrong during the ride. As soon as Jiang Ye stepped out of the elevator, holy sh**t, a startled voice came from the front. Jiang Ye, you scared the hell out of me. It was Lu Shun, the math class representative from Class 1. Nicknamed Lu God, he was a classic science genius, acing math, physics, and chemistry while constantly failing Chinese and English. Lu Shun was clearly spooked, clutching his chest while exhaling sharply. Damn, I just came out of the elevator, and then you step out right after? I thought I saw a freaking ghost. He glanced back at the elevator, frowning. This elevator is definitely weird. There's only one of them, yet we exited one after the other without ever running into each other inside. As he spoke, the elevator doors opened again. This time, stepping out was by Rowan from Class 2. She had fair skin, a round face, and big, bright eyes, the type of girl who gave off both a gentle and adorable vibe. Even though they weren't in the same class, she clearly recognized Lu Shun, a well-known figure. Her eyes lit up in surprise the moment she saw him. Lu God, what are you doing here by the elevator? Waiting for someone. Lu Shun, ever the easygoing type, casually replied. Nah, I just got out of the elevator too, same as you. I think there's something off about this elevator. Hearing that, Rowan instantly shrank back, moving behind him like a scared little kitten. That's when she noticed Jiang Ye. She hesitated, thinking for a moment before asking. You're from Class 1, right? That. Clearly, she didn't remember his name. Jiang Ye answered himself. Jiang Ye. Oh, right. Jiang Ye. Bai Ruowan pretended to have just remembered, trying to cover up the awkwardness of not knowing him at all. Jiang Ye didn't care. In fact, he preferred staying low-key. The less attention, the better. Meanwhile, Lu Shun, after failing to find any clues about the elevator, gave up and sighed. Whatever. If there's something weird about it, so be it. As long as it's not dangerous. Anyway, what about you two? What's your ability and combat power? Bai Ruowan, clearly confident in her ability, answered directly. I awakened a B-tier ability, Spatial Element Affinity, and I've unlocked my first passive skill, Pocket Space. Her words startled both Lu Shun and Jiang Ye. After all, some students had already revealed their abilities in the chat earlier. Most element affinity abilities were based on common elements: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Even rarer elements like wind, lightning, or ice were already considered uncommon. And Wang Lingling's dark element affinity? That was exceptionally rare. Some of the top students had even speculated that there might be a light element affinity in the mix. But no one had expected something like space element affinity to exist. And Bai Ruowan actually had it. Even though it was only B-tier, it was probably rarer and stronger than most B-tier elemental abilities. Of course, Bai Ruowan was fully aware of how special her ability was. She was extremely satisfied with it. But, just like top students pretending they didn't study before acing a test, she put on a troubled expression and sighed dramatically. I don't think my ability is that great. My pocket space skill just lets me store items. It has no attack power at all. Lu Shun immediately reassured her. Pocket space might not be offensive, but it's incredibly useful. Besides, that's just your starting skill. You might unlock even stronger spatial abilities later. Like in novels, spatial teleportation, spatial blades, that kind of thing. Especially spatial blades. Those can cut through space itself. They might be able to ignore all defenses. Just talking about it got Lu Shun excited. His gaze toward Bai Ruowan was filled with envy and a hint of something else. Bai Ruowan, of course, was quietly pleased with all the praise. But she pretended to be frustrated, sighing again. Ugh, unlocking skills isn't that easy. Anyway, enough about me. What about you, Lu God? What's your ability? Lu Shun shook his head, sighing dramatically. Sigh? Now that's what you call bad luck. I only awakened a C-tier fire element affinity. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Lu Shun to have a C-tier ability, just like this replica of his. But thinking about it, among his classmates, C-tier abilities were probably the most common. Neither too strong nor too weak, just average. At this moment, Bai Ruowan's expression showed an unmistakable hint of disappointment upon hearing Lu Shun's ability. However, Lu Shun quickly added, but maybe I have pretty good comprehension. Even though my ability is only C-tier, I actually managed to unlock a C-tier skill, Rain of Fire, and a D-tier skill, Explosive Fireball. That statement shocked both Bai Ruowan and Jiang Ye. After all, based on what had been shared in the chat group, most students unlock skills that were 1 or 2 tiers lower than their ability. Some students didn't even unlock any skills at all, despite awakening an ability. Even the two so-called top dogs, Gao Chong and Wang Lingling, had S-tier abilities but did not awaken S-tier skills. Yet here was Lu Shun. Despite having only a C-tier ability, he had awakened both a C-tier and a D-tier skill. That could only mean one thing. Lu Shun's comprehension was extremely high. If he had a way to increase his ability rank in the future, his potential might be huge. And just judging by his skills alone, Lu Shun's initial combat power was probably comparable to someone with a B-tier or even A-tier ability. Realizing this, Bai Ruowan no longer dared to look down on him and quickly praised. Lu God truly lives up to his name. Your comprehension is way above average. If you ever get the chance to increase your ability rank, you'll be unstoppable. Lu Shun sighed dramatically. That's exactly why I say I'm unlucky. My comprehension is solid, but my ability rank is just too low. Anyway, enough about me. What about you, Jiang Ye? What ability did you awaken? Jiang Ye, as always, kept to himself. If no one directly asked, he wouldn't go out of his way to volunteer information. Now that they asked, he simply answered calmly, without any change in expression. I awakened a C-tier ability, Gold Element Affinity, and my initial skill is a D-tier 1, Golden Light Technique. Lu Shun reconfirmed. Only one skill? Just a D-tier Golden Light Technique. Jiang Ye nodded. Lu Shun sighed. So for most people with C-tier abilities, they usually awaken a D-tier or E-tier skill. He seemed to realize that his words might sound offensive, so he quickly added, Jiang Ye, I wasn't saying your ability is bad or anything. I was just making an observation based on trends. Clearly, having Jiang Ye as a normal C-tier ability reference only made Lu Shun feel even more confident in his superior comprehension. But it was such a shame. If only he had awakened an S-tier ability, he might have directly comprehended an S-tier skill. At that point, Gao Chong and Wang Lingling wouldn't even be relevant anymore. What a waste, what a waste. Lu Shun silently lamented his own misfortune. Meanwhile, as Jiang Ye's replica walked and talked with Lu Shun and Bai-Ruan, his real body wasn't just lying around. He got up from the sofa and began inspecting his massive 250-square-meter apartment. In such a luxurious space, his main goal was to check for surveillance cameras. He was worried that the apartment administrator might somehow discover his ability to create replicas. But instead of finding any cameras, he found something else. Inside the glass display case of the walk-in closet, a dimly glowing bronze treasure chest sat there in silence. When Jiang Ye first glanced at it, he thought it was just a decorative bronze box. He almost ignored it completely. But then he realized that bronze texture didn't match the luxurious aesthetic of the walk-in closet at all. That's when he took a second look. After pulling it out, he discovered it was a bronze treasure chest. To think that Wang Lingling's reward for being the first to reach level 1 was only a black iron treasure chest. Yet Jiang Ye had casually found a bronze treasure chest right inside his apartment. His first thought was that it might be a trap. But after carefully checking, he found no hidden dangers. Just to be safe, he grabbed a clothes-drying rod, hid behind the kitchen island counter, and activated the chest from a distance. With a soft ding, the treasure chest opened, still no danger. Inside the chest lay a black mask. Without a skill for appraisal, Jiang Ye had no way of knowing what effects the mask had. Meanwhile, his replica had followed Lu Shun and Bai-Ruan to the first-floor gathering point. The first floor of the apartment didn't have any residential units. Instead, it resembled a hotel lobby with a massive open space. The students who had come to gather were all assembled in the main hall. Near the apartment entrance, there was a reception desk. Seated, there was a cold-faced, middle-aged man, likely the legendary apartment administrator. A large group of students, led by Wang Lingling and Gao Chong, were gathered at the front desk, seemingly negotiating with the administrator. When Jiang Ye and the other two arrived at the hall, they weren't able to head directly to the reception desk. They were stopped by Yu Ziyu, a Class 2 student. He introduced himself as the designated record keeper assigned by Wang Lingling, responsible for logging the player panels and apartment numbers of new members joining the Unity and Cooperation team. And with circumflex epsilon, Lu Shun, being a popular top student, had no problem getting along with people. After agreeing to have his information recorded, he casually asked Yu Ziyu, "Can we check the records?" Yu Ziyu nodded readily. Of course. Sister Ling and Changji made it very clear. Our Unity and Cooperation team is all about sharing information and resources. So, the records are basically open for everyone to see. Perhaps because Lu Shun and Bai-Ruan's player panels were quite good, Yu Ziyu was surprisingly enthusiastic, even offering a quick rundown. So far, I've recorded the panels of over 30 students. The majority have C-tier or D-tier abilities, around 20 or so in total. Among them, quite a few didn't even unlock any skills. As for E-tier and F-tier abilities, there are 3 students, none of whom unlocked a skill. They're basically useless. In comparison, Lu God and Jiang Ye, you two are actually doing pretty well. You both at least unlock some decent skills. Especially you, Lu God. You even got a C-tier skill. You're definitely the strongest among the C-tier ability users. In fact, in the early stages, you might even be stronger than some B-tier ability users. Right now, among the 30-plus members in our group, you should rank in the top 5. Clearly, Yu Ziyu had a high opinion of Lu Shun. Jiang Ye, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. Lu Shun actually ranked in the top 5? If that was the case, then his own C-tier ability with a D-tier skill might actually be above average. Lu Shun was also surprised. Glancing at the records, he quickly noticed, among the 30-plus students, only one had an A-tier ability, and that student had only unlocked a single C-tier skill. As for B-tier abilities, excluding by Rowan, there were only 5 students. Yet 4 of them had only D-tier skills. Only one had managed to unlock a C-tier skill. If ranking purely based on skill levels, Lu Shun actually did rank in the top 5. Realizing this, his frustration about awakening a C-tier ability instantly disappeared. So what if his ability rank was low? His comprehension was top tier. He was already stronger than most of the so-called higher-ranked ability users. But then, Lu Shun couldn't help but sigh. Looking at this, our unity and cooperation team is actually kind of weak. In 8 days, the veteran players will arrive. Are we really going to be able to handle that? Yu Ziyu also sighed. Ugh, let's worry about that when the time comes. Besides, we only have 30-plus members now. If more people join later, maybe we'll get some strong ones. While Lu Shun and Yu Ziyu were talking, Jiang Ye subtly glanced through the records. Among the 30-plus students, most had either elemental affinity or enhancement type abilities. The elemental affinity types were mostly gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with corresponding skills. The enhancement types included abilities like stamina enhancement and energy enhancement, which boosted attributes. There were also a few unique ones. Vision enhancement, which came with a detection skill. Hearing enhancement, but that student didn't unlock a skill. Sound enhancement, which granted a sonic attack skill. Combat mastery, which seemed to be a combat-enhancing ability and came with a skill called Desperate Strike. The most unusual of them all was Xiao Likuan's ability, Comprehension Enhancement. Jiang Ye hadn't expected even comprehension to be an ability. He wondered, would one of his future replicas eventually awaken Comprehension Enhancement? But strangely enough, despite enhancing comprehension, Xiao Likuan hadn't unlocked any skills. Maybe he had the potential, but lacked a compatible ability? If Xiao Likuan could obtain another ability, his potential might be limitless. But for now, there were still too many unknowns. Nobody knew if it was possible to acquire additional abilities or whether ability ranks could be upgraded. Regardless, after reviewing the records, Lu Shun looked much more confident. Even Yu Ziyu showed him extra respect. By the way, Lu God, did you find a black iron treasure chest in your apartment? Hearing this, Jiang Ye immediately perked up. Lu Shun, on the other hand, was stunned. Wait, what? There are treasure chests in the apartments. *T. I didn't see anything. Damn it. Why didn't anyone mention this in the chat group? I need to go back and check right now. Hey, Lu God, calm down, Yu Ziyu said with a laugh. Not everyone gets one. So far, out of our 30-plus members, only Su Yuan from Class 1 found a black iron treasure chest in her apartment. Her chest contained a red fruit. She was afraid it might be poisonous, so she didn't eat it right away. But when she brought it to the team, Chun Yuchen used a detection skill and confirmed it was a spirit fruit that increased energy. And Sister Ling and Changji were really fair about it. They didn't try to take it from her. After eating it, Su Yuan's energy stat increased by 0.5 points. Other students went back to search, but no one else found a chest. So Changji guessed that treasure chests must have a really low spawn rate. But there are a lot of rooms on each floor of the apartment, and we newbie players only occupy 80 of them. So there could be treasure chests scattered in other rooms as well. Hearing this, Lu Shun's mind immediately started racing. But if there are treasure chests in other rooms, there could also be dangers, right? Could it be that Wang Lingling leveled up by going into other rooms and fighting monsters? Well, Yu Ziyu shook his head. Actually, Sister Ling hasn't revealed the secret to leveling up yet. She said she'd wait until more people gathered before explaining everything at once. But from what I gathered, it doesn't seem like she leveled up by exploring rooms and killing monsters. Also, it looks like she won't be able to reach level 2 anytime soon. She's curious about what's inside the other rooms too. So right now, she's negotiating with the apartment administrator. If she confirms that it's safe, she'll probably start organizing teams to explore the rooms and search for more treasure chests. At this point, Jiang Ye, who had been quiet the entire time, suddenly asked, "Are all the treasure chests filled with useful items? Could there be some that contain hidden dangers?" Hearing this, Yuziu narrowed his eyes and studied Jiang Ye carefully. Instead of answering, he asked a question in return. "What's this? Did you find a treasure chest in your apartment too?" Jiang Ye quickly shook his head. "No, I was just thinking, this apartment we've been transported to should have dangers, right? But so far, we haven't really encountered any threats." Lu Shen nodded in agreement. Exactly. The initial announcement literally called this place the Doomsday Apartment. With a name like that, there should be tons of dangers, right? Like a Resident Evil-style disaster or something. But up until now, we haven't run into anything dangerous at all. Byrowan innocently chimed in. But this is just the newbie apartment, right? Maybe it's normal for there to be no real danger. Yuziu nodded as well. That's what I'm thinking. Plus, we're not totally safe. Didn't the announcement say that failing to pay rent means getting erased? Saying that, he turned back to Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ye, your room number is 2025. That means you're on the 20th floor, right?" Jiang Ye nodded. "Yeah. Then your room is the highest floor I've recorded so far. How much is your daily rent?" Jiang Ye was silent for a moment. Then he calmly answered, 125,000. As soon as that number dropped, Yuziu, Byrowan, and Lu Shen all froze in shock. Byrowan exclaimed, "That expensive? I thought the ones in the group chat saying their rent was in the thousands were already ridiculously high. But yours is over 100,000? There's no way you're keeping that, right? You have to cancel the lease." Jiang Ye nodded. But before he could say anything, Yuziu's face turned serious. "In your case, I'm afraid canceling the lease won't be that simple. Some classmates already asked the apartment administrator about canceling the lease. The rule here is canceling in the morning requires paying 50% of the rent as a penalty. Canceling in the afternoon requires paying 80%. After 10 p.m., the cancellation option is closed, meaning you'll have to pay 100% of the rent. With your rent being so high, try to save up half of it in the morning. 60,000 as a penalty is basically impossible. And if you drag it to the afternoon, your penalty will be 100,000. 100,000. Your rent alone is more than the total rent of the other 79 of us combined." Yuziu wanted to say something else, but hesitated with a complicated expression. Both Lu Shen and Byrowan could hear the unspoken part of the sentence. In Jiang Ye's situation, he might be eliminated on the very first day because he couldn't afford the rent. Byrowan, being a girl with a soft heart, instinctively wanted to say, "The mutual aid group has numbers. Maybe they could help Jiang Ye gather enough for the lease cancellation penalty?" But in the end, she didn't say it. She was kind-hearted, but she knew that in this kind of environment, she couldn't act like a saint. Besides, 60,000 or 100,000 in rent wasn't a small amount. Yuziu had already pointed out, Jiang Ye's rent was more than the total of all 79 other people combined. If they wanted to help Jiang Ye, every member would have to pay a significant price. But why should they? They were just classmates, not Jiang Ye's parents. The mutual aid group was about helping each other, not charity work. On top of that, Jiang Ye's ability and skills weren't particularly crucial, and he wasn't especially well-liked. Byrowan knew most of the students from Class 1 and Class 2 well, yet she barely remembered Jiang Ye. In this situation, it was unlikely anyone would agree to help him. So, Byrowan stayed silent, pretending she didn't understand what Yuziu left unsaid. Lu Shen felt the same way. It wasn't that he was unwilling to help. It was just that Jiang Ye's rent was ridiculously high. Jiang Ye felt a little anxious after hearing Yuziu's words. worried that he might not survive the first day due to unpaid rent. But his replica remained calm. After thinking for a moment, the replica suggested an idea. I remember the system mentioned that survival stones can be exchanged for game currency. If I can find a survival stone, I should be able to exchange it for a large amount of game currency, maybe enough to pay for this absurd rent. It was a good idea. However, Yuziu frowned and said, but the system also said there are 100 players and 100 survival stones. Anyone without a survival stone by the end of the game will be eliminated. If you exchange a survival stone for game currency, someone will die at the end of the game. Jiang Ye remained composed and analyzed. But if I get eliminated today for not paying rent, wouldn't that just mean one more available survival stone? If I can't even make it past the first day, why should I even worry about the end of the game? That made sense. Yuziu hesitated but didn't dwell on it. Anyway, we haven't found a single survival stone yet. Your idea only works if we manage to find one on the first day. Ranny, yes. Even so, Jiang Ye had a feeling, even if the mutual aid group found a survival stone, they probably wouldn't trade it for game currency to pay his rent. So he had to find his own way. At that moment, back in the apartment room, Jiang Ye's real body finally put on the black mask. Originally, he had planned to stay under the radar for as long as possible. But now, the rent issue had become a sword hanging over his head, forcing him to take risks for survival. Fortunately, when he put on the black mask, nothing dangerous happened. Instead, a wave of warmth surged through his body, making him feel inexplicably stronger. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered as he quickly checked his status panel. Jiang Ye, level 0, stamina 1.6, energy 2.8, combat power 3.5, survival points 0, ability infinite replication X. What? Jiang Ye's infinite replication ability hadn't boosted his stats or combat power. So, it had to be the black mask that increased his stamina by 1 point and energy by 2 points. These stats were even higher than those of his replica. However, his combat power was still lower than the replica's. This suggested that abilities and skills also played a role in combat power. His real body had raw stats, but no usable skills, which explained why his combat power remained low. But besides the attribute boost, the mask seemed to have another effect. Once Jiang Ye calmed down, he realized, not only did he feel stronger, he also seemed bald. He quickly ran to the bathroom and checked the mirror. And what he saw nearly made him think something paranormal was happening. A bald, middle-aged man stared back at him. Jiang Ye was so startled that he almost thought he was being haunted. But soon, he realized this wasn't some ghostly trick. It was the mask disguise effect. When he took the mask off, the bald man in the mirror turned back into his own youthful, handsome face. When he put on again, he became bald. After experimenting a few times, Jiang Ye was amazed. The mask's disguise ability far exceeded his expectations. In typical martial arts novels, human skin masks could only alter facial features. But this disguise mask could even change hairstyle and body shape. It completely transformed him into someone else. With this ability, Jiang Ye's mind started racing with ideas. He had been worried that, if both his real body and replica left the apartment to explore, and someone discovered there were two Jiang Yes, his infinite replication secret would be exposed. But now, with this disguise mask, his real body could move around freely. However, all 80 beginner players were still high school seniors. If they saw a bald middle-aged man, it would instantly attract attention and speculation. While Jiang Ye was still struggling with this thought, he suddenly spaced out, because the bald man in the mirror had disappeared. He raised his hand and touched his face, only to realize he had turned invisible. Only when he took off the mask did his body become visible again. Putting the mask back on, he vanished from the mirror once more. Holy sh**T. So, aside from disguise, this black mask also had an invisibility effect. That meant its full effect was stamina +1, energy +2. Effect 1, disguise. Effect 2, invisibility. And this was just a bronze tier item. How ridiculously overpowered was this? By comparison, the fruit Suyuan got from the Black Iron treasure chest, which only increased 0.5 energy, was downright pathetic. But after a moment's thought, Jiang Ye realized it wasn't a fair comparison. Suyuan's stat boost was permanent. No one could steal it from her. Whereas Jiang Ye's mask, despite offering better boosts, could be taken away. More importantly, it came from a bronze treasure chest. Looking at it this way, the items from bronze treasure chests gave massive power-ups for beginner players at this stage. If he could find more bronze treasure chests, his chances of surviving the first day would be much higher. But bronze treasure chests weren't easy to find. Jiang Ye calmed down and suddenly had a thought. Maybe these bronze treasure chests were a kind of compensation for his ridiculously high rent. Otherwise, players assigned to luxury apartments would have no chance of surviving the first day. Following that logic, could it mean that the more luxurious the apartment, the higher the chance of finding a bronze treasure chest? If he wanted more bronze treasure chests, shouldn't he target the luxury apartments on the top floors? While Jiang Ye's real body was analyzing the treasure chest mechanics in his apartment, his replica had joined Lu Xun and Bai Ruan at the mutual aid group near the lobby front desk. After officially joining, he quickly gained access to some basic information about the apartment. Most of it was what Gao Chong had already mentioned during the gathering, about the special facilities on the first floor. These facilities were mainly divided into two categories: earning money and spending money. Right now, everyone was most concerned about how to earn money, how to pay rent. There were a total of 4 service stations that offered jobs: errands, tutoring, cleaning, personalized services. The first 3 were self-explanatory. Errands were like being a delivery worker. In addition to food delivery, they also handled package deliveries. Tutoring meant providing lessons for children in the apartment complex, though the subjects might be a bit unusual. Cleaning was exactly what it sounded like: housekeeping services. As for personalized services, residents could request custom tasks, such as haircuts, massages, or pet care. That last part was a bit vague. Some male classmates even joked about whether there would be special in-home services. They were immediately met with eye rolls from the girls. Among the 4 job types, there was also a special restriction. Players could only provide services up to their own apartment floor. For example, if Zhang San lived on the 8th floor, he could only serve floors 2 to 8. If Li Si lived on the 18th floor, he could serve floors 2 to 18. And the higher the floor, the higher the service fees. This was where Jiang Ye's 20th floor apartment gave him a huge advantage. He could serve residents from 2nd to 20th floor, meaning he could earn money much faster. However, some of the top students had already done the math. Even if Jiang Ye worked himself to death, he still wouldn't be able to pay his rent. Living on a higher floor meant higher earnings, but the cost-effectiveness was abysmal. Even if he maxed out his workload, he'd be lucky to earn 20,000 to 30,000 game currency in a day. His rent was 120,000, completely impossible. Even the 100,000 penalty for canceling his lease was out of reach. His only hope was exchanging a survival stone for game currency. But right now, no one had any clue where to find survival stones. So, Jiang Ye was almost certainly going to die on the first day. But now his classmates' attitudes toward him became a little strange. Even if Jiang Ye wouldn't survive the first day, he would still earn 20,000 to 30,000 game currency before dying. That was a huge inheritance, enough to cover 10 days' rent for several people. So, suddenly, everyone started comforting him, using survival stones as bait. They told him not to give up, to keep working hard, and to stay hopeful. Who knows, they said. Maybe you'll find a survival stone while working. Even Gao Chong, the highly respected leader, personally encouraged him. I believe the heavens will reward those who work hard. Maybe there really is a survival stone waiting for you to discover it while you're out working. Jiang Ye listened, feeling nothing but deep down, he hadn't completely given up hope. Because if his theory was correct, the higher the floor, the higher the chance of finding a bronze treasure chest. Aside from the advantages in earning money, high floors also had benefits when it came to spending. Just like the 4 work service stations, there were also 4 spending facilities. Training room increases combat power through specialized training, including stat upgrades and skill comprehension. Challenge room, fight fierce beasts to hone combat awareness. Duel room, available only to players in 20th floor and above apartments. Allows PvP battles with other beginner players, where the winner claims the loser's bet in game currency. Apartment mall, divided into low-end mall and high-end mall. The low-end mall provided everyday food, shopping, and entertainment similar to real life. The high-end mall, however, was restricted to 20th floor residents and above. But just entering required a 1,000 game currency entrance fee. Based on the top students' analysis, the high-end mall likely sold treasure chests or chest-related items. Clearly, under this spending system, the 20th floor and above residents enjoyed even more privileges. At this point, the way everyone looked at Jiang Ye became increasingly complicated. Wang Lingling, a glasses-wearing girl with a mature aura, had a bit of the elegance of Eri Kisaki from Detective Conan. Back when the knockout was trending, some classmates even nicknamed her Gao Chalan, or just Lana. She adjusted her glasses and analyzed. The apartment facilities clearly encourage players to move to higher floors. Because higher floors earn money faster, offer better spending options, and overall accelerate player growth. But from what I can tell, players need time to accumulate resources before they can move up. Otherwise, if someone like Jiang Ye starts on a high floor from day one, the rent is just too hard to afford. Saying this, she turned directly to Jiang Ye, calmly reassuring him. But Jiang Ye, don't worry. The mutual aid group was created so that everyone could survive. If we find a survival stone today and you truly can't pay your rent, I am willing to exchange it for game currency to cover your first day's rent. Wang Lingling's words sounded so firm and sincere that even the mutual aid group members were caught off guard. Some students were already skeptical. Wait, seriously? We'd waste a survival stone just to pay Jiang Ye's rent? If someone actually finds a survival stone, wouldn't Jiang Ye be getting one for free? That's not fair. Jiang Ye immediately sensed the subtle shift in people's gazes. So did Wang Lingling. She quickly added, but this is not charity. Covering your rent is just to ensure your survival. So in the future, I hope you can pay it back. And if our mutual aid group gathers 79 survival stones but fails to get the 80 tish, then the one left without a survival stone will be you. I hope you understand that. Of course, if we get the chance to steal survival stones from veteran players, we will absolutely help you. After all, our ultimate goal is for everyone in the mutual aid group to survive, so we won't give up on you so easily. Her words were honest and convincing. But Jiang Ye, ever the cold realist, wasn't moved in the slightest. Instead, he marveled at just how high-level Wang Lingling's manipulation skills were. First, she reassured him, their strongest labor force, to keep working hard all day, ensuring he generated a massive inheritance before his inevitable death, Nigerian IRO. Second, she subtly won over the group. Her speech wasn't just for Jiang Ye. It was primarily for the mutual aid members. These 18-year-old students, still inexperienced in life, would undoubtedly be deeply moved by her words. With their natural admiration for strong leaders, they'd only grow more loyal to her. Even Gao Chong, sensing that Wang Lingling's influence in the group was far surpassing his, quickly spoke up. Besides Jiang Ye, does anyone else have trouble paying rent? Sui Wawan, you only need 2,000 game currency. Are you okay? Sui Wawan, a top student with an independent personality, hated relying on others. After thinking for a moment, she stubbornly replied, if I hurry, I should be fine. Gao Chong nodded. Then we need to pick up the pace. Waiting around for everyone to gather is pointless. In my opinion, we should split up and get moving. UZU should stay here to handle any newcomers joining the mutual aid group. The rest of us should start earning game currency immediately. His words immediately sparked agreement. Yeah, we can't keep wasting time. We need to start making money. My rent is easy to cover, but I still want to save up more so I can use the spending facilities. Same here. I haven't unlocked any skills yet, so I can't wait to train in the training room. Ugh, I used to think studying was hard, but now I realize money is everything. Time to get rich. But then, someone suddenly remembered. Wait, we still don't know the secret to leveling up, right? At this, Wang Lingling no longer kept it a secret. She casually explained. When we left our apartments, we all followed the red glow in the hallway, which led us to the red light elevator. But did anyone try exploring the opposite direction? That question made people pause. Lu Shun immediately spoke up. I did walk that way, but the further I went, the darker it got. Eventually, I couldn't see anything, not even apartment doors or room numbers. I was worried about hidden dangers, so I turned back. Other students chimed in. Same. I walked a bit, but turned back when it got too dark. Wait, does that mean Sister Ling leveled up by fighting monsters in that darkness? Were the monsters strong? If our combat power is too low, do we even have a chance to level up? At this, Wang Lingling's expression turned serious. I did level up while exploring that area. But honestly, I don't know how it happened. Like Lu Shun, I walked a bit but turned back because it was too dark. The only difference is that I have an S-tier skill, Shadow Replica. So I sent my Shadow Replica to explore instead. I don't have a shared vision with my replica, so I have no idea what it encountered. But then, out of nowhere, I got a notification. I had leveled up to level 1. What's even worse is that shortly after, my Shadow Replica disappeared. I can't use that skill again until tomorrow. Hearing this, Wang Lingling's pained expression became apparent. Her Shadow Replica had been meant to serve as her powerful assistant. But now, it was dead, lost in the depths of the dark hallway. Even with the level up and a black iron treasure chest, the loss still stung. Gao Chong thought for a moment, then curiously asked, Do you have any idea how much combat power your Shadow Replica had? Wang Lingling pressed her lips together and said in a low voice, A conservative estimate, probably around 20 combat power. As soon as she said this, the entire group gasped in shock. No one had expected that just one of Wang Lingling's replicas was already 4 to 5 times stronger than them. And yet, that replica still died. If they had actually continued exploring that dark hallway, they probably wouldn't have leveled up at all. They'd have been dead on the spot. On top of that, Wang Lingling had no chance of reaching level 2 anytime soon, since her Shadow Replica was gone. Lu Shun also felt a chill run down his spine. Holy sh**T. Good thing I had a bad feeling and turned back when I did. Otherwise, I'd already be dead. But almost immediately after he finished speaking, a sharp scream suddenly erupted from within the group. Ding dang, are you calling ghosts or something? Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Yeah, why the hell are you screaming all of a sudden? Everyone turned to Ding Dang from class 2. His face was pale, his eyes filled with terror. Check the chat group. Chat group? There's nothing shocking in the messages. Holy sh**T. Not the messages, the member list. Look closely. It used to be 8080, but now it's 7880. W8. Does that mean 2 people are gone? Gone? How? I didn't see any log out button in this game. You idiot. Gone means dead. 2 of our classmates just died. In no way people really died. It's Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan from class 2. They must have explored the hallway opposite the red glow and got eaten by something. sh**T. Stop talking about it. This is freaking me out. Good thing we have the mutual aid group. If I had seen the member count drop by 2 while alone, I'd be too scared to even step outside. But what if we encounter danger while doing those jobs to earn rent? As soon as someone raised this concern, the high spirits from earlier instantly turned to unease. Just as Gao Chong and Wang Lingling stepped forward to calm the group, Jiang Ye remained deep in thought. Actually, when he first heard about Wang Lingling leveling up, a theory had already crossed his mind. He suspected killing might be required to level up, although it was now confirmed that Wang Lingling hadn't killed anyone. Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan might not have died at the hands of monsters, but rather at the hands of another classmate. After all, Some students who skipped the meeting might have also figured out that killing leads to level ups. And if someone thought of it, they might have acted on it. Of course, this was just a theory. But then, a slightly chubby girl, red-eyed and on the verge of tears, suddenly sobbed. Maybe Fan Yuhang had an accident while exploring the hallway, but Qin Yuan was my best friend. She was extremely timid. I just can't imagine her being like Sister Ling or Lu Shun, bravely exploring the hallway. RA with grave Omicron. Lu Shun's expression instantly darkened. He immediately analyzed the situation seriously. That's true. As long as you don't go too deep into the hallway, there shouldn't be any immediate danger. A timid girl like Qin Yuan was unlikely to voluntarily explore the hallway. So logically speaking, she shouldn't have died to the hallway's dangers. Wang Lingling's sharp mind caught on quickly. You mean she was murdered? Lu Shen nodded grimly. Not just her. Fan Yuhang too. They disappeared from the member list at almost the exact same time. My guess, they were on their way to the meeting when they ran into one or more classmates. Because they were familiar classmates, they let their guard down, and then... He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Many students looked shocked and afraid, their faces filled with disbelief. Some immediately refused to accept it. No way. We're all classmates. We've never even killed a chicken before. How could anyone just kill someone? Yeah, and two at that. That's way too far-fetched. I still think they were killed by monsters while walking together. Many people just couldn't accept that a classmate had already started killing people. But Lu Shun was completely unimpressed. Do you guys seriously not watch the news? You've never heard of high schoolers committing murder, even burying people alive. Forget high schoolers. Even middle schoolers and elementary schoolers have committed murder. When you have a big enough group, you'll always have some psychos hiding in the mix. In the real world, these things already happen. And now, in this Doomsday Apartment, everything is just magnified. You guys are being way too naive. Instead of calling my theory malicious speculation, how about you wake the hell up? But just as Lu Shun was getting frustrated, Wang Lingling suddenly held him back. She then calmly addressed the group. Lu Shun's analysis makes sense, but I understand why some of you disagree. But as the saying goes, don't harm others, but don't let yourself be harmed either. I hope that within our mutual aid group, there will be no one who resorts to killing. But I also hope that everyone will stay alert and not be too trusting, just in case. My suggestion is this. If you ever get attacked by a classmate, leave their name in the chat group immediately. That way, even if something happens to you, the mutual aid group can avenge you. With this statement, Wang Lingling once again won over the group's trust. Gao Chong, seeing her dominance, quickly jumped in to stay relevant. I think Sister Ling has a good point. Also, how about I go with her to investigate Fan Yuhang and Qin Yuan's deaths? If we find their bodies, maybe we can tell if they were killed by a classmate or a monster. However, Wang Lingling calmly shook her head. Our movement is limited to our own apartment floor range. If Qin Yuan and Fan Yuhang died on a floor higher than ours, then we have no way to reach their bodies. So rather than wasting time searching for corpses, we should let everyone keep an eye out while working. If anyone happens to find their bodies, we can analyze the cause of death then. Her logic was flawless, and the group agreed. Gao Chong, however, looked embarrassed. He was just about to suggest Jiang Ye investigate, since he had access to higher floors. But before he could even speak, Wang Lingling cut him off. Jiang Ye could investigate, but his time is better spent making money. That way, he creates more value. Besides, we've already wasted too much time. Everyone needs to start working now. Our top priority is paying today's rent. This hit the key issue, and everyone nodded in agreement. Only Gao Chong looked visibly frustrated. He was increasingly annoyed that Wang Lingling kept outshining him, especially since she was a girl. I was the one who organized this meeting first, but now she's leading everything. Between these two top players, the tension was undeniable. But Jiang Ye? He couldn't care less. His replica had finally gotten the chance to act. Among the 4 job options, he chose cleaning, because only this job could fully utilize his high floor advantage. As for tutoring, he didn't even consider it. After all, Doomsday Apartment didn't seem like a place where people still needed to study Chinese, math, and English. So the tutoring job could involve unexpected and dangerous subjects. He wasn't willing to take that risk. As for personalized services, the uncertainty was way too high. And errands? The tasks were too scattered, one order at a time. Sure, high-floor deliveries paid better, but he'd also get low-paying deliveries to lower floors, which would be a waste of time. Besides, errands only required delivery to the door. It wouldn't let him enter high-end apartments. But cleaning jobs did. And Jiang Ye wanted access to luxury apartments to search for bronze treasure chests. So being able to enter apartments, while also making money, was perfect for him. Of course, cleaning might come with its own dangers. But he had no choice. He needed to pick one job to earn money. Most other students chose errands. After all, the shadow of death from 2 classmates dying still loomed over them. They instinctively avoided direct interaction with other apartment residents. So a job that only required them to deliver to the door seemed much safer. Soon, everyone received their work ID badges from the 4 service stations and rushed off to start working. Jiang Ye quickly examined his badge. He found that each job type had a ranking system. For example, errand workers could increase their rank by completing more deliveries. Higher rank equals higher pay per order. Positive or negative customer reviews affected rank progression. Since each job had its own ranking system, that meant the best way to maximize earnings was to stick to one job and grind up the ranks. It was basically like specializing in a career, leveling up, and getting promotions. Thinking about it this way, Jiang Ye, with his infinite replication, had a massive advantage in grinding jobs. Everyone else could only work one job at a time. But he could organize a replica workforce and outwork everyone. And the more replicas he had, the faster his earnings would explode. However, with 2 classmates already dead, and the pressure of his sky-high rent hanging over him, Jiang Ye felt incredibly uneasy. He desperately wanted to create a 2nd and 3rd replica as soon as possible. The only problem was, what price did he have to pay to create more replicas? If only he could find a survival stone as soon as possible. That thing was definitely valuable enough. Maybe it could even be used to increase his number of replicas. But that thing probably wasn't easy to find. Jiang Ye had a suspicion. Since both the work mode and consumption mode distinguished between floors above and below the 20th floor, then it was highly likely that the precious survival stones were mostly found on floors above the 20th. At this moment, Jiang Ye was feeling a bit impatient. Holding his work badge, he instinctively wanted to pick a high-floor cleaning task. For example, a cleaning task on the 20th floor. One job alone could earn him 8,800 game coins. More earnings, plus more chances to find treasure chests and survival stones. It was definitely tempting. However, when a work badge popped up with the prompt confirm task acceptance, Jiang Ye finally came back to his senses. He was an 18-year-old senior in high school, but his mother had passed away when he was young, and his father was always away working, unable to take care of him. As a result, he had been fostered by various relatives for a long time. Living under someone else's roof had made him more sensitive than others from an early age. Instead of constantly expressing himself, he had gotten used to observing patterns in things. He might not be particularly smart, but he had developed a certain pattern of thinking. Most of the time, when something seemed irresistibly tempting on the surface, there was often hidden danger beneath it. The task on the 20th floor not only offered high pay, but also lured him in with bronze treasure chests and survival stones, which meant, most likely, its danger level was also far beyond that of the lower floor tasks. But should he give up on it and take a safer low-floor task instead? If he didn't make enough money for rent on the first day, he'd still end up dead. For a moment, Jiang Ye was caught in a dilemma. With his current strength, taking on a 20th floor task was basically suicide. But if he didn't take the risk, he wouldn't be able to pay rent, and he'd still die. What should he do? If only he could boost his strength before taking on a 20th floor task. Then, should he take on low-floor tasks first, search for treasure chests, and improve his strength before heading to the 20th floor. But that would waste too much time. Any task that required entering an apartment room would take several hours to complete, and the probability of treasure chests appearing in low-floor apartments was extremely low. Even if they did appear, they were just the lowest-grade black iron treasure chests, which wouldn't be of much help. Was there any way to quickly and efficiently improve his strength? Just as he was stuck in his thoughts, Lu Shun, who was holding an errand's work badge, noticed him and took the initiative to chat him up. "What's wrong, Jiang Ye? Why haven't you started your task yet?" As he spoke, he leaned over to glance at Jiang Ye's work badge and praised, "Given your situation, cleaning is definitely the fastest way for you to make money." Thinking Jiang Ye was feeling reluctant, he reassured him, "This Doomsday Apartment is basically just a game. We're all just workers here. Nobody's going to look down on you for doing cleaning tasks. Money's money. Nothing embarrassing about it." Jiang Ye nodded in thanks and explained, "It's not that I mind the job. I'm just worried about the unknown dangers." Lu Xun understood immediately. After all, in this strange and eerie environment, everyone was scared. It was only slightly better because they were all classmates. If they had been surrounded by strangers, they would have been even more terrified. Lu Xun was quick-witted and immediately suggested, "Actually, given your situation, besides working, there's another option. In the consumption mode, there's the duel room. The lowest level duels only cost 100 coins per match. If you win against other apartment players, not only do you get your 100 coins back, but you also take the opponent's money. This is actually a pretty decent way to make money. If I met the duel room conditions, I'd definitely give it a shot." Jiang Ye considered making money through the duel room too. But Lu Xun made it sound easy. Just win, and you earn money. In reality, this method wasn't that fast, and it wasn't reliable. With his current strength, his chances of winning against players from other apartments weren't great. Lu Xun seemed to sense what he was thinking and continued analyzing. "You actually don't need to worry too much. If I'm guessing right, it's likely that all of humanity has been transported into separate Doomsday Apartments. In our apartment, you were the only one initially assigned to the 20th floor. And among the 80 people here, your strength is actually above average. The players in other apartments who were assigned to the 20th floor were probably randomized too. Their initial strength might not be any higher than yours. There's even a good chance that some of them have D-tier abilities and haven't unlocked any skills yet. Based on what we've seen in our apartment, that's actually pretty likely. If you get lucky with your matchups, winning shouldn't be too hard." Lu Xun's analysis made sense. But what Lu Xun didn't know was, Jiang Ye had already opened a bronze treasure chest in his own 20th floor apartment. If that were taken into account, then the 20th floor players in other apartments had probably opened a bronze treasure chest as well. Even if their initial abilities weren't strong, they could have improved through those chests. And the mask Jiang Ye had obtained from his own bronze treasure chest was more of a support-type item. And right now, his main body was using it. That meant if his replica entered a duel with other 20th floor players, his chances of winning were actually quite low. Plus, the earning speed from dueling wasn't that great. Unless he could absolutely dominate every duel opponent, his income wouldn't increase significantly. As he was lost in his thoughts, the two of them suddenly heard a commotion coming from the direction of the errand service station. Lu Xun was about to go check it out, but Jiang Ye's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he directly warned him, "Check the chat group." Lu Xun glanced at his communicator and immediately cursed, "Holy sh**T," instinctively gripping the package in his hands tighter. Because in the chat group, Ding Dang from Class 2 had just said that the package he was responsible for delivering had gone missing. And the consequence of the lost package was, if he couldn't find it by midnight, he would either have to retrieve it or compensate for its full value. And that package was worth over 8,000. There was no way Ding Dang could afford that. He completely broke down, sobbing uncontrollably at the errand service station. Lu Xun frowned deeply as he read the message, then quickly noticed that a classmate had asked in the chat group, "How could a package even go missing? Did someone steal it? There should be a way to get it back, right?" But the devastated Ding Dang was too busy crying to respond to anyone's questions. Soon, another message popped up. "Gao Chong, F asterisk asterisk asterisk. My package is gone too. The moment that message appeared, all the students who had chosen the errands job were stunned. Gao Chong was one of the top-ranked players in combat power among their classmates. How could even his package go missing? Luckily, Gao Chong was much calmer than Ding Dang. He quickly followed up in the chat group. Everyone doing errands, do not take your package into the elevator. Mine disappeared inside the elevator. I have no idea what the hell it was, but in a split second, it snatched my package away. I searched around in the elevator for ages, but there was no way to get it back. At this rate, it's probably gone for good, and I'll have to pay for it. Luckily, my package was only worth a little over 1,000, so I can barely afford the compensation. Ding Dang, did your package also go missing in the elevator? At Ding Dang. So, the elevator really was the problem. Soon, Ding Dang also replied in the chat group. That's right. My package disappeared in the elevator too. I have no idea how it happened. It was just suddenly gone. I searched everywhere, but I don't even know what took it. As soon as this shocking news came out, the students quickly reached a conclusion. So for those of us doing errands, we can't take the elevator, or our packages will mysteriously vanish. Holy sh asterisk t. Good thing I haven't gotten in the elevator yet. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I just took the elevator to deliver my first package, and it didn't disappear. Maybe it's only a probability thing, not a 100% chance. We can't take that risk. If we lose an expensive package like Ding Dang, we won't be able to afford the compensation. Gao Chong, it's not just about affording it. I got a notification after my package was lost. It said that at Errands Level 1, if you lose 3 packages, your account will be banned. What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Banned? Doesn't that mean you won't be able to do errands anymore? So this job basically forces us to take the stairs. Take the stairs? Damn, I have to deliver a package to the 12th floor, and you're telling me I have to climb up there? It's just the 12th floor. Think about it. Would you rather exhaust yourself and safely deliver the package, or gamble with the elevator, lose the package, and end up with a massive debt? Plus, I bet the higher the floor, the more valuable the package, which means the compensation fee will be even higher. sh asterisk t. So we really have no choice but to take the stairs. If we gamble with the elevator, we won't even be able to make enough for rent today. But climbing stairs, 1 or 2 trips might be fine, but if we need to make enough for rent, how many times do we have to go up and down? We might actually die from exhaustion. Looking at it this way, wouldn't it be better to do cleaning instead? That seems way easier. Yeah, right? We just discovered the pitfall in the errands job. It's avoidable if we just don't use the elevator. But cleaning? There's definitely a hidden danger we don't know about yet, and it might even be life-threatening. B. Good point. I think we should just stick to errands. It's exhausting, sure, but at least it's not dangerous. Ugh. Fine, whatever. I'll start climbing the stairs to deliver my package. Damn it, this package is so heavy. I have to carry it up to the 8th floor. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. After realizing the hidden danger in errands, the students who had chosen this job all decided to avoid the elevator and take the stairs instead. Meanwhile, those who had picked cleaning or other jobs started feeling uneasy. After all, if there was a catch in errands, then the other jobs probably had their own hidden dangers too. If it was just about losing money, that would be fine. But what if it was life-threatening? So, while the chat group was full of complaints about how exhausting the stairs were, more and more students decided to climb them to complete their deliveries. Lu Shun checked the chat and felt relieved that he hadn't taken the elevator yet. He let out a breath and turned to Jiang Ye, sighing, climbing the stairs will slow us down a lot. I need to get moving too, or I won't make enough for rent today. Jiang Ye, he wanted to give Jiang Ye some advice, but he knew that higher rewards always came with higher risks. There was no easy suggestion to make. But to his surprise, Jiang Ye put away his cleaning work badge and said directly, I'll just do errands and take the stairs too. Lu Shun frowned immediately. From his perspective, errands was a low-risk, low-reward job. If Jiang Ye relied on this, his earnings would be way too slow. It was a complete waste of his initial placement on the 20th floor. Lu Shun wanted to convince him otherwise, but seeing that Jiang Ye had already made up his mind, he decided not to bother. Deep down, he felt disappointed in Jiang Ye. He subconsciously thought that someone with Jiang Ye's personality had no future and probably wouldn't even survive the day. Not wanting to waste his energy on a dead man, Lu Xun simply shook his head and went back to his own errand's task. Jiang Ye didn't care what Lu Xun thought of him. He went straight to the errand service station and picked up an errand's work badge. After quickly familiarizing himself with the task rules, he accepted an 8th-floor delivery job. Since taking the elevator was no longer an option, he had to climb the stairs. Conveniently, the apartment stairwells were located right next to the errand station. But there was something odd. This apartment had only one elevator, yet the students never ran into each other inside it. Meanwhile, there were 12 separate stairwells arranged side by side, forming 12 safety doors on the first floor. Jiang Ye chose one of the 12 doors and stepped inside, beginning his climb. Strangely enough, he never encountered any other errand students along the way. It seemed like there was something strange about both the elevator and the stairwells in this apartment. As he climbed, he kept thinking about it, silently making his way up to the 6th floor. His delivery target was on the 8th floor. But suddenly, he stopped at the stairwell on the 6th floor. Breathing heavily, he looked like he was exhausted. But in reality, his dark eyes were quietly scanning his surroundings. He confirmed that there were no security cameras and no other students nearby. At that moment, Jiang Ye, who had been panting just moments ago, suddenly held his breath and focused his gaze on the package in his hands. It looked just like a normal cardboard box used for deliveries, sealed with transparent tape. A white shipping label was attached to one side, showing the recipient's apartment room number and an order ID. Other than that, there was no useful information. After carefully inspecting the package, Jiang Ye's expression turned serious. Then he took out the kitchen knife he carried for self-defense and sliced open the transparent tape on the package. Just like that, the package meant for the 8th floor had been secretly opened by him. This was his real reason for choosing the errand's job. The moment he heard about Ding Ding and Gao Chong losing their packages, he had immediately come up with the idea of stealing packages, because he knew that when a package was lost, the courier had to compensate for its value, which meant the package itself had value, and the only consequence for losing a package was paying for it. Plus, the payment wasn't due immediately. He only had to compensate before midnight. That meant he had a buffer period to work with. So, Jiang Ye's plan was completely feasible. All he had to do was report the package as lost, and then pay for it before the deadline. Other students hadn't considered stealing packages because the compensation fees were too high. Losing just one package could mean not having enough money to survive the day. But Jiang Ye's situation was different. He was already 125,000 in debt to the apartment. Owing a few thousand or even tens of thousands more in compensation fees didn't seem like a big deal anymore. The other students didn't dare steal packages for another reason. They had no idea what was inside. If the package contained something useless, they'd be stuck with a massive debt for nothing. Jiang Ye had the same concern, but his sky-high rent had pushed him to the edge, leaving him no choice but to take this desperate gamble. As he tore open the package, his hands were shaking, afraid that it might contain something dangerous, afraid that it might be worthless, but also trembling with excitement. Because if he found an item that could boost his strength, then his next move would be much more confident. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, his shaking hands finally peeled open the package. Ding! Warning! Package number 10086 under your responsibility has been illegally opened. Your work badge has been automatically reported as lost. Please retrieve the package and complete the delivery before midnight, or you will be required to pay a lost package compensation fee of $12,600. If the compensation fee is not paid by midnight, one survival point will be deducted. If survival points reach a negative value, the player will be erased. If more than 3 packages are lost, this work badge will be permanently banned. One after another, these notifications popped up on Jiang Ye's work badge and echoed directly in his mind. The warning matched exactly what Gao Chong and Ding Ding had mentioned before. Except for one thing. His compensation fee was a whopping 12,600. That was 4,000 more than what had left Ding Ding in despair. But Jiang Ye was already 125,000 in debt to the apartment. Another 12,600 wasn't going to make much of a difference. He quickly steadied himself and focused his gaze on the contents of the package. Inside the cardboard box was a palm-sized, dark silver sphere. It had a metallic texture with a futuristic, high-tech feel. It was surprisingly heavy in his hand, giving off a solid, weighted presence. Aside from that, there was a small protrusion at the bottom of the sphere. When Jiang Ye accidentally touched it, the sphere suddenly emitted a sound. Ding! Would you like to input your fingerprint to bind this product? The unexpected voice startled Jiang Ye. He immediately glanced around with heightened vigilance. Only after confirming that no one was nearby did he cautiously whisper, "Yes." Ding! Fingerprint input in progress. Ding! Intelligent assistant is binding. Ding! Your personal assistant has been created. Initial designation, Little Bing. Would you like to customize the name? As soon as the phrase, personal assistant has been created, was spoken, the sleek, high-tech sphere suddenly sprouted a head and 4 limbs. Its round little head was only slightly smaller than its body, and a miniature display screen lit up on its face. At that moment, the screen displayed a cheerful emoticon, caret caret. At the same time, a childlike, joyful voice rang out. Master, I'm your personal assistant, Little Bing. Would you like to customize my settings now? Jiang Ye heard the words personal assistant and immediately felt his heart sink. He had risked everything to steal this package because he needed to increase his combat power as quickly as possible. This wasn't some vacation resort. It was a survival apartment. What the hell did he need a personal assistant for? What he wanted was real combat strength. And now he was 12,600 in debt because of this tiny thing. Jiang Ye felt a wave of deep disappointment. He didn't even have much of a life, so why would he care about customizing a life assistant? Skipping the customization step entirely, he asked bluntly, Little Bing, tell me exactly what you can do. I can provide basic housekeeping services, such as cleaning and garbage disposal. I can also provide emotional support, including singing, chatting, and telling jokes. Oh, here's my status panel, Master. Please take a look. As it spoke, Little Bing's display screen showed its stats. Little Bing, level 0, stamina 1, energy 1, combat power 2, ability none, skill, detection 8. Seeing this data panel, Jiang Ye's heart sank even further. This tiny thing with a combat power of 2 was completely useless. Housekeeping, emotional support, that was absolutely useless in his current situation. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he hurriedly asked, Can you go to the service station, pick up a work badge, and do cleaning jobs? Little Bing blinked its digital eyes playfully. No, Little Bing's cleaning abilities are too basic and cannot replace professional cleaning staff. Also, since I'm not a living being, I cannot obtain a work badge. That means I can't do errands, tutoring, or any specialized services. Jiang Ye was utterly crushed. As a last resort, he asked, Do you have any combat abilities at all? Little Bing hesitated for a moment before replying cautiously. Little Bing has a self-destruct ability, which can instantly kill any player with a combat power of 10 or below. Against players with a combat power of 20 or below, it can cause serious injuries. However, once the self-destruct function is activated, Little Bing will be permanently destroyed. As it spoke, its display screen even showed a crying emoticon. Oh. Hearing this information, Jiang Ye finally felt a tiny bit of relief. At least, this self-destructibility could serve as a trump card in a desperate situation. But compared to the 12,600 price tag, it still felt incredibly unworthy. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it now. The package was already opened. He couldn't just shove it back inside and return it. Wait, or could he? Jiang Ye's eyes flashed as he suddenly asked Little Bing, Do you know if an already opened package can be repacked and delivered? Little Bing's display screen showed an utterly stunned expression, omega, before quickly responding. Generally speaking, as long as the contents have not been used and the recipient does not refuse the package, it can be repacked and delivered. Contents must not show signs of use. Jiang Ye's gaze turned to Little Bing again. Can the signs of you being used be erased? Omega. Master, you can unbind me, but as an AI assistant, any signs of use cannot be erased, unless you return me to the original factory for a factory reset. After this conversation, Jiang Ye suddenly realized that Little Bing wasn't completely useless. At the very least, it seemed to know a lot. So, he casually asked, "Do you know where your original factory is?" Little Bing seemed confused. Its display screen showed a puzzled expression. The original factory? Of course, it's at the original factory. Jiang Ye was speechless. No, what I mean is your original factory also an apartment? No, the place I was created isn't called an apartment. It's called a factory. Factories and apartments are different types of buildings. A factory and apartment. So, outside of this Doomsday Apartment survival game, there were other buildings? But this wasn't something Jiang Ye could look into at this stage. There was no point overthinking it now. After hiding the mini-robot on his person, he returned to the errand service station to take his second delivery job. Now that he knew packages could be repacked and redelivered as long as they weren't visibly used, he was much bolder. At the same time, since losing more than 3 packages would result in a permanent ban, he had to be strategic. This time, he picked a package destined for the 18th floor. Higher floor, higher value. With luck, he might get an item that could instantly skyrocket his strength. If not, with the massive debt he had, he might not even survive today. Jiang Ye repeated his trick and carried the package into the stairwell. This time, he didn't even bother climbing to the 6th floor. He stopped at the 3rd floor landing, between the 3rd and 4th floors. Before opening the package, he scanned his surroundings again. At the same time, he casually checked the chat group. And what he saw was another shocking message. What the hell? Why is another person missing from the chat? It's Kai Daming from Class 1. I remember he took an errands job. What do you mean? Are you saying errands might be dangerous too? Maybe he went exploring somewhere mid-delivery and ran into danger. No clue. And we still haven't found the bodies of Fan Yuhang or Chun Yuan. We don't even know how they died. I'm getting more and more scared. What do? I want to go home. I want my parents sob. For F***'s sake, stop crying. Is crying going to solve anything? Your parents aren't here. No one's going to comfort you. Everyone, just be careful while working. Focus on making enough for rent and improving your strength. Things should get better later. But still, Kai Daming should have at least sent a message before he died. That way, we'd at least know how he died. Maybe the danger was too sudden. He didn't have time to send anything. **T. If it's that kind of danger, then we're all doomed if we run into it. The chat room was filled with fear and anxiety. Some of the more timid girls had already started crying out of fear. Even Jiang Ye felt a weight settle in his chest. At the same time, his determination to grow stronger as soon as possible became even more intense. Meanwhile, his main body, still wearing the disguise mask and appearing bald, went to the errand service station to collect a work badge. Naturally, this attracted the attention of the other errands workers. However, no one dared cause trouble. They only whispered about the bald man in the chat group, but didn't actually do anything. Thus, Jiang Ye's disguised main body successfully obtained a work badge and his first errand job. At the same time, his replica smoothly opened the second package. This time, the compensation fee was a staggering 26,000. Inside the cardboard box was a jet black dagger. The blade looked razor-sharp, with a faint red glow shimmering along its edge. Jiang Ye's mind lit up. He immediately pulled Little Bing from his hiding place and commanded, "Little Bing, use your detection skill to analyze this dagger." "Yes, master." Little Bing agreed cheerfully. A moment later, its mini-display screen showed the dagger's details. Poison Blade Blood Dagger. Stamina +4. Energy +2. Poison attack +10. Chance to trigger. Deadly poison and bleeding effects. Hiss. Jiang Ye took a sharp breath. This dagger was way better than the disguised mask he got from the bronze treasure chest. Not only did it boost his stats more, but it also added poison-type attacks. And it even had a chance to trigger deadly poison and bleeding, although he wasn't sure how those effects worked exactly. At this stage, most beginner players were unarmed. To put it bluntly, except for a few strong ones, almost everyone else was a weakling. With this dagger, Jiang Ye could instantly surpass 99% of the students. Even in the duel room, his chances of winning were far greater than losing. However, just as he was about to pull out the poison blade blood dagger in excitement, a voice suddenly rang out from the stairwell above, on the 4th floor. Well, not bad. Looks like you got yourself a strong weapon. That voice. Jiang Ye shuddered, his heart skipping a beat. Almost instinctively, he gripped the poison blade blood dagger in his hand. A warm current seemed to surge from his palm into his body, filling him with an inexplicable sense of power. It was this feeling of strength that quickly steadied his emotions. But once he came back to his senses, Jiang Ye was surprised, not just because someone had spoken in the stairwell. More importantly, he recognized that voice. Sure enough, following the sound, he looked towards the 4th floor staircase and saw a familiar figure walking down. It was Yang Wenchao from his class. Yang Wenchao was thin and wore a black tactical jacket. As soon as he saw Jiang Ye, he called out his name. It's actually you, Jiang Ye. It wasn't surprising that they knew each other, being classmates. But in reality, Jiang Ye, who wasn't very social, had only a slight acquaintance with Yang Wenchao. Jiang Ye's lack of sociability mainly stemmed from his low presence. He had few friends and was the kind of person that teachers and classmates alike tended to overlook. Yang Wenchao was also an outsider, but in his case, he was actively disliked and ostracized by many classmates. The reason? Apparently, back in their first year of high school, rumors spread that Yang Wenchao had stolen money. However, back then, Jiang Ye and Yang Wenchao weren't in the same class. Jiang Ye wasn't one for gossip, so he had only vaguely heard about it and didn't know the details. Their only interaction happened in their 3rd year, when they ended up in the same class. It was a Friday, Jiang Ye recalled, when Kai Daming's tablet, one he had secretly brought to school, went missing. Instead of searching for it, Kai Daming immediately accused Yang Wenchao of stealing it. As a result, the entire class started pointing fingers at Yang Wenchao, even bringing up his past accusation of theft. Yang Wenchao adamantly denied it, but no one believed him. They insisted on searching his backpack. Jiang Ye normally didn't involve himself in these matters. But at that moment, he was solving an electromagnetic conversion physics problem, and the nonstop chatter was irritating him. So he intervened, and with just one glance, he found Kai Daming's tablet. It turned out that Kai Daming had disguised his tablet with a textbook-like cover so he could play with it during class. Somehow, he had forgotten about it, and the tablet had ended up wedged between a stack of books. A complete misunderstanding. Kai Daming just laughed it off, praising his new tablet cover for being super cool, without even thinking of apologizing to Yang Wenchao. None of the other classmates thought an apology was necessary, either. Yang Wenchao, being reserved, didn't demand one. But at that time, he had specifically turned to Jiang Ye and said, "Thanks." That was it, just a small, insignificant moment. It was practically the only conversation the two social outsiders had during their entire 3rd year. Jiang Ye never expected to run into Yang Wenchao here in the stairwell. And even more unexpected, this guy was completely different from how he was at school. Back at school, he always kept his head down, eyes averted, avoiding everyone. But now he stood tall, shoulders squared, eyes sharp with determination. Even his presence carried a subtle sense of oppression. And his tone just now, it had a commanding arrogance. He was like a completely different person. Jiang Ye couldn't help but wonder, did this guy get possessed or something? Or maybe, was he reborn? Of course, there was another possibility. Maybe the apocalypse itself had changed Yang Wenchao's mentality and aura in such a short time. No matter the reason, Jiang Ye had every reason to suspect. Yang Wenchao was probably really strong now. And Kai Daming, who was just reported dead in the chat group not long ago. Could have been killed by Yang Wenchao. And another thing, earlier, when Jiang Ye was in the stairwell, he hadn't encountered any classmates. Other students in the chat group had also mentioned that they hadn't run into anyone while running errands upstairs. So why was Yang Wenchao here now? Jiang Ye's mind filled with doubts as he instinctively tightened his grip on the poisoned blade blood dagger. By now, Yang Wenchao had already descended the stairs and was standing just a meter away by the railing. He let out a strange chuckle. Didn't think you'd have the guts to steal packages. As he spoke, his eyes flicked to the dagger in Jiang Ye's hand. Judging by the look of that knife, the compensation fee must be in the tens of thousands, right? Then he glanced at the personal assistant robot beside Jiang Ye and mused, and with this little gadget too, you've opened 2 packages. That's about 30,000 in compensation, huh? Jiang Ye gripped the dagger tightly, his expression wary, remaining silent. Yang Wenchao wasn't surprised by his reaction. He casually ran a hand over the wristbands on both his wrists. Jiang Ye noticed they looked like powerful combat gear, possibly even on par with his poison blade blood dagger. After touching the wristbands, Yang Wenchao continued speaking. Actually, I also realized how valuable these packages are. But unlike you, I don't take orders and open them myself. I prefer robbing others of their packages. At this, Jiang Ye grew even more tense. His mind raced. Could Xiao Bing's self-destructibility combined with his poisoned blade blood dagger be enough to take down Yang Wenchao? Or should he try playing the emotional card and ask to join his robbery crew? Or maybe send an SOS in the chat group? One thing was clear. Yang Wenchao was here to rob packages. Even though Jiang Ye had already opened them, they could still be stolen. And then, he'd have to be silenced. Kai Daming had probably died this way. Jiang Ye's heart pounded wildly, tension building to the point where it felt like his blood was rushing to his scalp. But then, Yang Wenchao's next words took him by surprise. He let out another eerie chuckle and slowly said, "If I had run into anyone else, the next part of the story would have been simple. Kill them, take their loot, and snatch their packages. But of all people, I ran into you, Jiang Ye. I've never believed in that good people get rewarded crap. Besides, Jiang Ye, it's not like you're some saint. But, my friend, you should be grateful for one thing. Good people don't always get rewarded, but anyone who's helped me, Yang Wenchao, will definitely be repaid." As he said this last line, Yang Wenchao's smile faded, and his tone became especially firm. Jiang Ye was the type to instinctively doubt whatever people said. But strangely enough, he believed this. He felt a little more at ease, though he still didn't let his guard down completely. Yang Wenchao continued, "So, I'm not going to kill you, and I'm not going to rob you. In fact, I even have some good news for you. You owe at least 30,000 in package compensation fees, right? Well, there's a much easier way to deal with that. When you reported the package loss, you must have received a notification. If you don't pay the compensation by midnight, you'll lose 1 survival point. When your survival points go negative, that's when you get erased. And I happen to know a very simple way to earn survival points." Survival points. Jiang Ye's data panel clearly showed his survival points at 0. And when he first arrived at the apartment, the announcement mentioned that players could exchange survival stones for survival points. Survival points, in turn, could be used in the Doomsday Apartment after passing the beginner's test to exchange for anything a player desired. That word, anything, wasn't ordinary. It directly reflected how precious survival points and survival stones were. Because of that announcement, many people had subconsciously assumed survival points could only be obtained by exchanging survival stones. But now, Yang Wenchao's words clearly suggested something else. Jiang Ye wasn't stupid. He figured it out instantly. He looked at Yang Wenchao with caution and coldly said 2 words. "Killing people." A flicker of surprise flashed through Yang Wenchao's eyes. But then, he quickly raised an eyebrow and said, "That's right, killing people." Then, he let out a strange chuckle. These beginner players are basically like sheep in a greenhouse. They're way too easy to kill. And for every person you kill, you get 1 survival point. Tell me, isn't that the simplest way to earn them? His tone was light, almost casual, but to Jiang Ye it was chilling. Not because Yang Wenchao was terrifying, but because of this system. Right now, most beginner players were just helpless sheep. But in this brutal survival environment, they would have to grow stronger. And over time, this rule, killing people grants survival points, would inevitably drive some players to kill indiscriminately. No real reason, just for survival points. Jiang Ye had no idea how much his classmates would evolve over the next 10 days. But the announcement did mention old players, who were probably even more ruthless than he imagined. And then there was the issue of Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan's deaths. A sudden thought struck Jiang Ye, and he turned sharply toward Yang Wenchao. He hesitated before asking, "Did you kill Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan?" But Yang Wenchao didn't answer. Instead, he simply smiled, seemingly pleased, and said in a light-hearted tone, "I don't care what others think, but personally, I love this Doomsday Apartment game. All those people I hated back then, just imagining them realizing how weak and pathetic they are, screaming in despair as they struggle. It really puts me in a great mood. Newbies." And you, Jiang Ye. As he finished speaking, he suddenly fixed Jiang Ye with a sharp stare. Jiang Ye instinctively held his breath, his heart rate slowing. Then, Yang Wenchao spoke again, this time in a calm, deliberate voice. "You're just slightly stronger than the people I despise the most. And with this, my repayment is over. From now on, if we ever meet again, you will still die by my hands. Good luck." As he said this, Yang Wenchao's figure blurred. He was suddenly right beside Jiang Ye. He casually patted Jiang Ye's stiff shoulder, then brushed past him with an easy stride. A second later, his figure flickered once more, vanishing down toward the third floor. Jiang Ye's body remained tense as he stared toward the third-floor stairway. But Yang Wenchao's figure was already gone. Even now, Jiang Ye did not dare to relax. After all, Yang Wenchao looked strong and absolutely insane. Jiang Ye recalled an old story. A warrior once massacred an entire clan, but in the midst of the bloodshed, he found a lone child. Feeling a rare twinge of conscience, the warrior put down his blade, murmured a Buddhist prayer, and gently wiped the blood off the child's face. Then he said, "Heaven values life. Because you are still young, I will spare you. But remember, if we ever meet again, I will not hold back." With that, the warrior left. The story seemed to end there. But just as the listener assumed the child had survived, the warrior suddenly returned. He smiled and said, "Oh, hello there. I told you. Next time, I won't be merciful." Then, with a flash of his blade, the child was beheaded on the spot. Jiang Ye was terrified that Yang Wenchao would pull the same move, saying he was repaying a favor now, only to immediately turn around and say, "Oops, it's our next meeting." So, without hesitation, Jiang Ye rushed up several flights of stairs and exited the stairwell at the 8th floor. Only after confirming that Yang Wenchao hadn't doubled back did he finally lean against the wall and exhale slightly. Meanwhile, his weaker original body, worried about running into Yang Wenchao, didn't even dare to take the stairs anymore. So instead, his main body stayed in the first-floor lobby and opened his package there. He barely even glanced at the contents before darting into the elevator. However, since the first-floor lobby was crowded, his strange actions immediately caught a lot of attention. Soon, the chat group erupted into discussion. "Holy sh*T. I just saw some bald old dude pick up a work badge at the errand service station, take a package, and then, get this, open it himself. Bald old dude? But there are only 80 of us in the player list, and we all know each other. So that bald guy can't be a player, right? Yeah, I think he's not a player. Maybe he's an apartment resident who happened to pick up his own delivery and open it on the spot. Lu Shun, that doesn't seem right. Based on my observations, non-player residents in this apartment don't seem to be allowed to leave their rooms. So if he was able to take an errand task, he should be a player. But all players are our classmates. None of us are bald. Wait, could it be that the old players mentioned in the announcement have arrived early? Or maybe there's a third hidden faction besides new and old players? That's too complicated. Maybe it's just one of our classmates in disguise. We can already create fireballs with our hands. Having a disguise tool that changes appearance seems pretty reasonable, right? As Jiang Ye's bald disguise became the hot topic of discussion in the chat group, suddenly, a shocking message exploded in the chat group. Zhu Yuping, help! Yang Wenchao is robbing my package. But almost instantly, that message vanished from the chat. If there hadn't been so many classmates actively watching the chat group at that moment, no one might have even noticed. Soon, people started reacting. Holy sh*t. I just saw a message disappear right in front of me. Was that my imagination? No, it wasn't just you. I saw it too. A message just vanished into thin air. But I didn't get a chance to read what it said. Sui Wawan. I saw it clearly. It was Zhu Yuping from Class 1. He said Yang Wenchao was robbing his package. WTF. So Yang Wenchao was robbing Zhu Yuping's package? But why did the message disappear? sh*t. Zhu Yuping's name just went offline from the member list. Wait, seriously? So does this mean Zhu Yuping was killed by Yang Wenchao? What the f***ck? Yang Wenchao is a complete piece of trash. Stealing money in first year was bad enough. But now he's robbing classmates and killing them. Hold on. What if Kai Daming, who died earlier during an errand run, was also killed by Yang Wenchao? sh*t. How the hell do we have such a psychotic scumbag among our classmates? Yuziu. I need to remind everyone, when Zhu Yuping registered with me, his data panel showed that he had a B-tier ability and had mastered a C-tier skill. In our mutual aid group, he was easily ranked in the top 10. The chat, which had been furiously condemning Yang Wenchao, suddenly fell silent. Until Lu Shun. Based on Zhu Yuping's last words, Yang Wenchao was robbing his package. So here's what I'm thinking. What if the reason Yang Wenchao is getting stronger is by robbing packages? And also, remember that bald guy who opened his own package? Lu Shun's words instantly made many classmates realize something. Holy sh*t. Are you saying that those packages contain items that make us stronger? So that bald guy was actually one of our classmates in disguise. He wasn't opening his own package. He was stealing it while pretending to deliver it. f***ck. So who the hell is that bald snake? He discovered such an important secret and didn't bother sharing it. Wait. Even if stealing packages makes you stronger, you'd still die if you can't pay the compensation by midnight. Ding Ding only owed 8,000 and couldn't afford to pay. But Yang Wenchao is robbing other people's packages, so he doesn't have to pay at all. Then how the hell did Baldy dare to do it? He was stealing the very packages he was supposed to deliver. Maybe he plans to power up first and then make money to pay off the debt? Still, that's way too reckless. Should we follow Baldy's example? Open packages first to gain power, then figure out how to pay later. That's too risky. We barely made enough money today just to pay rent. We can't afford to pay for stolen packages. As everyone debated back and forth, a message from Gao Chong appeared in the chat. Baldy's actions are way too reckless. I don't recommend following his example. As for Yang Wenchao, I think what he's done has already crossed the most fundamental moral boundary. He's now a serious threat to everyone's safety. Gao Chang's statement instantly ignited a wave of agreement in the chat. That's right. Yang Wenchao is too much. Stealing packages is one thing, but murder is unacceptable. We should avenge Kai Daming and Zhu Yuping. Yeah, who knows? Maybe he killed Fan Yuhang and Chen Yuan too. I say we take Yang Wenchao out first. Otherwise, none of us will feel safe delivering packages. Agreed. This situation needs to be dealt with seriously. Make an example out of him to deter others. We have to kill Yang Wenchao to send a message. Otherwise, more people might follow in his footsteps. At Wang Lingling, Sisterling, say something about this. Jiang Ye stared at the chat, feeling a bit stunned. He hadn't expected his classmates to start openly discussing murder this early on. Clearly, they were adapting to this new environment much faster than he had anticipated. And interestingly, not a single person had stepped up to defend Yang Wenchao. But just as he thought that, a new message appeared. From Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling, we haven't actually investigated whether Yang Wenchao really committed murder. I hope everyone stays calm and doesn't get carried away by emotions. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow in surprise. But then, Wang Lingling continued. Yang Wenchao, I'm giving you a chance to explain yourself. Would you care to clarify why Zhu Yuping died immediately after accusing you of robbing his package? And what about the deaths of Kai Daming, Chen Yuan, and Fan Yuhang? Were you involved? Yang Wenchao. She was giving Yang Wenchao respect. But Jiang Ye didn't think Wang Lingling was some kind-hearted fool trying to save him. She was probing his strength. Her earlier demand that all mutual aid group members display their player panels made it clear. She wanted to know everyone's true abilities. She was cautious, extremely cautious. Right now, her message was a test. If Yang Wenchao explained himself weakly, it would suggest that he wasn't as strong as her, giving her the confidence to take him down. But if he ignored everyone's killing intent and remained completely unfazed, it would mean that he didn't see any of them as a threat, which meant his power level was something even Wang Lingling had to fear. As Jiang Ye analyzed the situation, another thought flashed through his mind. Wang Lingling is way too cautious. So, was the player panel she showed in the chat really her actual stats? What if she actually had an ability even stronger than S tier and had just hidden part of her strength? Given her personality, that wasn't impossible. And since the chat only displayed text could be faked. At that moment, Jiang Ye realized this group of 80 students wasn't simple. Wang Lingling, Yang Wenchao, Gao Chong, and what about the ones who weren't drawing attention to themselves? Could there be other hidden powerhouses among them? A deep sense of urgency flooded Jiang Ye's mind. He needed to get stronger. Fast. Meanwhile, in the chat, Yang Wenchao never responded to Wang Lingling's mention. But soon, a message popped up from one of the students on the first floor. Holy SH**T. I just saw Yang Wenchao heading into the duel room. He's fast. He moves with an afterimage, like some wuxia light step technique. I saw something on his wrists. It looked like equipment. And he doesn't even look like the same person from school anymore. He's got this aura, like a martial arts master. Seriously, he gives off an even more intense vibe than Brother Chong and Sister Ling. The real question is, how the hell is he even able to enter the duel room? That means his apartment must also be on the 20th floor or higher. I remember Jiang Ye also lives on the 20th floor. His rent is over 120,000. No wonder Yang Wenchao snapped and started killing people. He can't afford the rent, so he's just murdering his way through the game. He's gone full revenge mode. If he really keeps robbing packages from other students, he might actually afford his insane rent and survive today. Not only that, he's going to get way stronger too. Maybe he even started with an insane ability. F***CK. How is it that Jiang Ye, who also lives on the 20th floor, is just some weak nobody relying on the mutual aid group, while Yang Wenchao turned into this lone wolf overlord? Honestly, Yang Wenchao has the potential to become a kingpin, while Jiang Ye just feels like some side character who won't even make it past 2 episodes. Hold on. Yang Wenchao is still a murderer. That's not ambition. He's just a psychopath. True, but let's be real. Jiang Ye is just an ordinary, boring guy. And people like that aren't going to survive. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao is decisive, ruthless, and powerful. I think he's got the best shot at staying alive and becoming unstoppable. Honestly, maybe we should change our perspective. We should be learning from Yang Wenchao. Who knows? When the old players arrive, he might actually be our best bet at survival. What? Why are you all switching sides so fast? Just now, you were all saying we needed to deal with Yang Wenchao, and now you're talking about learning from him? That's because I saw how strong Yang Wenchao is on the first floor. I'm not exaggerating. If you saw him with your own eyes, you wouldn't even think about dealing with him. You just feel pure fear and want to throw yourself at his feet. Exactly. I also saw his back as he entered the duel room, and my entire perspective changed. I strongly advise those who are still talking about punishing Yang Wenchao. Watch your mouths. Words can bring disaster. Some people, you simply can't afford to offend. F***CK that. Who can I afford to offend? What is he, some mafia boss? What, is he going to teleport over and kill me just because I badmouth him in the chat? Maybe he can't kill you right now, but he'll have plenty of chances later. Well, I'm part of the mutual aid group. Sister Ling and Brother Chong have my back. And Sister Ling, don't go soft on us now. A murderer should pay with his life. Yang Wenchao deserves to die. Only by getting rid of him can we keep our class united. After those first-floor students spoke up, 90% of the students who had been calling for Yang Wenchao's death suddenly went silent. Clearly, they were afraid of retaliation. Jiang Ye watched the chat and felt like he was starting to understand Yang Wenchao's transformation. This doomsday survival apartment was a place where strength ruled. All those moral principles, they meant nothing in the face of overwhelming power. Many classmates were starting to realize it too. Or rather, it was instinct, a primal survival response that made them naturally follow the law of the jungle. At that moment, inside the duel room, Yang Wenchao was looking at the chat. The same classmates who once looked down on him, pointed fingers at him, mocked him from their high horses. Now, they were cowering in fear, too scared to even speak. Some had even changed their attitudes after realizing how powerful he was. A strange mix of satisfaction and contempt welled up inside him. It felt like years of pent-up frustration were finally being released. And yet, at the same time, a new kind of frustration took its place. He realized he despised the ugliness of human nature, and that very hatred was feeding his growing desire to kill. But one thing surprised him. Jiang Ye also lived on the 20th floor. No wonder that guy had desperately started opening the packages he was supposed to deliver. It wasn't just recklessness. He probably couldn't afford his insane rent and had decided to go all in. Still, if Jiang Ye's apartment was also on the 20th floor, then he most likely had a bronze treasure chest in his starting room. The only question was, had he found it yet? Yang Wenchao briefly took note of Jiang Ye's situation, but quickly lost interest. He turned his attention back to the game. After paying 1,000 game coins, he started the matchmaking process for the duel mode. And at that exact moment, the chat group suddenly exploded with a major announcement. Ding dang, guys, I'm saved. The 8,000 plus compensation debt I owed. I found a way to pay it off. And Jiang Ye, you're saved too. I discover a method to earn a ton of game coins fast. This news instantly caught the attention of the classmates, and they all started asking Ding Dang what he had discovered. At that moment, Jiang Ye's main body had just returned to the apartment, while his first replica took the elevator back down to the first floor. From a distance, the replica saw Ding Dang standing excitedly at the front desk on the first floor, right beside the apartment administrator. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Ding Dang's messages kept popping up. Does everyone remember how the initial announcement said that the apartment administrator can set additional rules? Just now, I was completely desperate, so I mustered up the courage to ask the administrator if someone like me, buried in massive debt, had any way out. I didn't expect the administrator to actually give me an option, and that is taking out a loan. And it's not just me. Everyone can apply for a loan. The apartment administrator just confirmed that he can issue loans of varying amounts to all of us. However, the loan must be applied for in person, and it comes with interest. So, does anyone want to take out a loan? You can go to the first floor and ask the administrator about your loan limit. You can use the loan to invest in yourself first, improve your abilities, and once you start making money, you can repay it. As soon as this news dropped, all the students were stunned. Who would have thought that this apartment not only offered housing, jobs, and shopping, but even had an administrator handing out loans? But the students weren't stupid. Everyone knew that loans weren't necessarily a good thing. Sure, the idea of improving your earning ability before repaying sounded nice. But the administrator wasn't running a charity. Even canceling a lease required paying a hefty penalty. There was no way loans would be that simple. Just as the students were busy asking about the loan details, Ding Dang had already engaged in a deep conversation with the administrator. Soon, the excitement on his face faded, replaced by disappointment and frustration. At that moment, Jiang Ye's first replica walked over. The moment Ding Dang saw Jiang Ye, his eyes lit up, and he immediately called out, "Come, Jiang Ye, over here." Without waiting for Jiang Ye's response, He grabbed his arm and turned to the administrator. Administrator, look at him. If he becomes my guarantor, how much can I borrow? As soon as those words left his mouth, Jiang Ye's brows furrowed deeply. The middle-aged administrator, with his cold and rigid features, cast an indifferent glance over Jiang Ye before replying expressionlessly. If he agrees to be your guarantor, your loan limit increases to 50,000. Ding Dang's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly believe it. That much? He turned to Jiang Ye as if he were looking at a treasure, even swallowing nervously before speaking again. Jiang Ye, be my guarantor. The 50,000 loan will be my responsibility to repay. As my guarantor, you won't have to worry about anything. Jiang Ye rolled his eyes internally and couldn't help but think. Yeah, right? How the hell could I not be involved? If the guarantor had nothing to do with it, why would they even need one? Ignoring Ding Dang, Jiang Ye directly asked the administrator, what exactly are the guarantor's responsibilities? The administrator remained expressionless and replied in a rigid tone. It's simple. If the borrower fails to repay the loan by the agreed deadline, or if the borrower dies and is unable to repay the debt, then the debt will be transferred to the guarantor. The moment the administrator finished speaking, Ding Dang hurriedly added, the administrator also told me just now that if a borrower fails to repay on time, they will be eliminated. So, to avoid being eliminated, I will definitely pay it back on time. You can rest assured about that, Jiang Ye. He spoke with absolute confidence, but Jiang Ye was left completely speechless. This guy is hilarious. The administrator's meaning was obvious. He was worried that Ding Dang wouldn't live long enough to repay, which was why he needed a guarantor to take the fall. Epsilon-S. And yet, this guy was completely oblivious, not even considering the possibility of his own death, and was confidently promising repayment. Where the hell is this confidence coming from? But Jiang Ye didn't outright reject him. Instead, he turned back to the apartment administrator and asked, is having a guarantor mandatory for taking out a loan? The administrator shook his head. No, but with a guarantor, loan amounts, repayment deadlines, and interest rates will all vary significantly. For example, this student Ding Dang, without a guarantor, he can only borrow 50, and it must be repaid by the end of today. Hearing this, Ding Dang's expression darkened instantly. With a stiff tone, he tried to persuade Jiang Ye again. The difference is just too huge. That's why I want you to be my guarantor. Jiang Ye ignored him and asked the administrator another question. If I apply for a loan without a guarantor, how much can I borrow? The administrator replied, 50,000. Just two simple words, yet the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Ding Dang stared at Jiang Ye in disbelief for a long time before abruptly turning to the administrator. How is that possible? Why can he borrow 50,000 while I can only borrow 50? The administrator, still expressionless, replied coldly. Different people, different limits. I have my own judgment criteria. Hearing this, Ding Dang looked like he had suffered a major blow. His face turned red with humiliation, but he refused to give up. Then, what if I become his guarantor? How much can he borrow then? Administrator, still 50,000. That cold, indifferent answer only deepened Ding Dang's humiliation. At this moment, he finally realized the administrator didn't believe he could live long enough to repay the loan. The reason he was offered 50,000 was because the administrator expected him to die, leaving the debt for Jiang Ye to cover. This administrator was seriously looking down on him. Hadn't he ever heard the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west? Never underestimate the poor youth? Since the administrator looked down on him so much, then he was going to prove him wrong. He was going to become stronger. He was going to earn not just 50,000, but 100,000, just to slap this administrator in the face. Fueled by determination, Ding Dang suddenly straightened up and declared to the administrator with an intense and forceful tone. All right, fine. Jiang Ye will be my guarantor. I'll take the 50,000 loan. His voice was firm, like he was making an unshakable decision. But the problem was, he had never even asked for Jiang Ye's opinion. Jiang Ye was completely dumbfounded. Although all the apartment players were classmates, Jiang Ye was from Class 1, while Ding Dang was from Class 2. The two of them weren't familiar with each other at all. In fact, before getting dragged into this doomsday apartment, they had never even spoken a single word to each other. So how the hell did this guy have the audacity to act like it was only natural for Jiang Ye to be his guarantor? Jiang Ye didn't need to hesitate at all. He immediately turned to the administrator and said, "No way. I never agreed to be his guarantor." As soon as he said that, Ding Dang's already humiliated expression froze even further. He snapped his head toward Jiang Ye, his tone unfriendly. "What do you mean? You look down on me too? You think I can't pay back that 50,000? Jiang Ye really wanted to just answer bluntly. "That's right. I do look down on you." But he didn't want to waste his time arguing with a guy who clearly lacked common sense. So he rephrased it instead. "Of course not. I just think that since you're from Class 2 and I'm from Class 1, instead of asking me, wouldn't it be better to ask Wang Lingling from your own class? Not only do you know her better, but more importantly, if she becomes your guarantor, your loan limit would definitely be much higher." What he said made sense, and for a moment, Ding Dang was almost convinced. But he wasn't completely brainless. Wang Lingling's status was leagues above his. Why would she ever agree to be his guarantor? He could already imagine how it would go. If he went to ask Wang Lingling, she would reject him on the spot, without even bothering to give an excuse. And him? He wouldn't even dare to complain. He'd just leave with his tail between his legs, knowing full well that pestering Wang Lingling was out of the question. Of course, he wasn't going to admit any of that. Instead, he quickly came up with a convenient excuse. "Sister Ling is busy dealing with Yang Wenchao's situation. She doesn't have time to be my guarantor. Besides, I'm only planning to borrow 50,000. You're already here, so you're the perfect choice to be my guarantor. This saves time and gets us a perfect outcome. Why not go for it?" Ding Dang made his argument sound so reasonable and logical. But Jiang Ye had already figured him out. This guy wasn't just dumb. He was a classic bully who only picked on people he thought were easy targets. Realizing this, Jiang Ye lost any remaining patience for so-called classmate camaraderie. His expression instantly turned cold as he said indifferently, "Sorry, I lied earlier. I do look down on you, and I do think you can't pay back 50,000. And to be completely honest, though this might offend the administrator, if I were the apartment administrator, you wouldn't even qualify for a loan of 50. What Jiang Ye said was outright disrespectful. Ding Dang's face turned red, then white, looking as if he was about to start a fight. But at that moment, an even bigger blow landed. The administrator coldly added, "Your loan limit was 50 just now. But now, you don't even qualify for that anymore." Utter humiliation. This was the ultimate humiliation. Ding Dang's face flushed deep red, and he looked like he was about to explode. But just as his emotions surged, a chilling realization struck him. Jiang Ye looking down on him was one thing. But why had the administrator revoked even his measly 50 credit loan? Didn't this imply that, since he had offended Jiang Ye, his chances of dying had increased? Wasn't this a subtle hint that Jiang Ye might kill him? Ding Dang turned to stare at Jiang Ye in disbelief. After all, Jiang Ye always seemed mild-mannered and didn't talk much. But at that moment, Jiang Ye turned to the administrator and asked, "Does the apartment have rules regarding crimes like murder and arson? For example, if I were to kill someone right here in front of you, what punishment would I face?" As soon as he said that, Ding Dang's face turned deathly pale and cold sweat drenched his back. The administrator remained expressionless and replied indifferently, "The apartment's unspoken rules are for you to figure out on your own. But what I can tell you is this. If you kill someone in front of me right now, I will not impose any punishment. Even if someone who is killed before comes to me for business, I will not treat them any differently." Ding Dang's pupils shrank violently. He instinctively took a few steps back, then hurriedly typed in a group chat, "Help! Help! Is anyone on the first floor? Come save me. Jiang Ye is a psycho. He's going to kill me." This message instantly stirred up heated discussion in the group chat. "Whoa, what? Jiang Ye? You mean the one who originally lived on the 20th floor? Ding Dang, what did you do to push Jiang Ye over the edge?" "Jiang Ye lives on the 20th floor. He's not as powerful as Yang Wenqiao, so he's definitely not surviving past today. If he's lost it and wants to lash out, it makes sense that if I remember correctly, Jiang Ye has a C-tier ability. Most people wouldn't be able to stop him. Just as the group was buzzing with speculation, Jiang Ye calmly sent a message. Ding Ding asked me to be his loan guarantor. I firmly refused. He seems to have misunderstood something. Ding Ding immediately replied. Misunderstood my ass. You literally asked the administrator if you could kill someone in front of him. How do you explain that? Jiang Ye, I was just testing things out. Through this loan situation, I realized that talking to the administrator wasn't as dangerous as I initially thought, so I took the opportunity to ask some extra questions. Since multiple classmates have been killed recently, I thought it was a good chance to clarify the rules on murder. Jiang Ye's explanation was reasonable. Besides, if he really wanted to kill Ding Ding, why would he give him time to call for help? Why would he even bother explaining? Most of the students reading the chat felt it was probably a misunderstanding. But Ding Ding refused to let it go and continued shouting in the chat. Don't be fooled by Jiang Ye. He's not as innocent as he looks. When he refused to be my guarantor, he mocked me, saying I wasn't even worthy of living. He's just making excuses now. If I die, it'll definitely be Jiang Ye's doing. Sisterling, you have to avenge me. At Wang Lingling. After sending these messages, Ding Ding looked at Jiang Ye with newfound confidence. His eyes practically screamed. If you lay a finger on me, Wang Lingling will never let you go. Jiang Ye found his smug expression absolutely ridiculous. You're so sure about this. Aren't you afraid that someone might deliberately kill you just to frame me? Ding Ding's expression stiffened, but he quickly retorted, we're all classmates. You think everyone's as crazy as you in Yang Wenqiao? As long as you don't dare kill me, that's all that matters. Just as he finished speaking, he spotted Yu Ziyu, who was in charge of registering members for the mutual aid group, walking over. Ding Ding immediately sprinted over and hid behind Yu Ziyu. Yu Ji, you're finally here. Did Sister Ling send you to protect me? Yu Ziyu had actually been inspired by Jiang Ye's questions and had come to see if he could get more information from the administrator. But since Ding Ding had already said it like that, he decided to step in as a mediator. All right, I saw everything in the chat. We're all classmates. If there's an issue, talk it out properly. No need for all this fighting. You first, Ding Ding. Whether or not Jiang Ye agrees to be your guarantor is his choice. You shouldn't expect otherwise. Now, Jiang Ye, even if you don't want to be his guarantor, there was no need to mock him like that. Also, you're living on the 20th floor, burdened with outrageous rent. How you have no sense of urgency. Are you really planning to rely on your classmates to help you survive while you do nothing? Look at Yang Wenqiao. He also lives on the 20th floor and owes sky-high rent, but he already has the aura of a powerhouse. Just standing there, no one dares question whether he can pay his rent. You should reflect on yourself. Two people living on the 20th floor. Why is there such a massive difference between you? Earlier, when Yu Ziyu had spoken to Lu Shan, he had been polite and friendly. But now, there was an unmistakable tone of authority in his voice, as if he actually held some kind of official power. Seeing that Yu Ziyu had only said a few words to him, but had lectured Jiang Ye for much longer, Ding Ding couldn't help but smirk in satisfaction. However, his smug look suddenly shifted to shock, and he blurted out, Holy sh**t. Yu Ziyu immediately turned to him, sounding slightly annoyed. Now what? Ding Ding exclaimed. Look at the group chat. Something happened. Yang Wenqiao might be dead. Hearing this, both Yu Ziyu and Jiang Ye quickly opened the chat. Sure enough, one of the students who had seen Yang Wenqiao earlier was now posting in shock. F***K. Help! A monster! How is there a monster in the duel room? No, it's not from the duel room. It came from somewhere else. It looks like it's here just to kill Yang Wenqiao. Yeah, we're nearby, but the monster is only targeting Yang Wenqiao, not us. Damn, Yang Wenqiao is really strong. That thing has such tough armor, but he actually managed to break through it. Soon, someone else asked, what kind of monster? Is this happening in the first floor duel room? What does it look like? I haven't seen a monster yet. Xiao Likuan. It's a giant cockroach-like monster. No idea where it came from, but but it can grow and shrink in size. Wang Chong. Its antennae can extend and retract. Right now, it's wrapped around Yang Wenchao. Hiss. Holy sh asterisk t. Yang Wenchao just got cut in half. That was brutal. My eyes. Other students. No way. Cut in half. Then isn't he dead? Xiao Likuan. Dead as dead can be. Jiang Ye and Yu Ziyu had just opened the chat when they saw that last message. Dead as dead can be. Jiang Ye was still in disbelief. Someone as powerful as Yang Wenchao just got killed by a cockroach. The real question was, why did the cockroach monster specifically attack Yang Wenchao? Jiang Ye was still in shock, trying to figure it out, when more messages popped up in the group chat. Wait a minute. You guys said Yang Wenchao is dead, but his name hasn't gone offline from the player list. Xiao Likuan. Whoa, you're right. What's going on? Could it be that what we saw wasn't the real Yang Wenchao? Maybe it's like Wang Lingling's ability, some kind of replication skill. Just as everyone started to feel that something was off, Wang Chong suddenly sent a message. WW what the hell? The Yang Wenchao who just died actually came back to life. Right after that, Xiao Likuan also responded in complete shock. HH holy sh asterisk t. He got sliced clean in half, and he's still alive? Could Yang Wenchao be some kind of reincarnator or a powerful figure who took over someone's body? How the hell is he this overpowered? Wang Chong. I swear to God, this is insane. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. A dead man actually came back to life. If it weren't for the overwhelming shock conveyed in their messages, most people would have thought they were joking. But their words felt too real. Soon, other students started asking, "Are you serious? You guys saw Yang Wenchao revive with your own eyes? How exactly did he revive? Did his severed body parts just stick back together? What about the cockroach monster that attacked him? Did it keep attacking him after he revived?" The group chat was now exploding with messages. It was clear that nearly every student was paying attention to what had happened to Yang Wenchao. After a long pause, the two eyewitnesses finally responded again. Holy sh asterisk t. After reviving, Yang Wenchao just took down the cockroach monster. The giant cockroach's body disappeared completely, turning into a flash of white light. After the white light faded, a black iron treasure chest appeared. And on top of that, Yang Wenchao's body started glowing gold. At that moment, Wang Lingling suddenly added, "That golden glow means Yang Wenchao just leveled up to level 1. Ding dang is. So you're saying, even when he was still level 0, he could already fight a cockroach monster?" Lu Shun, there are 3 key things we need to figure out. First, why is Yang Wenchao so strong? Second, why did the cockroach monster specifically target him? Third, his resurrection. How did it happen? Sui Yuan, if this survival game apartment really allows resurrection, then this is huge for us. By Rowan. But resurrection probably has certain conditions, right? This is critical information. Yang Wenchao should share it with us. Almost every student was consumed by the word resurrection. They were practically desperate to pry open Yang Wenchao's mouth and force him to spill his secret. Sensing the growing frenzy in the group, Lu Shun quickly analyzed. Everyone calm down. Resurrection definitely isn't something that can be done easily. Yang Wenchao is too extraordinary. There's a high chance that he has an ability even stronger than Ling Jie's, and his resurrection might be a unique power tied to his ability. Nigerian Ira. For the rest of us, we might not be able to replicate what he did. Even though his reasoning was sound, many students were still unwilling to accept it. They kept spamming the chat, relentlessly tagging Yang Wenchao and demanding answers. Perhaps he got tired of it, or maybe he was just in a good mood after leveling up, but suddenly Yang Wenchao responded, "Fine, since I'm in a good mood after leveling up, I'll answer your questions, Doc. First question, why did the cockroach monster specifically attack me? I'm not entirely sure, but I have 2 possible explanations. First, I've killed people. Second, I robbed a rare package from Kai Daming. That package might have belonged to the cockroach monster. So, if any of you have stolen or opened someone else's package, be careful. You might get hunted down for it. Jiang Ye felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew Yang Wenchao was saying this for his benefit, because he had also opened someone else's package. That meant he could be targeted at any moment. His whole body tensed up in high alert, fearing that some monster would suddenly pop out of nowhere and take him out in an instant. Meanwhile, Yang Wenchao continued. Second question, why am I stronger than you guys? Do I really need a reason to be strong? If I had to give one, it's because I dare to kill people and I dare to kill monsters. Third question, how did I come back to life? As soon as this message appeared, the entire apartment fell into a tense silence. Every single player held their breath, waiting for Yang Wenchao to reveal the secret of his resurrection. Fortunately, he didn't keep them in suspense for long and answered directly. It's simple. I have survival points. Based on my analysis, 1 survival point equals 1 extra life dot. Now, you're probably wondering, how do I get survival points? Since we're all classmates, I'll tell you. The way to obtain survival points is simple. Kill people. I killed Qin Yuan and Fan Yuhang, which gave me 2 survival points. Then I killed Kai Daming and Zhu Yupeng, which gave me another 2 survival points. So altogether, I now have 4 extra lives. Okay, that's all the answers you're getting. If you're smart, you'll stop tagging me. Otherwise, I'll make sure whoever tags me next disappears from the apartment. His words radiated absolute dominance. But at this moment, every student was fixated on one thing: the secret of resurrection. Their minds buzzed, as if they had just been forcibly introduced to an entirely new world. Killing people granted survival points, and survival points were essentially revival tokens. This was practically forcing them to kill each other. If this continued, out of the 80 students trapped in this apartment, how many would actually survive the beginner's test? Right now, some students were ecstatic, while others were terrified. The ones celebrating were thrilled that getting extra lives was so easy. Just kill people. But the ones afraid, they could already see how many of their classmates were about to die after this revelation. And whether they were excited or scared, none of them would ever look at their classmates the same way again. At this moment, the seed of slaughter had been planted in the hearts of almost every student, and some had already begun contemplating murder. After all, the temptation of resurrection was too great. Even Jiang Ye couldn't deny its appeal. However, he remained highly skeptical of Yang Wenchao's claims. Did he really resurrect using survival points? There was no actual proof. Yang Wenchao could very well be lying. It was entirely possible that he had revived using some other method and had deliberately fabricated this explanation, just to watch his classmates descend into chaos, killing each other for the chance to survive. And honestly, with Yang Wenchao's twisted personality, that possibility wasn't small at all. As Jiang Ye was deep in thought, analyzing the situation, a sudden chill shot up his spine from the soles of his feet straight to his head. His survival instincts kicked in instantly, and he snapped his hand up, gripping a wrist that had been swinging toward him. In that hand, a short blade, about 10 centimeters long, gleamed coldly. Ding Dang's face was twisted with rage, teeth bared. He had used all his strength to drive the knife toward Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye's grip on his wrist was just as forceful. His own face flushed red from exertion as they wrestled, one attacking, the other resisting. Meanwhile, Yu Ziyu stood there completely stunned, but he quickly processed what had happened. Yang Wenchao's words had pushed Ding Dang over the edge. Ding Dang wanted to kill Jiang Ye to gain survival points, a chance at resurrection. Given their earlier conflict, now was the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. And to be honest, it wasn't just Ding Dang. Even Yu Ziyu himself was starting to consider taking a life for the same reason. Of course, directly killing someone still felt a little too extreme for him. But what if, in the process of mediating a fight, he just so happened to accidentally kill someone? That would be completely reasonable, right? Nobody would have any grounds to accuse him of murder. By that logic, the person who should be accidentally killed here was Ding Dang. After all, he had been the one to initiate the attack. But Yu Ziyu had his own calculations. Jiang Ye was already a dead man walking. There was no way he would survive past today. Ding Dang on the other hand, might still have some potential. Between the two, if one had to be sacrificed, then letting Jiang Ye die would be the more profitable choice. Not to mention, Ding Dang's knife was already aimed at Jiang Ye. If Yu Ziyu stepped in now, pretending to break up the fight, but actually helping push the knife into Jiang Ye, it would be effortless. In just a split second, Yu Ziyu made his decision. He immediately put on a furious, authoritative expression and shouted at Ding Dang. Ding Dang, what the hell are you doing? Let go of Jiang Ye right now. As he spoke, he moved to seize Ding Dang's knife, and he was fully prepared to accidentally help it pierce straight into Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye didn't feel relieved by Yu Ziyu's so-called helping hand. On the contrary, his nerves tightened even more. In truth, this replica of his was physically stronger than Ding Dang. However, since Ding Dang attacked first, Jiang Ye had to hastily defend himself. His legs were bent, and his upper body was leaning backward, clearly an inefficient posture for exerting force. As a result, resisting Ding Dang took far more effort than it should have. If this deadlock continued, Jiang Ye could hold out, but he needed time. Yet Yu Ziyu's sudden intervention made him extremely uneasy. He wasn't sure if Yu Ziyu genuinely wanted to help him or had ulterior motives. He couldn't let the situation spiral further out of control. He had to make a decisive move. Just before Yu Ziyu reached out to snatch the knife, Jiang Ye let out a sharp shout, but he didn't tell Ding Dang to let go. Instead, golden light technique. Whoosh! A golden beam shot straight at Ding Dang's twisted face. Jiang Ye aimed for his forehead, but his accuracy was off. The golden light pierced through Ding Dang's cheek instead, instantly leaving a rice-sized hole in his face. Ding Dang let out a sudden, agonized scream. But Jiang Ye wasn't done. Taking advantage of Ding Dang's momentary loss of strength, he twisted the short knife in his grip and plunged it back into Ding Dang. And that still wasn't enough. He then pulled out his own poison blade blood dagger and viciously stabbed it into Ding Dang's body. Poochie, Poochie. The dark-colored dagger was instantly stained with slick, crimson blood. It was Jiang Ye's first time killing someone. Of course, it wasn't a clean, precise kill. Instead, he stabbed again and again, his hands trembling violently as he gripped the knife. Yu Ziyu had been prepared to kill, but even he had never witnessed such a scene. He stood there, frozen in shock, unable to react for a long moment. When he finally snapped back to reality, he shouted at Jiang Ye in horror. Stop! Jiang Ye, stop right now. Ding Dang is going to die. Ding! You have killed a level 0 player. Congratulations, you have earned +1 survival point. Jiang Ye was jolted back to his senses by the notification. Clang! His hand went limp, and the dagger slipped from his grip, clattering to the ground. But almost instantly, he snatched the poison blade blood dagger back up, his gaze wary and alert as he turned toward Yu Ziyu. Seeing Jiang Ye's mental state, Yu Ziyu didn't dare approach him. The thought of accidentally killing Jiang Ye vanished from his mind immediately. After all, in a direct confrontation, he had no certainty of winning. Moreover, Jiang Ye just gained a survival point, which meant he now had the chance to resurrect. If he killed Jiang Ye now, there was a good chance Jiang Ye would come back, just like Yang Wenqiao, and might even turn the tables on him. At this realization, Yu Ziyu not only abandoned the idea of killing Jiang Ye, but even began to fear him. He took a few steps back before speaking again in a sharp voice. What? Are you planning to kill me too? At that moment, the group chat exploded with messages. Holy sh**t. The member list just shrank again. Ding Dang from Class 2 is dead. No way. So Ding Dang wasn't lying when he said Jiang Ye was going to kill him? We just learned the secret of resurrection. And now, Jiang Ye already killed someone? In beta. Could it be someone else who killed Ding Dang and framed Jiang Ye? I don't think Jiang Ye is the type to kill someone unprovoked. While the chat buzzed, Jiang Ye kept his eyes locked on Yu Ziyu as he typed. Just now, after Yang Wenqiao revealed the secret of resurrection, Ding Dang suddenly ambushed me. I fought back in self-defense and ended up killing him. Yu Ziyu was at the scene. He can vouch for me. Yu Ziyu, of course, saw Jiang Ye's message. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "That's right, I was there." Ding Dang did attack first. The chat went silent for a brief moment. But soon, doubts emerged. Still, self-defense doesn't mean you had to kill him, right? Isn't this a bit too brutal? Jiang Ye, are you seriously claiming that when you defended yourself and killed Ding Ding, you weren't thinking about earning a survival point for resurrection? Clearly, survival points were at the forefront of everyone's minds. The conversation quickly shifted back to that topic. Lu Shen spoke up. Jiang Ye, did you actually get a survival point? And did you receive a notification confirming that survival points can be used for resurrection? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before replying. I did receive a +1 survival point notification, but I'm not sure if it can actually be used for resurrection. In fact, before Ding Ding attacked me, I already had doubts about Yang Wenchao's claims. It's entirely possible that he made up the idea that survival points can be used for resurrection just to manipulate us into killing each other. As soon as Jiang Ye said this, the academically gifted students, Wang Lingling, Lu Shun, Sui Wewan, immediately had a realization. Resurrection couldn't possibly be that simple. There was a real chance that Yang Wenchao had been lying. But not everyone had a scholar's mind. Most of the classmates, already blinded by greed, responded with sarcastic sneers. Huh, so now that you've earned a survival point, you're pretending it's useless? That's like a billionaire saying they don't care about money. Exactly. You already got the benefits while leaving us to starve. How was this any different from rich people telling us to work harder? If we really want to know if survival points can be used for resurrection, it's simple. Just kill Jiang Ye and see if he comes back. Jiang Ye stared at these messages, utterly dumbfounded. Just yesterday, his classmates weren't like this at all. It was obvious. Yang Wenchao's revelation had stirred up their deepest desires. Their words were growing more vicious and full of hostility. And just then, the very person who had arrogantly told everyone not to at him, Yang Wenchao, suddenly tagged Jiang Ye. Huh, accusing me of lying? Do you really understand the consequences of challenging me? At Jiang Ye, since you've already opened a package and gained a survival point, who knows when a monster might come after you? Rather than getting killed by some random monster, why not just hand over your life to me? What do you say, Jiang Ye? Want to do me a favor? At Jiang Ye, clearly, Yang Wenchao was stirring the pot, enjoying the chaos. His words instantly fueled the fire. Wait, Jiang Ye opened a package? That means he's going to be hunted by monsters. Even if he isn't, he can't pay his rent. He's dead either way. So really, Yang Wenchao has a point. If Jiang Ye is doomed anyway, why not let us use him for resurrection? Just as public opinion was overwhelmingly against Jiang Ye, Wang Lingling stood up and spoke. Everyone calm down. Today, you might justify killing Jiang Ye for a so-called chance at resurrection. But tomorrow, someone else will use the same excuse to kill you. Put yourselves in his shoes. What if you were the ones labeled as the ones who should die? Don't just focus on the idea that killing could earn you a resurrection opportunity. What you should be worried about is that you might become someone else's tool for resurrection. We cannot start down this path. We don't know whether Jiang Ye will be killed by monsters or not. But we absolutely cannot use that as a reason to kill him. And it's not just about Jiang Ye. Every member of the mutual aid group should be protected in the same way. After these messages, the chat fell silent for a long time. Then, after a while, a few female students spoke up in agreement. Sister Ling is right. Do not do to others what you would not want done to yourself. If we do this to Jiang Ye today, we could be in his position tomorrow. Agreed. We're human. We're higher beings. We can't let ourselves turn into beasts, losing all sense of morality. Supporting Sister Ling. Honestly, having someone like her backing our mutual aid group is our greatest fortune. In an instant, Wang Lingling gained widespread support, and her reputation soared even higher. Of course, words were just words. No one could say for sure what their classmates were really thinking. Jiang Ye, seeing that he was no longer the prime target of public outrage, let out a sigh of relief. He quickly used his fear of being hunted by monsters as an excuse to say his goodbyes to Yu Ziyu. At the same time, the looming threat of a monster attack spurred him into action. He quickly accepted a cleaning task on the 20th floor and took the elevator back up. However, he didn't start working right away. Instead, he first returned to his apartment on the 20th floor. Inside the apartment, Jiang Ye's main body and his replica shook hands. The one survival point that the replica had earned automatically transferred to his main body. And at that moment, Jiang Ye received a system notification. Would you like to consume one survival point to create a new replica? Yes/no. As expected, survival points can be used to create replicas. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered with excitement upon hearing the notification. A new replica meant new labor power. That meant he could earn money even faster. But more importantly, a new replica meant a new ability. Just as Jiang Ye was about to instinctively choose yes, something suddenly occurred to him, and he hesitated. Instead of making a hasty decision, he had replica number 1 take out his personal assistant, Little Bing, and place it on the coffee table. There was already a tiny, pinky-sized miniature lantern sitting on that table. At first glance, it looked just like an ordinary pendant. But in reality, it was an item Jiang Ye had obtained when he opened a package while bald. And this tiny pendant came with an insane compensation fee of 188,000 yuan. When Jiang Ye first saw the notification, he was utterly stunned. That sky-high penalty was even higher than his daily rent. He had almost stuffed the lantern back into the package on the spot, hoping to return it somehow. But he knew one thing: the higher the penalty fee, the more valuable the item. At this moment, he instructed Little Bing to use detection on the miniature lantern. Soon, Little Bing's screen displayed the lantern's information. Lucky Lantern. Effect: increases luck slightly for 1 hour upon activation. F******. Just these 2 simple lines. And that cost 188,000 yuan. However, luck attribute? Was this an undisplayed hidden stat? If every player had a hidden luck attribute, Jiang Ye had a strong suspicion that Yang Wenchao possessed an insanely high luck stat. People like Wang Lingling and Gao Chong were probably quite lucky too. As for Jiang Ye himself, it was hard to say. If he was lucky, then why was he the only one who failed his awakening? If he was unlucky, then how did he later awaken an overpowered X-tier ability? Perhaps extreme luck and extreme misfortune were just 2 sides of the same coin? Jiang Ye couldn't figure it out. But then, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Could luck influence the initial ability of a replica? His eyes widened in realization. If he activated the Lucky Lantern before creating a new replica, wouldn't that greatly increase the chance of obtaining a more powerful ability? If he could get a replica with an SSS tier ability, then forget 188,000 yuan. Even 1.88 million would be worth it. But now, Jiang Ye faced a dilemma. The Lucky Lantern's effect lasted for 1 hour. If he could accumulate more survival points and create multiple replicas within that hour, the effectiveness of a lantern would be maximized. But if he waited to accumulate more points, he would be wasting the chance to create a powerful replica right now. He couldn't have it both ways. Without further hesitation, Jiang Ye activated the Lucky Lantern. The miniature lantern glowed with a soft, colorful light. And at that moment, he made his choice. Yes. Ding. Congratulations. You have created a new replica. A flash of white light filled his vision. In the next moment, another Jiang Ye appeared. But suddenly, Jiang Ye felt his head grow heavy, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. His entire body felt weak and drained. He quickly lay down on the sofa, coming to a realization. His energy attribute wasn't high enough to effortlessly control 3 bodies at once. This meant that his main body's attributes were crucial. Either he had to increase his stats to handle more replicas, or he needed to merge his replicas, strengthening his main body while reducing the number of duplicates. So in the end, his main focus still had to be on improving his original body. By midnight in-game, he would have to consider merging a replica to strengthen himself. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye quickly checked replica number 2's stats. And the moment he saw them, His exhausted eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Jiang Ye. Level 0. Stamina 5.2. Energy 5.2. Combat power 46. Survival points 0. Ability. Hard work pays off S. Effect. Your deliberate practice will always yield results. Skills. Absolute focus. Combat stance. Absolute focus. A. When you immerse yourself completely in a task, you enter a state of total concentration for 1 minute. Depending on your level of focus, attributes and comprehension will increase accordingly. ARBS. Combat stance. A. When you enter a combat stance, your physical attributes receive a temporary boost. After exiting combat stance, your combat instincts will improve. Holy *T. An S-tier ability, and it came with 2 A-tier skills, both of which could temporarily increase his stats. Even absolute focus could enhance comprehension, which meant that Jiang Ye's training efficiency in the training room would be far greater than anyone else's. At the same time, combat stance would allow him to grow even faster in battle. Moreover, this replica's base attributes had already surpassed 5, and its combat power had soared to 46. That was almost as high as Gao Chang's combat power of 48. However, Gao Chang had powerful lightning-based abilities. This new replica was clearly suited for close combat. For now, it probably couldn't beat Gao Chang. But that didn't matter. Jiang Ye's potential far surpassed everyone else's. Of course, only if he managed to survive long enough to grow. The Lucky Lantern's effect lasted for a full hour. Jiang Ye wasn't about to waste it. He had replica number 1, who was about to start his cleaning job, with a lantern on his body. At the same time, worried that number 1 might be ambushed by monsters, he gave the disguise mask to replica number 2 and had him stay invisible, tailing number 1 in secret. After hesitating for a moment, he also handed the poison blade blood dagger to number 2. Meanwhile, Little Bing, the personal assistant with a self-destruct function, remained with number 1. With everything set up, replica number 1 moved in the open, while number 2 lurked unseen in the shadows. Together, they left apartment 2025. As for Jiang Ye's main body, due to his mental and physical exhaustion, he collapsed onto the apartment's sofa. Number 1 had taken on a cleaning task for apartment 2064. To reach it, he had to walk in the opposite direction of the red-lit elevator. From a distance, that side of the corridor looked much darker. It gave off a dangerous, ominous feeling. Even though number 2 was strong, Jiang Ye didn't let it make him reckless. He moved slowly, cautiously. Under the dim light, number 1 carefully checked each apartment number. Meanwhile, number 2 kept a close watch on their surroundings. As they neared apartment 2048, number 1 felt nothing unusual. But number 2 suddenly sensed a wave of bone-chilling cold. Instantly, both replicas tensed, and in the very next moment, a hissing sound echoed through the dimly lit corridor, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. Number 1's grip tightened on the kitchen knife in his hand. But then, a strange cold and slippery sensation suddenly brushed against his wrist. Shocked, he instinctively jerked his hand away. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of black flying off his wrist. It looked like a thin, snake-like creature. Its pitch-black form blended perfectly into the darkness, vanishing in an instant. A creeping numbness began spreading through number 1's right hand, making it hard to even hold the knife. Jiang Ye had 0 combat experience, and now, unable to see his attacker, panic crept into his heart. But number 2 was different. He acted immediately. Without hesitation, he activated absolute focus. Combat stance. In an instant, number 2 entered a trance-like state of total concentration. It was as if time itself had stopped in the dark corridor. And in this frozen moment, even the slightest movement stood out. Hiss, whoosh, a strange sound, a gust of wind. Number 2's eyes snapped open, sharp and deadly. His hand shot out, slashing with the poison blade blood dagger. Poochie, hiss, splurt. The hissing sound suddenly changed, turning into an ear-piercing screech of pain. A foul-smelling liquid sprayed from the snake's mouth, shooting toward the replicas. But both dodged just in time. Number 2 didn't stop. Still in his trance-like state, he struck again, his dagger flashing toward the snake's weak spot. Even though he couldn't confirm what kind of creature it was, he followed the rule of striking at a snake's 7-inch vital point. Poochie, splurt, hiss. Back when Jiang Ye killed Ding Ding, his hands had shaken violently. But this time, his strikes were decisive, ruthless. A final, sharp shriek filled the air. Then, a blinding white light flashed. At the same time, a notification rang in Jiang Ye's mind. You have successfully killed a level 1 Shadow Ring Serpent. Gain plus 10 energy points. Ding! You have leveled up to level 1. Stamina plus 1. Energy plus 1. And in the place where the white light faded, a black iron treasure chest appeared. Holy sh*T. Not only had he leveled up, but he also got a black iron treasure chest. Replica number 1 quickly picked up the treasure chest, while replica number 2 immediately checked his status panel. Jiang Ye. Level 1, 0 out of 100. Stamina 6.2. Energy 6.2. Combat power 54. Survival points 0. Ability hard work pays off S. Skills absolute focus A. Combat stance. As expected, his stamina and energy increased by 1 point each, and his combat power had skyrocketed to 54. With this level of strength, he was undoubtedly among the top players in the apartment. More importantly, the monster he had just killed was a level 1 Shadow Ring Serpent. Yet he had taken it down while still at level 0. This just proved how insanely powerful an S-tier ability was. Jiang Ye figured that Yang Wenchao's ability must be at least S-tier, maybe even higher. Of course, it was also possible that Yang Wenchao had some other advantage. Jiang Ye quickly shook off his thoughts and opened the black iron treasure chest. Inside was a silver-white ring. As usual, he had Little Bing perform a detection scan. Spatial ring, level 1. Effect, provides 1 cubic meter of storage space. Cannot store living beings. Damn, a spatial ring. It wasn't exactly a combat enhancement, but it would definitely make his actions more convenient. Now that he thought about it, Bairuo Wan's pocket space didn't seem as special anymore. However, there was a key difference. The spatial ring could be stolen. Bairuo Wan's pocket space, on the other hand, was permanent and non-transferable, and it was likely much larger than just 1 cubic meter. Still, for now, this was more than enough. Jiang Ye equipped the ring onto replica number 1's finger and stored both the kitchen knife and Little Bing inside it. His right hand still felt stiff and weak from the snake's venom, but after rubbing it for a while, the numbness started to fade. With heightened caution, he continued his way to apartment 2064. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye didn't notice, but as he walked away, the door to apartment 2048 silently creaked open. A dark shadow flickered past the doorway, and then the door shut again without a sound. Fortunately, there were no more dangers along the way. When Jiang Ye finally arrived at apartment 2064, he didn't hesitate. Since he had already decided to test the cleaning job, there was no point in hesitating now. Just as he raised his hand to knock on the door, a sudden system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Apartment announcement. Congratulations to Yang Wenchao for becoming the first player in this apartment to reach level 2. Reward: Black Iron Treasure, Chest X1, a Nigerian Iris section. What the hell? Yang Wenchao already reached level 2. That was insanely fast. Jiang Ye immediately opened the group chat. Little Li Kuan had just shared an update. Yang Wenchao hasn't been ambushed by monsters again. He must have been battling players from other apartments this whole time. It didn't take long for others to connect the dots. Wait, so you can level up by fighting in the duel room too. He probably won against players from other apartments. That's why he leveled up. So now, Yang Wenchao is officially the strongest player in our apartment. Damn, I want to challenge players from other apartments too. But the duel room is only available to players living on the 20th floor or higher. I feel like if Jiang Ye wants to survive today, his best bet is to fight in the duel room too. There's no way he can pay that insane rent just by doing odd jobs. Sigh. Some people want to fight in the duel room, but don't have the chance, while others have the chance, but are too scared to fight. That's just how the world works, just like how money always flows to those who don't need it. Tragic. But at least we're lucky to have someone like Yang Wenchao in our apartment. It was obvious. Many students were still hostile toward Jiang Ye. Some were even mocking him outright. Jiang Ye ignored them, but in his mind, he was now eager to use the duel room. With replica number 2's strength, his chances of winning were high. The knock at the door. While these thoughts ran through his head, replica number 1 finally knocked on apartment 2064's door. But then, something terrifying happened. At that exact moment, Jiang Ye's main body, resting in apartment 2025, also heard knocking. His entire body jolted, and he instinctively turned to look at his own door. What the F***? Was he hallucinating? There was no way that apartment 2064 and apartment 2025 were the same room, right? Or did knocking on any apartment door on this floor cause knocking sounds to echo through all the rooms? Jiang Ye wasn't sure, but the eerie knocking sound sent chills down his spine. Meanwhile, at apartment 2064, the door silently swung open, but there was no one behind it. Replica number 1's entire body tensed, his back breaking into a cold sweat. But after a closer look, he realized there was someone there. Or rather, it was a robot assistant, similar to Little Bing. It was just so short that it was hard to notice at first. Jiang Ye let out a sigh of relief. Then, the assistant's cold, emotionless voice rang out. "Are you cleaner number 007? Please present your work ID." This robot assistant had clearly been customized. Unlike Little Bing's cute and soft voice, this one spoke with a strict professional tone. It sounded exactly like a no-nonsense office worker. Hearing it, Jiang Ye instinctively thought of his math teacher. The pressure instantly skyrocketed. Jiang Ye didn't dare waste time. He quickly presented his work ID. The miniature robot scanned it and then led him into the apartment. As it glided across the floor, it continued speaking in that strict, business-like tone. "The owner is not home. I will supervise your cleaning task." Jiang Ye let out a small sigh of relief. No people? Good. He had mild social anxiety and was worried that interacting with the tenant might be dangerous. But as he glanced around the apartment's living room, something felt off. The place was spotless. It didn't look like it needed cleaning at all. Before he could ask, the robot spoke again. "The owner is very particular about hygiene, which is why the apartment is so clean. Your task is to find exactly 10,086 strands of the owner's fallen hair. You must then wash, dry, apply hair treatment to each strand, and carefully store them. Once completed, your task will be considered finished." Oh, Jiang Ye froze. What kind of bizarre cleaning task was this? But then again, weird as it sounded, it didn't seem that difficult. And this robot assistant seemed reasonable enough. So he simply asked, "Do you have any special tools for collecting hair?" From what he had learned at the cleaning service hub, cleaning tools were supposed to be provided by the tenant. No need to bring his own. However, the robot's response was, "The owner's hair is extremely valuable. It must never be touched by vacuum cleaners, mops, or any other cleaning devices. You must search for it with your eyes and pick it up by hand. And you must be extremely careful. Not a single strand can be damaged. If even one hair is ruined." The robot's display screen showed a terrified expression before it continued. "The owner will be very, very angry. And your fate will be very, very tragic. Very, very tragic. What the F***? Jiang Ye swallowed hard and asked, "Can I cancel this cleaning task right now?" "Of course," the robot replied. Jiang Ye felt relieved for a second. "Until, you only need to pay a 12,000 yuan cancellation fee." What the F***? His wages for this job were only 6,000 yuan, but the cancellation fee was 12,000. Why not just rob me outright? Jiang Ye had already racked up 350,000 yuan in debt. And while debt was debt, he couldn't just give up and let it pile up endlessly. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Where exactly is your owner's fallen hair?" "It's scattered throughout the entire apartment. However, The bathroom has the highest concentration. Jiang Ye sighed. Fine, I'll start in the bathroom. Meanwhile, while replica number 1 was stuck doing the most absurd cleaning task ever, replica number 2, still invisible with the disguise mask, had remained outside apartment 2064. After confirming that number 1 wasn't in immediate danger, he decided to head to the dual room on the first floor. However, he had barely taken a few steps toward the elevator when suddenly a dark shadow blocked his path. That shadow appeared out of nowhere. There hadn't been a single sign beforehand. At this moment, Jiang Ye's number 2 replica was still in stealth mode. He instantly became alert, but wasn't sure if the shadow could actually see him, until a deep, resonant voice emerged from the darkness. Short on money? What? Short on money? Jiang Ye remained uncertain and didn't dare to respond. Seeing no reply, the shadow seemed impatient and directly exposed him. That little invisibility trick. Who do you think you're fooling? I'll ask again. Are you short on money? I can help you amass wealth quickly, faster and easier than working as a cleaner. Good one. Fast and easy money? Why did this sound exactly like a scam pitch? Jiang Ye instinctively didn't believe it. But since he had no idea what this shadow was, he didn't reject it outright. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, what exactly do I have to do to make this fast money? Simple. The shadow appeared to be a creature completely wrapped in a black robe. It seemed to raise a hand. A jade token flew toward Jiang Ye. He caught it, inspecting it while listening to the shadow's explanation. Wear it. Any survival points you earn from killing will be stored inside. After that, return to the 20th floor and find me. I'll buy this jade token from you at a rate of 1 survival point for 100,000. For example, if you collect 5 survival points, you can exchange them for 500,000. Hiss. Hearing that, Jiang Ye was startled. He was currently in debt for 350,000, a sum he definitely couldn't pay off just by working. And according to this shadow's deal, he only needed to kill 4 people. Not only could he clear his debt, but he'd even have extra cash. This was truly tempting. Jiang Ye strongly suspected that Yang Wenchao's constant killings, and his strength far surpassing the other students, were due to a similar deal with this shadow. Anu. However, Jiang Ye's situation was different from Yang Wenchao's. He could use survival points to generate replicas. At this rate, exchanging 1 survival point for 100,000 was absolutely not worth it. And according to his own judgment, the real value of survival points and survival stones must far exceed 100,000. This shadow appeared to be making a deal with him, but in reality, it was ripping him off. From this perspective, the shadow itself likely couldn't earn survival points from killing. That's why it needed to make these deals with players. Jiang Ye thought for a long time. He wasn't the kind of person who killed indiscriminately, nor would he go around murdering just for the sake of survival points. But if there was truly no way to repay his 350,000 debt, then working with this shadow might be a way out. So, instead of rejecting the shadow outright, he asked, as long as I have this jade token on me, all survival points from my kills will be absorbed into it. The shadow caught the hidden meaning in Jiang Ye's question and nodded, explaining, if you want to keep the survival points for yourself, just leave the jade token in your apartment or store it in a spatial item. However, let me remind you, survival points are useless inside this apartment. If you can't leave this apartment alive, then all the survival points in the world won't mean a thing. Clearly, this was a push to convince Jiang Ye to store his survival points in the jade token and exchange them for cash. Jiang Ye didn't respond. He put the jade token away and said to the shadow, I'll think about it carefully. The moment he spoke, the shadow that had been blocking his way seemed to vanish into thin air. Jiang Ye scanned his surroundings, but in the dim light, he couldn't see anything. After a brief moment of thought, he immediately headed toward the red-lit elevator. He used the disguise mask to transform his appearance into a bald-headed man before taking the elevator down to the first floor. In the first floor lobby, several students had gathered at the front desk. It looked like they were all preparing to take out loans from the apartment administrator. The moment Jiang Ye, now bald, stepped out, he drew their attention. A few of them instantly started whispering. That bald guy, is he a classmate in disguise? Or an actual apartment resident? I remember Li Wenjie from class 1 has a detection type skill. Maybe she can figure it out. Li Wenjie went upstairs on an errand. No idea when she'll be back. When she returns, we should have her check the duel room. Maybe she can expose the bald guy's true identity. But if he's actually an apartment resident and gets hit with a detection skill, won't he go berserk and start killing? I doubt it. Even if he does, Yang Wenchao is in the duel room. He wouldn't just stand by and watch, right? But forget about it. We'd be lucky if Yang Wenchao doesn't take advantage of the chaos to steal Li Wenjie's kill. Never mind whether that bald guy is a classmate or a resident. We should just stay out of it and avoid unnecessary trouble. Ugh, if only I were as strong as Yang Wenchao. I'm taking out this loan to use the training room. Hopefully, I can boost my stamina and energy. I'm hoping I can unlock a skill. Jiang Ye ignored their chatter completely. As soon as Jiang Ye stepped into the duel room, he saw rows of machines that looked like ATMs. There were 2 rows in total, each with 10 machines, 20 dual devices in all. The machine closest to the door on the left side had a green light on, indicating that Yang Wenchao was using it. The other 19 machines were idle. Besides that, 2 students were standing near Yang Wenchao's machine, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chong, the same 2 who had been actively sharing updates about Yang Wenchao in the group chat. The moment they saw the bald-headed Jiang Ye, their eyes filled with wariness. But Jiang Ye walked over openly and glanced at Yang Wenchao's machine. With that one look, he immediately understood what Xiao Liquan and Wang Chong were watching. Because on the ATM-like enclosed machine, there was a display screen the size of an A4 paper. And on that screen, Yang Wenchao's duel was being broadcasted live. The scene showed an arena the size of a basketball court. Yang Wenchao was currently engaged in a fierce battle against a quick-footed female opponent. She was likely a player from another apartment, looking to be in her early 20s, probably a college student. However, she might have been an athlete or trained in martial arts. Even against Yang Wenchao, she wasn't at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Jiang Ye was a little surprised. He had assumed that with Yang Wenchao's strength, he would be unbeatable in the duel room. But now, it was clear that the top players from other apartments were no pushovers either. Fortunately, victory or defeat in the duel room only affected money, not life and death. Even if someone lost, they would only lose money. They wouldn't actually die. So in essence, this duel room was like a virtual game. Jiang Ye watched from the side for a while. Seeing that Jiang Ye wasn't here to cause trouble, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chong gradually relaxed and refocused on Yang Wenchao's battle. As Yang Wenchao started to fall behind, Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. Didn't Yang Wenchao bet 100,000 on this match? If he loses, he's going straight back to square one. Xiao Liquan nodded. Nothing he can do. His opponent this time is too strong. That girl is probably at least an S-tier ability user. Plus, I have a feeling that the opponent Yang Wenchao gets matched with is based on how much money he bets. At this time of day, anyone betting 100,000 must be a serious player. Wang Chong grumbled, "Damn it, I can't even scrounge up 100. And here Yang Wenchao is losing 100,000 like it's nothing. Comparing yourself to others is just asking for pain." Xiao Liquan sighed even deeper. If literally everyone in the world was transported into these apartments, then the people at the very top of the pyramid might be even stronger than Yang Wenchao and this girl. After all, with such a massive population, there must be some insanely lucky people who are beyond our imagination. Wang Chong suddenly had a thought. Super lucky people. Could that mean someone with an SSS tier ability? Damn, I wish my parents had SSS tier abilities. That way, when I reunite with them, I'd instantly be a rich second-gen kid. Xiao Liquan was speechless. But thinking about it, if their parents really became top-tier powerhouses and they managed to survive long enough to reunite, then yeah, they actually would be rich second-gen kids, wouldn't they? Now, that was an exciting thought. Just as the two of them were lost in their daydreams of luxury, a sudden notification rang in their minds. Ding! Apartment announcement. 8 residents have reached level 1. The apartment ranking board is now activated. 1008 Beginner Apartment Ranking Board. 1SD Place, Yang Wenchao, Level 2. 2ND Place, Wang Lingling, Level 1. 3RD Place, Zhang Jintian, Level 1. 4TH Place, Gao Chong, Level 1. 5TH Place, Ke Zhengfei, Level 1. 6TH Place, Lu Shun, Level 1. 7TH Place, Jiang Ye, Level 1. 8TH Place, Su Yuan, Level 1. This ranking board became the third player feature, alongside the data panel and chat group. It looked empty and desolate, displaying only 8 names. But the moment it appeared, the chat group exploded. Damn, no way. There are already 8 people who reached level 1. Gao Chong is so strong, yet he's only ranked 4th. This ranking must be sorted by the time of level up for players with the same level. Zhang Jintian and Ke Zhengfei have been keeping a low profile and never joined the mutual aid group, yet they've already reached level 1 too. Wait, Jiang Ye reached level 1 as well. Did he level up when he killed Ding Ding? Yuziu, Jiang Ye probably didn't level up from killing Ding Ding. I heard that leveling up causes a flash of golden light, but he didn't show any at the time. So he got chased by monsters later, and he actually survived and leveled up? Does that mean the monsters aren't that strong? Not strong, my ass. I remember Yang Wenchao saying that Jiang Ye had opened a package. He must have gotten some powerful item from it, which is why he was able to kill the monster and level up. F*******. I want to go steal packages now. Don't be reckless. Package stealing is pure luck. You might get something good, but you'll definitely have to pay a massive compensation fee. Still, I'm so jealous. Those who reach level 1 are not just stronger, but also get to be on the ranking board. Meanwhile, us level 0s are literally nobodies, like background cannon fodder in a novel. New. Exactly. I really want to level up too. It's like that Maslow's hierarchy thing. Paying rent and working is just the lowest level survival need. Leveling up and getting stronger is the real higher pursuit. By the way, those who reach level 1, can you share how you did it? Maybe the rest of us can follow your example. A heated discussion about leveling up erupted in the chat, but none of the 8 ranked players responded. Just then, on the screen of Dual Room Machine Number 1, a bold FIL notification popped up. Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong, who had been distracted by the chat, snapped back to reality, their eyes wide in shock. No way. Yang Wenchao actually lost. 100,000, just gone like that. I remember the rent for a room on the 20th floor is only 120,000 per day. He really is stupidly rich. I bet Yang Wenchao is in a bad mood after losing 100,000. Should we leave before he takes it out on us? Yeah, let's get out of here. Without hesitation, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong quickly fled the dual room. Jiang Ye, staring at the fail on the screen, also felt uneasy. He wanted to use the dual room to fight strong players from other apartments. But using it cost money, and right now he had debt, not money. So, after leaving the dual room, Jiang Ye headed straight to the apartment administrator's front desk. A few students were still gathered there, nervously avoiding eye contact with him. Jiang Ye ignored them and asked the administrator directly, "How much is my loan limit?" When his number 1 replica had asked before, the administrator had set his limit at 50,000. But now it was number 2 replica asking. The administrator glanced at him expressionlessly and answered, 300,000. The moment this number was spoken, the students nearby were left absolutely stunned. When they looked at Jiang Ye again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if they were looking at a ghost. They had already guessed that this bald guy was one of their disguised classmates, but they never expected this classmate to have a 300,000 loan limit. For normal students, getting a few hundred in loans was already a blessing. Very few could even break 1,000. As for loans over 10,000, they had never seen it happen, and yet this bald guy just casually got 300,000. What the hell kind of insane privilege was this? Everyone here knew that loan limits were based on a player's potential in the administrator's evaluation. The higher the potential, the higher the loan limit. In other words, this mysterious bald classmate was absolutely not ordinary. Could he be Zhang Tian or Ku Zhengfei, the two low-key players who had made it onto the ranking board? The students began throwing out all sorts of wild theories about Jiang Ye's true identity. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye calmly inquired about the loan interest rates. In the end, he only applied for a 500 loan, agreeing to repay 600 by the next reset at midnight. As he took the loan voucher and prepared to return to the duel room, the chat group suddenly exploded with activity again. The cause? Some students had started bragging about how strong their apartment's players were, boasting that having 8 level 1 players in such a short time was an impressive feat. As more students enthusiastically praised the ranking board's top players, Yang Wenchao, who had just lost 100,000, suddenly rained on their parade. A measly few level 1 players, and you guys are already getting cocky? You really have no idea how small you are. I'm probably the strongest in our apartment. But in the duel room, the players I encountered from other apartments were everywhere, stronger than me, equal to me, or just outright monsters. There are countless players just as powerful as me, if not even stronger. If you all keep being this naive and carefree, with zero sense of urgency, you're guaranteed to become cannon fodder. You won't even pass the beginner apartments test. If any other student had said this, they probably would have been mocked and dismissed. But coming from Yang Wenchao, it made a huge impact. Many students instantly felt the pressure. As the mood in the chat shifted from excitement to anxiety, Yang Wenchao suddenly spoke again. After gambling in the duel room, I've realized one thing. If you're strong enough, making money is ridiculously easy. You could casually win 80,000 to 100,000 from a single battle. Of course, that's only if you can win. And I just lost 100,000 in a single match. The entire chat group fell into stunned silence, then exploded in shock. They didn't even have 100,000 for 10 days of rent, yet Yang Wenchao lost that much in one fight. What the hell? The gap between them and the top players was just too massive. No matter what kind of environment they were in, those at the top of the pyramid always left the ordinary people in the dust. As the students were still reeling from the shock, Yang Wenchao continued. 100,000 is nothing. If I get stronger, I'll win it back in no time. So, I'm planning to organize a team to explore the depths of the third floor corridor and see if we can level up together. The chat group instantly went wild. Holy sh*T. Team leveling. That's genius. I've been dying to level up, and we get to level up with a top player leading us? This is too good to be true. F*******. Brother Chow is a legend. From now on, if anyone dares to talk sh**T about him, I, Su Kai-Xian, will personally fight them. Brother Chow is the best. I'm dropping everything right now to join his team. Clearly, after the ranking board appeared, the desire to level up had reached an all-time high. Hearing team leveling from Yang Wenchao made everyone incredibly excited. It was the perfect opportunity to latch onto a powerful ally. However, Yang Wenchao quickly followed up with another message. Exploring the corridor depths will be dangerous, even in a team. I need people who can fight and handle risk, not deadweights looking for a free ride. So if your combat power is below 20, don't bother coming. If your combat power is over 20 and you want to level up fast, meet me at the third floor elevator in 10 minutes. His decisive statement instantly changed the mood. Students with low combat power started wailing in disappointment, realizing they had just gotten excited for nothing. But those with over 20 combat power, there weren't many of them. They hesitated. On one hand, leveling up was a huge opportunity. On the other, Yang Wenchao had killed people before. His brutal and unpredictable nature was well known. What if he just killed his teammates? However, teaming up with someone as strong as Yang Wenchao would make exploring the corridor much safer. The pros and cons were clear, but that only made the decision harder. Jiang Ye hesitated as well. Should he join the team first, level up, and then go to the duel room? Or should he go straight to the duel room, make money, and observe how the corridor exploration played out from the sidelines? Jiang Ye hesitated for only a moment before decisively taking his 500 loan and heading toward the duel room. After all, he was still disguised as a bald uncle. If he joined a large team for leveling, he'd definitely be questioned. Even if he dropped the disguise and joined as himself, it would still be a bad idea. He had previously displayed his data panel using number 1 replica, which had shown his ability as C-tier gold element affinity. But if the team required him to show his panel again, and it suddenly revealed an S-tier ability, hard work pays off, it would raise way too many suspicions. So instead, it was safer to avoid large groups and investigate the duel room first. Meanwhile, back in room 2064, at the same time, number 1 replica, stationed in room 2064, had finally finished cleaning the first bathroom, removing a total of over 1,000 strands of hair. Holding each wet, tangled strand, Jiang Ye couldn't shake off a deep sense of unease. Following the personal assistant's instructions, he stored the 1,000+ hairs inside a large, water tank-like container. Then, he moved toward the master bedroom's bathroom. But then, he noticed something surprising. A bronze treasure chest was sitting openly on the bay window. This bronze chest seemed completely out of place in the spotless, orderly apartment. Jiang Ye's eyes flashed, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. He walked directly toward the bay window, while casually explaining to the personal assistant robot, "For the master bedroom, I'll start cleaning from the bay window." The personal assistant robot didn't object. "Do as you wish, as long as you ensure all 10,086 strands of hair are found and intact." Jiang Ye nodded, approaching the bay window, and placed a hand on the bronze treasure chest. His body stiffened, his mind tensed, but he pretended to be calm as he asked, "Does this need to be cleaned too?" The personal assistant robot paused for a moment before responding. "What do you mean?" "The blanket on the bay window. The owner's hair wouldn't normally fall under the blanket, but if you're unsure, you can check." Jiang Ye's eyes lit up with surprise. This meant the personal assistant robot couldn't see the bronze treasure chest. But was it just the robot? Or were all non-player residents unable to see treasure chests? Jiang Ye didn't dare waste time. He immediately stored the chest in his pocket space. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued cleaning the hair. Back in the duel room, number 2 replica, sensing number 1 replica's loot, felt instantly better. He entered duel machine number 2, thinking, "There are only 20 duel machines in this room. But if one day I have 20 replicas, wouldn't that mean I could take up all 20 machines myself?" Ha ha ha. Just the thought of it made him excited. But with only 10 days in the beginner phase, it was unlikely he'd be able to control 20 replicas at once. Jiang Ye cleared his thoughts and focused on duel machine number 2. The machine resembled an ATM, and stepping inside felt just like using an ATM to withdraw cash. The moment he entered, the door automatically closed, completely sealing him in. A robotic voice verified his identity as a 20th floor tenant, then automatically deducted 100 survival points as a machine usage fee. Suddenly, as Jiang Ye sat down, some kind of mechanism activated. A high-tech helmet lowered onto his head. In an instant, his consciousness blurred, and he felt as if he were falling into a dream, until he arrived in an entirely new space. A new world, the War God battlefield. The space was massive, resembling the lobby of an apartment complex. Everywhere he looked, people filled the area. Young, old, men, women, all of them were Doomsday Apartment players. Above every player's head was a black title. Nameless Black Iron, the giant electronic screen. At the north end of the hall, the largest crowd was gathered. Behind them stood a giant electronic screen displaying War God ranking. 1 SD place, Lin Jing, Stubborn Bronze, 100%. 2 E place, Jiang Wenhan, Stubborn Bronze, 100%. 3 RD place, Shabo, Stubborn Bronze, 100%. 4 TH place, Li Junkie, Stubborn Bronze, 100%. 5 TH place, Wang Qingjin, Stubborn Bronze, 100%. 6 TH place, Ku Peng, Stubborn Bronze, 92.3%. The entire leaderboard was filled with Stubborn Bronze players. Meanwhile, everyone in the first floor hall, including Jiang Ye, had the title Nameless Black Iron. It was obvious. Nameless Black Iron was a lower-tier rank than Stubborn Bronze, and those who made it onto the War God ranking were the elite of the elite, the true apex predators of the player base. The War God ranking displayed 100 names. This Stubborn Bronze label seemed to be a title, while the percentage number likely represented their battle win rate. Jiang Ye scanned the entire list from top to bottom, but didn't see Yang Wenchao's name anywhere, which meant even Yang Wenchao, one of the strongest in their apartment, wasn't good enough to make the list. No wonder he had warned the chat group that other apartments are filled with powerful players. Just how strong were these ranked players? As Jiang Ye was lost in thought, a burly bald man beside him suddenly struck up a conversation. "Brother, first time in the duel room? You here just to check things out? Or are you looking to fight someone?" Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, but didn't reject the conversation. "I mainly came to take a look," he admitted. "As for fighting, I'm too weak to stand a chance. By the way, how does dueling work here?" "Oh, that's easy." The bald man grinned, his tone growing friendlier after hearing Jiang Ye admit he was weak. "This entire duel room is actually a giant virtual space connecting multiple apartments, just like an old-school online game. The structure is similar to our apartment building, with different floors. New players start in the first floor hall, where we can admire the War God ranking and gape at the monsters we'll never reach. The second floor is where actual matchmaking battles take place. If you're willing to pay extra, you can even spectate other people's fights. As for the third floor, only those who have achieved the title Stubborn Bronze can enter. So for us nobodies, we can only access the first and second floors for now." Jiang Ye nodded and glanced around the hall. No wonder all the players here have the title Nameless Black Iron. This first floor lobby must be full of newcomers like me who just entered the duel room, right? The bald man's eyes flickered, and he sneered inwardly. Of course not. There aren't just newbies here. There are also plenty of veterans who specialize in scamming newcomers. But naturally, he wouldn't say that out loud. Instead, he laughed cheerfully and nodded. "Yeah, pretty much." Then, as if to reassure Jiang Ye, he added, "Brother, you just said you're too weak to challenge anyone. But honestly, most of the newbies in this first floor lobby aren't that strong either. Think about it. Anyone who can enter the duel room this early is just lucky enough to have been assigned to an apartment on the 20th floor or higher. Many of them have D-tier or even E-tier abilities. If someone awakened a C-tier ability, they'd already be considered one of the stronger ones. In that case, if you fight a fellow newbie, your chances of winning are actually pretty good. Besides, the duel room is a virtual environment, just like playing a game. Even if you lose, you're only losing money, not your life." Then, the bald man suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice deliberately. "I've been here a little longer than you and have gathered some intel on newcomers. If you're interested in trying a duel, I can introduce you to an easy opponent for a test match." The bald man looked like a warm-hearted, straightforward good guy. But Jiang Ye wasn't stupid. His school had even held lectures on fraud prevention. There was no way he believed this bald guy's nonsense. Still, he didn't reject him outright. Instead, he put on a curious expression and asked, "So, the duel room system, isn't it random matchmaking? Can you actually pick your own opponent?" The bald man grinned and explained, "The duel room does have both matchmaking mode and challenge mode. But in matchmaking mode, even though it's called random, the system actually pairs you with an opponent whose combat power is roughly the same as yours. In that case, your chances of winning are about 50-50. If you win some and lose some, it's hard to make money. If you're unlucky, you might even lose money. But in challenge mode, you can choose a weaker opponent. That way, your chances of winning go way up." Hearing this, Jiang Ye felt something was off. If everyone just challenges weaker opponents, won't the weaker players go bankrupt in no time and stop coming to the duel room? The bald man chuckled and shook his head. "Of course not. The duel room is fair. In challenge mode, both sides have to agree before the match can happen. If a stronger player challenges a weaker one, the weaker player can completely refuse. But us newcomers all start as Nameless Black Iron, basically nobodies. Just looking at appearances, you can't tell who's strong or weak. So in challenge mode, you often get matches where one side is way stronger than the other. For the stronger side, it's like picking up a bargain. And what I mean is, I can help you pick up those bargains. The opponent's a girl, weak as hell, and way too naive. Super easy to trick. I pretended to be weak and challenged her before. Won easily. If she didn't already know she can't beat me and reject my challenges outright, I wouldn't be passing her along to someone else. The bald man's logic actually made some sense in a way. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then deliberately put on a conflicted, guilty expression. But she never did anything to me. If I go out of my way to scam her, wouldn't that be kind of wrong? As soon as he said this, the bald man visibly froze. He stared at Jiang Ye for a long while, as if hesitating. But soon, he suppressed whatever emotion he was feeling and deliberately widened his eyes in shock. Come on, bro. Don't tell me you're this naive. When you got teleported into the apartment, didn't you hear the system say Doomsday Apartment? It's the freaking apocalypse. You're seriously still trying to follow moral codes like some saint. The key point is, even if you don't scam others, others will scam you. Besides, in an apocalypse setting like this, I think our moral standards should be a little lower. From that perspective, this isn't even scamming. It's called teaching a lesson. I mean, it's not like anyone's dying in the duel room. If we scam someone once, at least they'll learn from it. Looking at it another way, we're actually doing a good deed here. Of course, if your conscience really won't let you, I won't force you. Let's just say we were chatting and made a new friend. But bro, since you're here in the duel room, that means you live on the 20th floor or higher. Your daily rent must be over 100,000, right? With ring above Thailand body, yes. Not sure if I'll even see you tomorrow, though. Speaking of which, we're both bald. That's a kind of fate, isn't it? What a pity, Sai. The bald man's regretful tone made it sound like Jiang Ye was already dead because he couldn't pay rent. Jiang Ye knew exactly what this guy was doing, trying to pressure him with rent. It was just like those scam cases where they lure people in with promises of easy money. That girl, the bald guy mentioned, was most likely his accomplice. They probably figured Jiang Ye wasn't strong and wanted to work together to scam him. Jiang Ye thought for a while and fell a bit torn. Because according to the bald guy, opponents in matchmaking mode would have combat power similar to his. Without absolute strength or hidden cards, making stable money through matchmaking mode would be tough. So, if he really wanted to profit in the duel room, challenge mode was the better option. The problem was opponents in challenge mode could refuse. How to make others think he was weak and accept the challenge. That was the real problem every bargain hunting player faced. And guys like this bald man, who teamed up to scam people, were probably everywhere. Should he just expose the bald man outright, and then join his scamming gang instead? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the war god ranking and asked the bald man, "But based on what you said about these two modes, how do the top-ranked players on the war god ranking have a 100% win rate? If they're that strong, weaker players definitely wouldn't accept their challenges. And the opponents they get in matchmaking mode should also be strong. In that case, shouldn't it be impossible to maintain a perfect win rate?" The answer to this question was actually quite simple. The bald man had just mentioned that matchmaking mode pairs players based on combat power. And a player's combat power value is determined by their attributes, abilities, and skills. But their items aren't factored in. This meant that two players with the same combat power value could still have a huge gap. If one had powerful items, they could completely crush the other. This was something you'd notice after watching a few matches. And this was why the top-ranked players on the War God ranking could maintain a 100% win rate. Jiang Ye had just arrived at the duel room, so it was normal if he didn't know. Of course, the bald man was well aware of this secret, but he had no intention of telling him. He deliberately lied. Well, maybe those top players have their own unique advantages. For example, if they trained in martial arts, even if their opponent's combat power is similar, they could still keep winning. The world of top-tier players is beyond our imagination, so it's normal if we don't get it. Normal? Jiang Ye thought for a moment and started forming some theories about why the top players kept winning. And as these theories took shape, he looked at the bald man again, and suddenly had a bold idea, because there were plenty of newbies in this first-floor lobby. So how did this bald guy single him out as a scam target? Did he just look easy to fool? Or is it a random pick? Probably neither. Jiang Ye's mind shifted, and he suddenly turned to the bald man with a smile. Bro, I thought it through. Conscience can't put food on the table. If I don't start making money, I won't even be able to pay today's rent. Bro, take me under your wing. I'll definitely remember your kindness. The bald man had spent all this effort just waiting for these words. He sneered inwardly, but his face still wore that friendly, enthusiastic grin as he said, Hey, it's not about taking you under my wing. No need to be so polite. I just believe that having more friends means having more opportunities. But speaking of which, you'll need to tell me your combat power first. That way, I can make sure you can actually beat that girl. Jiang Ye nodded and, with his honest, naive-looking bald head, replied earnestly, No problem. My ability is a C-tier gold element affinity. My stamina is 1.2, energy is 2.4, combat power is 5.5, and I've also mastered a skill, Golden Light Technique. He spoke so smoothly, without a hint of hesitation, that it didn't seem like a lie at all. The bald man was secretly pleased and immediately started hyping him up. Come on, bro, with that strength, you're already considered a strong player in the entire duel room. And yet, you were just saying you were too weak to fight? That's way too cautious. Jiang Ye put on a confused look and continued in his honest tone. Am I really strong? I have no idea. Before the apocalypse, I was just a shut-in, fat, and lazy. Never exercised, never even killed a chicken. This 5.5 combat power, when it comes down to a real fight, I might not even be able to use half of it. Hearing this, the bald man finally relaxed. After all, trying to scam someone with 5.5 combat power would have been a bit of a challenge. But if this guy couldn't fully use his strength, that was perfect. So he patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder and reassured him. That's fine. Even if you can only use half of your 5.5 combat power, it's still an easy win. Come on, I'll take you to find that naive little girl. But bro, you'll have to talk to her yourself. I scammed her before, so if she sees us together, she definitely won't accept your challenge. Jiang Ye nodded, showing he understood. At the same time, as this bald man led Jiang Ye toward the second floor, he secretly sent a private message to his accomplice. Got another newbie. 5.5 combat power. Seems pretty gullible, probably not pretending to be weak. The recipient, whose contact name was Li Ran, replied immediately. Does he have any items? Players on the 20th floor should have started with a bronze treasure chest. This so-called bald man was actually named Su Jingyao. She quickly replied to Li Ran. Nah, he's as unlucky as me. His bronze treasure chest only gave him a disguised mask. So, just like me, his actual appearance is completely hidden. Whether he's a guy or a girl, no one knows. But I think it's probably a young girl. She was naive enough to worry about whether scamming people is immoral. Su Jingyao casually complained in her message. To her surprise, Li Ran hesitated before replying. If she's really just an innocent girl with no experience, wouldn't it be a bit too cruel for us to scam her? Su Jingyao immediately responded. Sister Ran, think it through. The world has changed. And besides, since she agreed to a challenge, that means she wants to scam others too. If she loses money in the end, it's her own greed to blame. She deserves it. And it's just the duel room. It's not like anyone's actually dying. Sister Ran, your job is to pretend to be a naive girl. Don't actually start acting like one at the critical moment. Li Ran didn't reply after that. Meanwhile, still in disguise as a bald man, Su Jingyao led Jiang Ye up the stairs to the second floor. Once they reached the emergency exit, she pointed in a direction. See that girl over there in the white school uniform? Go over and ask if she's willing to accept a challenge. She'll definitely ask about your combat power first. Don't tell the truth. Just say it's 1 point something or 2 point something, and that you haven't learned any skills. She'll fall for it and accept your challenge. Oh, and by the way, that schoolgirl lives in the same apartment as her family. Her parents gave her a lot of money. When you challenge her, make sure to bet big. 1 or 2,000 isn't a problem. Jiang Ye looked flustered. I don't even have 1 or 2,000. I only have 500 total, and that's from a loan from the apartment administrator. I already paid 100 for the dual room entry fee, so I only have 400 left." Hearing that, Su Jingyao felt even more certain that this was a done deal. A loan limit of 500 meant even the apartment administrator didn't think he had much potential. But after all that effort, scamming just 400, forget it. Even 400 was better than nothing. Random matchmaking could easily result in losing money instead. She reassured Jiang Ye a bit more before urging him to go find Li Ran. The second-floor lobby was much larger than the first floor. It was laid out like a movie theater, packed with rows upon rows of seats. When a player sat down, a control panel automatically appeared in their mind. This panel displayed maps of both the first and second floors, marking each player as a red dot. That's when Jiang Ye realized, in challenge mode, he didn't even need to see his opponent in person. He could simply issue a challenge directly through the map in his mind. Besides that, players could also spectate ongoing battles. However, spectating required an extra fee. 100 survival points to watch battles in the Black Iron Duel Room. 1,000 survival points to watch battles in the Bronze Duel Room. Of course, whether or not a battle was available for public viewing depended on both fighters agreeing to it. If either of them chose to keep it private, no one else could watch. Additionally, players on the War God ranking had the privilege of setting their own spectating fees. And 10% of the total spectating fees would go to the winner of the match. For example, if 100 people paid to watch a Black Iron level battle, the winner of that fight would earn 1,000 survival points just from spectators. On top of that, spectators could also tip the fighters. However, only 50% of the tip actually went to the recipient. But considering most beginner players were probably broke, there likely weren't many people willing to pay for spectating or tipping. For most regular players, their fights were unlikely to be watched. Of course, for top-tier fighters on the War God ranking or celebrity players with a fan base, making money from spectators was definitely a viable strategy. Nigerian Ira Omicron. After reaching the second floor, Jiang Ye didn't immediately go straight to the schoolgirl Su Jingyao had pointed out. If he was going to scam, he had to do it professionally. He couldn't make it too obvious. He sat down in an empty seat first, carefully studying the control panel in his mind. Once he had figured it out, he scanned the massive second-floor lobby, pretending to be just another newbie looking around. Only after making it seem natural did he finally start walking toward the schoolgirl in uniform. Meanwhile, Li Ran sent another message to Su Jingyao. "Are you sure this bald guy is just a naive little girl? The way he's scouting for a target doesn't look like someone blindly following your instructions to come straight for me." Su Jingyao, still watching from the stairwell, had to admit, Jiang Ye didn't seem as clueless as she initially thought. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, "Maybe he's just naturally good at scamming. Either way, don't worry, Sister Ann. His loan limit is only 500, and he only has 400 left in hand." Li Ran read this and finally relaxed a little. Seeing the bald guy approaching her, she quickly pretended to be focused on her control panel, as if completely absorbed in studying it. It wasn't until Jiang Ye sat down next to her and actively struck up a conversation that she reacted. "Hey, which school are you from?" Li Ran blinked, putting on an innocent expression, and looked at Jiang Ye before nodding obediently. "Yeah, uncle, do you need something?" Jiang Ye casually made something up. "My son is about your age. He's in high school too. He's not in the same beginner apartment as me, and I'm a little worried about how he's doing." This was him setting up a loving father persona, a responsible, concerned middle-aged man. Li Ran was momentarily stunned. She thought to herself, was this guy actually bald? Maybe he hadn't used a disguise mask at all, and this was just his real appearance? But even if his bronze treasure chest had given him some other item, she was still confident she could beat him. Keeping up her sweet, innocent act, she reassured him, "Uncle, don't worry too much. The beginner apartments seem to group players within a set range. It could be an entire class, an entire neighborhood, or even everyone from the same bus ride. Your son is probably in an apartment with his classmates, so they can look out for each other. You should be fine." Sighed. Jiang Ye let out a deep sigh, looking sorrowful. I just hope he's not as unlucky as me. Starting out on the 20th floor, I can't even afford rent. I don't even know if I'll ever get to reunite with my son again. At first, Li Ran felt a slight pang of sympathy, but she quickly reminded herself, sympathizing with the weak will only make you weak. What this uncle was saying might not even be true. And even if it was his bad luck. No one else's fault. She had read a post on Little Green Book that said, when you sympathize with someone, you take on their misfortune. For a girl who wanted to rise to the top, she couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. With this mindset, she put on her most sympathetic expression and offered sweetly, Uncle, how about you challenge me? I live with my parents in the same apartment, and with the apartment administrator's loan, I can definitely afford rent. I'd like to help you if I can. Jiang Ye put on an embarrassed look. That doesn't seem right. It's fine. It's just a challenge. I'm pretty weak, so who knows? Maybe I'll even get lucky and beat you. Li Ran smiled warmly, like an innocent little angel. Jiang Ye hesitated. Then, he suddenly went off script and improvised. You know what, little sister? Let me be honest with you instead. Actually, a bald, scheming brute told me that you're super weak and easy to trick. That's why I specifically came to challenge you. But now, I feel like someone as kind-hearted as you shouldn't be deceived. So forget it. I can't bring myself to take advantage of you. As he spoke, Jiang Ye even let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. But what the F***? Li Ran was completely dumbfounded. In this day and age, there are still genuinely honest uncles like this. She actually felt a little bad about it. But then, a new thought crossed her mind. This uncle is so dumb. Even if he didn't get scammed by her today, some real bad guys would eventually scam him out of everything. So, she had to help him. She needed to teach him the harsh reality of human nature. Only then would he stop being so gullible in the future. Yes, that's it. She was doing this for his own good. She really was too kind. Thinking this, Li Ran's eyes even got a little misty. She looked at Jiang Ye with deep emotion, her gaze firm. Uncle, you're such a good person. QEQ. Good people should be rewarded. I have to help you. Challenge me, Uncle. I'm willing to be scammed by you. Wait, no. Uncle, you're not scamming me. I'm willingly helping you. Don't refuse me, Uncle. Think about your son. With my help, you'll have a higher chance of reuniting with him. Hearing this, Jiang Ye instantly knew. Yeah, this girl was definitely setting him up. She was probably even convincing herself that she was helping him see the cruel reality of the world. Jiang Ye chuckled inwardly, but put on a hesitant expression, acting like he was reluctantly giving in. Well, since you're so determined to help me, I guess I shouldn't refuse anymore. With that, he quickly used the control panel in his mind to issue a challenge to her. His entire net worth was only 400. So, he set the bet amount to 400. The moment Li Ran accepted the challenge, their consciousnesses plunged into darkness. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ye found himself standing on a basketball court-sized battle arena. Around the arena, there was a ring of seats. At the moment, all the seats were empty, meaning there were no spectators watching this match. However, back in Jiang Ye's apartment duel room, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong were stationed outside the number 2 duel machine, watching his battle on the machine's display screen for free, all arranged by Yang Wenchao. RMB. Yang Wenchao had fought in several battles already and was fairly experienced. So, while other students were still guessing, he was already certain. That bald guy was using a disguised mask from a bronze treasure chest. In bronze treasure chests only appeared in apartments above the 20th floor. The only known 20th floor residents in this apartment were himself and Jiang Ye. So his first instinct was, that bald guy must be Jiang Ye in disguise. But then he thought about it again. Something didn't add up, because based on chat group messages, when the bald guy was spotted on the first floor, Jiang Ye was upstairs, secretly opening a package in the stairwell. In fact, Yang Wenchao himself was the witness to Jiang Ye's alibi. So, that meant there was another 20th floor resident in their beginner apartment. Was it Zhang Jintian or Ku Zhengfei? who were keeping a low profile on the ranking board? Or was it someone else, a classmate who hadn't reached level 1 yet? Yang Wenchao wasn't sure. But one thing was certain. Players who started on the 20th floor or higher had higher rent. But they also had more opportunities. These players would either die on the first day or grow rapidly. If he saw that bald guy again tomorrow, it meant the guy truly had the potential to become a powerhouse. Of course, the same went for Jiang Ye. But between the two, Yang Wenchao was more interested in the mysterious bald guy. So he had Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong stay at the duel room to monitor the bald guy's battle. As for himself, he went to the 3rd floor, waiting near the red light elevator exit to meet up with his team members for leveling up. Unfortunately, the top-ranked players Zhang Jintian and Ku Zhangfei still didn't show up for the party. Instead, 4 ranking board powerhouses arrived together. Wang Lingling, Gao Chong, Lu Shun, and Su Yuowan. These 4 were all part of Wang Lingling's mutual aid group. Besides them, 7 level 0 players from the same group also joined. Although Yang Wenchao was the one who suggested this team up, he was actually the only one not in their mutual aid group. With such a large team, including 4 level 1 powerhouses, none of them really feared Yang Wenchao. In fact, when Wang Lingling chatted with him, she subtly probed for information, trying to figure out, why was he so strong? How did he resurrect? However, Yang Wenchao was naturally eccentric and deliberately spoke nonsense, throwing them off with random, fabricated explanations. This nearly pissed off Gao Chong, who had a short temper and almost started a fight with him. Luckily, Wang Lingling stopped him. In the end, they successfully formed a party and began exploring the deeper parts of the hallway to level up. Meanwhile, other players continued their daily grind for money, keeping an eye on the leveling rankings in the chat group, watching closely to see if any of the leveling team actually gained experience. Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong were thrilled at the moment, eager to seize the opportunity to cling to Yang Wenchao's thigh. Yes, in their eyes, being able to work for Yang Wenchao meant they had latched onto a powerhouse. So, the two of them stood diligently outside Jiang Ye's duel machine number 2, keeping watch like loyal subordinates. When the screen outside duel machine number 2 lit up, both their eyes brightened. It's finally starting. This should be the bald guy's first match in the duel room, right? But why is his opponent some delicate-looking girl? Even if he wins, it won't prove anything about his strength. Can't say for sure. What if she looks weak, but is actually really strong? Don't forget, Yang Ji lost 100,000 survival points in a fight against a girl. Wang Chong nodded in agreement, sighing, "That's true. You really can't judge strength by gender or appearance anymore." Wang Lingling from our apartment is the best example. Xiao Likuan added, "Not just Wang Lingling, Su Yuowan too. Out of the top 8 players on the ranking board, 2 of them are girls." As they spoke, the countdown appeared on the duel machine screen. 3, 2, 1. At the same time, inside the virtual arena, the same countdown rang in Jiang Ye's mind. As the numbers ticked down, he kept up his simple, honest act, smiling warmly at the girl in front of him. "Little sister, just stand still, okay? Uncle will make this quick." "Okay, Uncle." Li Ran nodded obediently while flashing him a strange smile. That smile, it was the exact same eerie grin as seen Nuo from Detective Chinatown 1. Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong, watching the screen, were stunned. "Wait, hold up. Why does this feel off?" On the arena, Li Ran thought, "Wow, this uncle is seriously slow." She had literally grinned like a psycho, and yet the guy still hadn't realized anything was wrong. Sigh, too naive. Such an honest, gullible uncle. Almost makes me feel bad. She sighed inwardly. But the moment the countdown hit 1, her petite figure suddenly exploded forward like an unsheathed blade, lunging straight at Jiang Ye. Her speed, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong both gasped in shock. She really isn't what she seems. She's fast as hell. Speed and strength are tied to stamina attributes. Her stats must be pretty high, but still not as strong as Yang Wenchao. In the blink of an eye, Li Ran had already reached Jiang Ye, and at that moment, her skin suddenly turned into a hardened metallic gold. Wang Chang's jaw dropped as he blurted out, "Holy S asterisk asterisk asterisk. What the hell is this? Is she Muscle Barbie?" Xiao Liquan, who possessed the comprehension enhancement ability, immediately speculated. This should be a gold element skill. In this state, that bald guy might not even be able to break through her defense. No, it's not just stronger defense. Her strength is also incredible. On the screen, the girl's punch toward the bald man seemed to stir the air with a fierce whooshing sound. Even through the screen, they could feel the overwhelming metallic force behind it, as if it could crush anything in its path. Wang Chang couldn't help but blurt out another, "Holy SH asterisk T," and marveled. You really can't judge girls by their looks these days. She looks so soft and delicate, but damn, she's actually this violent. Xiao Liquan speculated further. This gold element skill is both offensive and defensive. It must be at least B rank. Wang Chang was shocked. Then doesn't that mean her ability is S tier? Xiao Liquan shook his head. Not necessarily. What if she, like Lu Shun, has extremely high comprehension? With high comprehension, even a B-tier ability can unlock B-tier skills. Wang Chang sucked in a sharp breath. Then if she has high comprehension, she might have more than just one skill. In just a few sentences, the two spoke rapidly while continuing to watch. On the screen, the bald man actually dodged the violent girl's punch. He was even faster than her. With a swift raise of his hand, he firmly caught her wrist mid-punch. Then, without the slightest pause, he twisted her wrist and executed a seamless over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! The girl's back slammed hard against the ground. This scene left Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? It's one thing for girls to be violent these days, but why do guys have no sense of pity either? That throw, even as two grown men watching, they felt an unbearable pain just imagining it. But with her gold element defense, she probably wasn't too badly hurt. Still, her expression twisted between pain and utter disbelief, especially her gaze, lying on the ground, staring up at the bald man. It was as if she had just seen a ghost. Yet in the next second, that ghost-like expression froze completely on her face. The bald man, after executing the throw, wasted no time. With a single stroke of a black dagger, he slit the girl's throat. The cut was deep, blood gushed out in streams. Immediately after, Xiao Liquan and Wang Chang watched in stunned silence as the words "win" appeared on the screen. Then, the screen went black. The two stared at it in a daze for a long time before snapping back to reality, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell? That's it. That girl's gold element defense should have been really strong, right? How did the bald guy break through it? Or was it a critical hit to the throat? So she got one shot killed? No, it's the dagger. That thing must be like Brother Chang's wristband, some kind of powerful item. That bald guy's stats must be way higher than hers. SH asterisk T. So this bald guy is seriously strong. Could he be the low-profile Zhang Jintian, or Kujing Fei, or some other hidden powerhouse? Wait, look at the ranking board. A new player just got listed. On the ranking board, a new entry had appeared. Rank 9, Lu Shun, level 1. Lu Shun from class 1? Could it be him? That guy's an athlete, and hardly ever talks in a group chat. F asterisk CK. Feels like all the real experts are quietly getting rich in the shadows. It's just us cannon fodder making noise in the chat for attention. F asterisk CK. Comparing ourselves to them is infuriating. I've decided I'm going to keep a low profile and stop wasting time in the group chat. At the same time, virtual combat space. Second floor lobby. 2 adjacent seats. Li Ran's face stiffened. Her large, watery eyes snapped toward the bald uncle sitting beside her. The sharp turn of her head sent her bangs sweeping through the air, practically radiating her fury. How could she not be angry? That damn uncle. At a time like this, he still had the audacity to wear that honest, goofy smile and cheerfully thank her. Thanks, little miss. That was a generous 400 you gifted me. You're such a kind person. Kind people always get good karma. That innocent and sincere tone. Those familiar-sounding words. Li Ran almost coughed up blood in rage. At this point, there was no need to keep up the innocent act. Her glare at Jiang Ye was filled with resentment and a hint of wariness. After a brief silence, she spoke coldly. If I'm not mistaken, you don't actually have son my age. You're not some bald uncle at all. This bald uncle appearance, it's just a disguise. What do you really look like? Are you a man or a woman? How old are you? Jiang Ye chuckled. What? You want to get revenge on me? That bald teammate of yours also used a disguise mask, didn't they? I was curious at first. Why, out of all the people in the first-floor lobby, did she single me out? At first, I thought it was just because we were both bald. But then I realized it was because we were both bald. She must have known that the item I pulled from my apartment treasure chest was a disguise mask. The disguise mask is a support item with minimal stat boosts, so compared to other players on the 20th floor, I'd naturally be weaker. That's why she approached me, right? Li Ran's face remained cold, silent for a long moment. Finally, she muttered, Are you really a first-time player in the duel room? Jiang Ye grinned. Of course. And not just that. I really did take out a 500 loan too. Believe it or not, I'm actually 35,000 in debt to the apartment. I might not even survive the day. I'm seriously broke. Little miss, why don't you show some more kindness and help me out? Help your damn sister. At this point, even hearing words like little miss and kindness felt like pure mockery to Li Ran. Too infuriating. She gritted her teeth and speculated directly. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a man, a career professional who's been working for a few years. Jiang Ye, of course, had no intention of answering anything related to his identity. He simply kept up his honest, goofy smile. If little miss isn't willing to be generous, then I'll have to make money on my own. Li Ran was still gritting her teeth, but suddenly called out, Wait, I can share some fast money strategies with you. Jiang Ye turned around. At that moment, he was standing by his seat while Li Ran remained seated. With one standing and the other sitting, a natural contrast of dominance and suppression formed between them. With that posture, he smiled at Li Ran and said, Fast money, huh? TSK. That sure sounds familiar. Wouldn't you agree, scammer? Li Ran's face flushed red with anger. She was both furious and embarrassed. I've already paid the price for my actions. Why would I try to scam you? So, Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Then what do you want? I want to see your real face without the disguise. Not happening. Without giving her any chance to argue further, Jiang Ye simply turned and left. Li Ran was left standing there, furious enough to want to stab someone. Before long, Su Jingyao removed her bald-headed disguise and returned with her real appearance. How'd it go, Sister Ann? You got the 400, right? She had started off sounding excited, but as she spoke, she noticed something off about Li Ran's expression. Her enthusiasm faded into hesitation as she tentatively asked, Wait, no way. Sister Ran, don't tell me. Did you mess up? Or did you go soft? Li Ran gritted her teeth. Neither. I didn't mess up, and I definitely didn't go soft. It's just that we both got played by that bald guy. He was just playing dumb while actually being a beast. And he figured out right away that we were working together. He turned the tables on me and scammed me instead. Su Jingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. He's stronger than you. Li Ran pressed her lips together, too embarrassed to admit she was practically one-shot killed. Instead, she simply nodded. His stats completely crushed mine. And besides a disguise mask, he also had a bronze tier item. Holy SH *T. Su Jingyao was dumbfounded. How was she this unlucky? She tried to scam one random guy and ended up running into a hidden powerhouse in disguise. What kind of reverse jackpot was this? Feeling uneasy, she asked, So what now? Will that guy hold a grudge and come after us later? Li Ran didn't answer. She was still seething inside. She was the one who lost 400. That bastard had no reason to take revenge on her. If anything, she should be the one taking revenge. But in the end, she didn't voice those thoughts. After a long moment of contemplation, she solemnly told Su Jingyao, I don't want to play challenge mode anymore. Su Jingyao was taken aback and quickly tried to persuade her, No, Sister Rand. It was just one mistake. You can't give up over a small setback. This is the fastest and most stable way to make money. Otherwise, whether it's random matchmaking or random challenge, you could lose everything in a single match. Please reconsider. But Li Rand shook her head without hesitation. No need. I've already thought it through. My fight with that bastard made me realize something. My combat sense is garbage. When I was fighting him, I didn't even use my full strength. I plan to use random matchmaking to fight players of similar strength and improve my combat skills before thinking about making money again. Besides, I have a high enough loan limit. I can definitely afford the rent. Su Jingyao stared at her in shock. Wait, you're actually serious? Li Rand didn't respond. Instead, she acted on her decision. Without hesitation, she opened the operating panel in her mind and selected random matchmaking mode. On the other side, Jiang Ye had found a quiet seat and decided to try out random matchmaking as well. He had a feeling that, in random matchmaking, both players would have similar combat power. But combat power wasn't the same as real strength. For example, whether he had the poison blade blood dagger or not, his displayed combat power remained the same, which meant that equipment and items didn't affect the combat power on the panel. So, random matchmaking wasn't completely fair. Players with powerful gear would still have a huge advantage. Aside from that, combat sense also played a role in real strength. Two players with 20 combat power. One had never fought before and would be awkward and hesitant, probably only able to use a fraction of their combat strength. The other was highly trained, or even a special forces soldier or a murderer. That second player would obviously be far stronger. This explained why the top 5 players on the War God ranking all had 100% win rates. They either had overpowered items, or they had insane combat skills from before Doomsday, or maybe even both. Because in this new world, it wasn't about backgrounds or connections anymore. It was simply about who could fight the best. And those who knew how to fight naturally had a higher chance of obtaining powerful items, which created a positive feedback loop. But luckily, in random matchmaking mode, Jiang Ye also had an edge. Previously, he had thought that his two abilities, absolute focus and combat stance, weren't as good as the elemental skills that dealt direct damage. But after fighting that schoolgirl, he realized the truth. His abilities were just as strong, because both absolute focus and combat stance could temporarily boost his stats during combat. And in his previous fight, Jiang Ye had personally experienced the power of overwhelming stats. That schoolgirl likely had multiple gold element skills. She probably even had a bronze tier item from a treasure chest. But she didn't even have time to use them before she got one-shot killed. The reason was simple. With absolute focus and combat stance active, Jiang Ye's stats completely crushed hers. Against absolute stats, all tricks and gimmicks were useless. What's more, combat stance also improved his combat sense after every battle. Meaning, he would only get stronger the more he fought. Becoming a powerhouse was just a matter of time. At this rate, fighting evenly matched opponents in random matchmaking was the fastest way to grow. And his combat sense was constantly improving. Jiang Ye was confident that he had a high win rate in random matchmaking. All right, time to try it out. With that thought, Jiang Ye opened his operating panel and selected random matchmaking mode. In this mode, the betting range was set within a limited range. For example, if he bet 800, his opponent would have similar combat power and a betting range between 100 and 900. In random matchmaking, the final wager was always determined by the lower bet. For example, if his opponent bet 200, then the final wager for the match would be 200. If his opponent bet 900, then the final wager would be his bet, 800. This meant that, before the battle even began, you could make a rough assessment of your opponent based on the final wager. After all, higher wagers usually indicated greater confidence in one's strength. At the same time, players betting within the 100 to 900 range were most likely weaker than those betting in the 1,000 to 9,000 range. Of course, this wasn't absolute, but it was a useful starting point for analysis. Jiang Ye had bet 800 simply because that was all the money he had. He had assumed that, after matchmaking, the final wager would be lower than 800. But to his surprise, the final wager was exactly 800. This meant his opponent had either also bet 800 or bet 900. They intentionally avoided betting 1,000 to enter the next wagering tier. Looks like they might be skilled. Jiang Ye immediately became more cautious. A shift in consciousness, and he found himself once again in the familiar arena space. Standing across from him was a delivery rider in a bright yellow uniform. The moment his opponent saw him, he immediately blurted out, "Disguise mask?" Those two words made Jiang Ye's heart sink slightly. That tone, he didn't sound like a newbie at all. He must have fought multiple matches before. Jiang Ye didn't respond. In his mind, the countdown had already begun. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, the delivery rider in yellow suddenly vanished from the arena. Wang Chong, watching the match, was stunned. What the hell? Where'd he go? Xiao Likuan, relying on his comprehension enhancement ability, immediately deduced. It's a spatial skill. This delivery guy must have awakened a spatial ability, just like Bai Ruan. But unlike Bai Ruan, he has an offensive spatial skill, which makes him way more dangerous. Xiao Likuan was already speaking as quickly as he could, but before he even finished his sentence, the yellow figure had already teleported from one end of the basketball court-sized arena to the other in an instant. More precisely, he had teleported behind the bald guy. At the same time, he raised a massive battle axe and swung it straight at the bald guy's head. Xiao Likuan couldn't help but sigh in relief. Good thing this guy doesn't have Spatial Blade, the ability that ignores all defenses. Otherwise, the bald guy would be dead on the spot. He might have powerful spatial abilities, but that battle axe clearly doesn't suit him. As if to confirm Xiao Likuan's point, the bald guy tilted his head just slightly and effortlessly dodged the attack from behind. It was only then that Xiao Likuan realized something fell off. He and Wang Chong had watched multiple matches now. They had seen several battles featuring Yang Wenxiao and 2 battles featuring the bald guy. And they had noticed something. Almost every single player who entered the arena had some kind of equipment or item. At first, Xiao Likuan had assumed that these powerful players had purchased their gear from the high-end mall in the apartment, that they had spent money to buy items. But now he wasn't so sure, because this delivery guy's skills clearly favored lightweight weapons and speed. Yet his weapon was a giant battle axe. Was it because he was just an idiot who didn't understand basic combat logic? No. Xiao Likuan suddenly realized something. Previously, some classmates had discovered black iron treasure chests in their apartments. But out of all of them, only a small handful had found treasure chests. And now, after watching so many battles, Xiao Likuan was starting to suspect. What if every apartment room on the 20th floor and above had a guaranteed treasure chest? Maybe even a bronze treasure chest, a tier higher than black iron? Hiss. If that were true, then while players on the 20th floor and above had higher rent, they also had far better perks. Before, Xiao Likuan had thought that most players on higher floors wouldn't survive the day. But now, thinking about it, he was actually a little jealous. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. Jiang Ye had started on the 20th floor. Did his apartment have a treasure chest too? Did he not find it? Or did he find it but keep quiet? With this in mind, Xiao Likuan suddenly felt. Maybe Ding Ding's death wasn't so unfair after all. Jiang Ye had started on the 20th floor, had a C-tier ability, had opened packages, and had opened a treasure chest. He even leveled up to 1. His strength was already among the top in both classes. But then, Yuziyu had mentioned before that Jiang Ye's loan limit was only 50,000. Surviving past a day would still be incredibly difficult for him. Xiao Likuan's thoughts began to stir. If Jiang Ye didn't make it through the night, what would happen to his treasure chest items? While he was deep in thought, the battle on screen between the bald guy and the delivery rider had reached a stalemate. It was clear that the bald guy had high stats. He kept dodging the delivery rider's massive battle axe. But the delivery rider's teleportation skill made it impossible for the bald guy to land hit on him. The two exchanged attacks, yet neither could touch the other. But the stalemate wouldn't last forever. Combat consumed stamina and energy, and neither of their skills could be used endlessly. Inside the arena, Jiang Ye was starting to feel impatient. Both absolute focus and combat stance had a time limit and a long cooldown. In most battles, he could only use them once. If he didn't end the fight quickly, once the skill durations ran out, his boosted attributes would drop sharply. His combat awareness would also take a serious hit. At that point, he might actually lose to the delivery rider. At the same time, the delivery rider was also growing anxious. His teleportation ability drained energy, and swinging around a heavy battle axe burned through stamina at an alarming rate. If he couldn't finish the fight quickly, it wouldn't end well for him either. Watching from the screen, Xiao Likuan could feel the tension from both fighters. For the first time, he had no idea who would win. He was sure that both Jiang Ye and the delivery rider had realized each other's weaknesses by now. And at that moment, the bald guy made a mistake. When the delivery rider swung his battle axe at him once more, Jiang Ye's dodge was noticeably slower than before. The axe slashed into his left shoulder. Deep. The heavy battle axe even got stuck in his bone. Seeing this, the delivery rider's face lit up with joy. But just as he was about to go in for the finishing blow, his smile froze. Because, despite looking exhausted and sluggish just moments ago, despite being badly wounded, his face pale from blood loss, Jiang Ye's movements were now faster than ever, far more agile than before. He completely ignored the pain in his left shoulder. In fact, he twisted his body, tearing his own wound even wider, just to turn around faster. His right hand, dagger, slashing toward the delivery rider's throat. At that moment, Xiao Likuan understood everything. Jiang Ye was trading a serious injury for a chance to land a fatal blow. If the delivery rider dodged, then the heavily injured Jiang Ye would definitely lose. But if the delivery rider failed to react in time and got his throat slit by Jiang Ye's superior stats, Jiang Ye would win instantly. This was an all-in gamble, trading injury for victory. Xiao Likuan held his breath, unable to blink. And in the end, the delivery rider lacked true combat awareness. He didn't dodge. The exhilaration of landing his axe strike was still frozen on his face. His pupils dilated in shock. And then, as his throat was slashed open, his eyes slowly dimmed. Jiang Ye's attributes were just too strong. With a single dagger strike, he nearly severed the delivery rider's head from his body. Thankfully, the gruesome scene didn't last long. The screen quickly displayed. Win. Wang Chong was once again left stunned. After a long pause, he murmured in shock. This bald guy, is he really a classmate our age? He fights like he's trained before. Do you know if any of our 80 classmates from Class 1 and Class 2 have serious combat training? Xiao Likuan thought for a moment. Lu Shun, maybe? He practiced Taekwondo. Wang Chong sighed with envy. F***CK. I always wanted to learn Taekwondo or karate when I was a kid. But my family wasn't well off, and my parents wanted me to focus on studying instead. This is ridiculous. What's the point of studying anymore? Fighting is the real deal now. Xiao Likuan glanced at him and couldn't help but think, bro, it's not like you were that great at studying either. Meanwhile, when Jiang Ye returned to his seat in the second-floor lobby of the virtual space, he instinctively covered his left shoulder. Even though the battle had been virtual, the pain from that deep axe wound felt way too real. If it weren't for combat stance keeping him absolutely focused, he might have slowed down from the pain, giving his opponent the chance to dodge that fatal strike. Alpha. That had been way too close. He was starting to truly understand just how important combat awareness was. However, at this moment, he was a little undecided. Now that he had 1,600, should he continue fighting in the 100 to 900 betting range to sharpen his combat awareness further? Or should he jump straight to the 1,000 to 9,000 range for higher stakes? Just as he was debating, a familiar system announcement echoed in his mind. Player Zhao Yudi has posted a dual room announcement. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Yudi, the lead actress of the Tyrant Master's 3 lifetimes of sinful love. In 5 minutes, I will be participating in a random matchmaking battle. If you'd like to watch my fight, search for room 151 in 5 minutes. Thank you all for your support. I truly appreciate it. Aside from the first line being the system prompt, the rest was spoken in Zhao Yudi's own voice. Jiang Ye was stunned. Players could post announcements. Around him, other players started talking excitedly. Wait, is that really Zhao Yudi? Holy sh*T. I'm a huge fan. I've only ever seen her on TV. I never thought I'd get the chance to see her in person. F***K. She's totally using her celebrity status to pull in a huge audience. If she gets 100 spectators, that's an extra $1,000 in her pocket. Are you kidding? With Zhao Yudi's fame, 100 viewers is way too low. I bet she'll get at least 1,000. I think even that's an understatement. She specifically posted an announcement. Even people who aren't her fans might check it out. I wouldn't be surprised if she got over 10,000 viewers. 10,000 is a bit of stretch. We're still in the beginner phase, and not that many people would spend $100 just to spectate. Wait, am I the only one wondering how Zhao Yudi even posted an announcement? It's simple. Winning streaks in random matchmaking give small rewards. This ability to post announcements is probably her streak reward. Holy sh*T. So that means Zhao Yudi is actually strong? Obviously. Why else would she invite spectators? If she loses, she only gets 10% of the spectator earnings. The rest goes to the winner. If she loses, she's basically handing her opponent free money. F***K. Now I kind of want to be the one fighting Zhao Yudi. Yeah, good luck with that. If she's bold enough to do this, she's definitely insanely strong, and she probably has multiple powerful items. She might even be a potential war god ranking contender. Damn, no wonder she's my goddess. She was a standout in the entertainment industry, and now she's dominating Doomsday Apartment too. Come on, the entertainment industry and clean reputation don't exactly go together. While many players were passionately discussing Zhao Yudi, Jiang Ye gathered some new information. So random matchmaking win streaks gave random rewards. Was this how Yang Wenxiao reached level 2? Would he also get a reward if he won 3 matches in a row? With that in mind, Jiang Ye leaned towards staying in the 100 to 900 betting range and winning 2 more matches first. That would give him a higher chance of achieving a win streak reward. Decision made. He placed a 900 bet and started a new random matchmaking battle. Jiang Ye wasn't particularly interested in Zhao Yudi's fight, but in the second floor lobby, plenty of players were highly invested. Even Li Ran, who had just finished a random matchmaking battle, felt a tinge of jealousy after hearing the announcement. Being a celebrity really pays off? She muttered. Before Doomsday, she was already making millions per day, and now, even after the world has ended, she's still raking in cash thanks to her fame. Su Jingyao was just as bitter about it. Ugh, I hope she gets matched against a pro and loses. Then all the spectator money she generated from her announcement would go straight to her opponent. Li Ran glanced around at the surrounding players and remarked, I bet a lot of people are thinking the same thing as you. Some of them are probably praying that they get matched with Zhao Yudi in 5 minutes, so they can cash in big. Su Jingyao's eyes lit up. Ranjia, what if you get matched against Zhao Yudi and beat her? We'd be filthy rich. This kind of jackpot is way better than scamming people. But Li Ran shook her head. With my current strength, I already struggle to beat players of similar combat power. Against Zhao Yudi? No chance. If she can post an announcement, it means she's won at least 3 matches in a row. And if she's bold enough to invite an audience, it means she's extremely confident in her abilities. Even if we have the same combat power, I'd never be able to defeat her. Su Jingyao sighed in disappointment. Damn, yeah, you're right. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's second random matchmaking battle ended in an easy victory. Unfortunately, his opponent had only bet 100, so he only earned 100 as well. But it wasn't all bad. Thanks to combat stance, he gained experience from every fight. And the more he fought, the more he realized just how powerful hard work pays off truly was. He was seriously starting to believe this ability might just be the pinnacle of all S-tier abilities. The growth it gave him was insanely obvious. If nothing unexpected happened, by midnight, Jiang Ye planned to merge this key replica back into his main body to boost his core strength. With that thought, he made a small adjustment, and without wasting time, he jumped straight into another random matchmaking match done on the other side. Replica number 1 sat in room 2064. Jiang Ye initially thought that this job of collecting hair might run into some problems. But unexpectedly, the entire process went incredibly smoothly. After searching every room in the apartment, he actually managed to gather exactly 10,086 strands of hair, all intact. However, these hairs were rather strange. Normally, a person's hair varies in length. The thickness of the root and the tip is also different. Yet the hairs he collected were all uniform in thickness, and even more bizarre, every single one of the 10,086 strands was exactly the same length. When they were neatly arranged together, Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel an eerie chill crawl up his spine. He was just about to overcome his fear and ask the personal assistant robot what to do next with the hair, when suddenly, a strange noise came from the direction of the living room. He turned his head and saw that the massive TV in the living room had somehow turned on by itself. And on the screen, a woman in a white dress with long hair was crawling out of the TV, a classic, overused horror movie trope. Yet Jiang Ye found himself frozen in place, staring blankly at the screen. And as he watched, he noticed something odd about this Sadako crawling out of the TV scene. It was like an endless loop. At first, Sadako crawled out of the TV. Then the scene shifted, revealing that the world outside the TV was actually just another TV screen. So, Sadako continued crawling out. But when she emerged again, it was still inside another TV screen. She kept crawling, again and again. Jiang Ye lost track of how many TV screens she had broken through. Just as he was growing numb from watching the repetition, a sudden chill shot down his spine. Something felt different about this latest version of the TV escape. Holy sh*T. Wait, THTH this. Why is the actual giant screen TV in the living room broken? And this white-clad Sadako, she actually crawled out of the TV. Jiang Ye stood frozen in place, as if hit by a binding spell, unable to move an inch. Meanwhile, the woman in white remained hunched at a 120-degree angle, her long, straight black hair covering her face. At this angle, she shouldn't have been able to see Jiang Ye or her surroundings. She simply took a few practiced steps forward. Then, like a zombie, she stretched out her claw-like fingers and began clawing at the air. What she was trying to grab was unclear, but from Jiang Ye's perspective, it looked as if she was trying to tear through this very TV world itself. Jiang Ye held his breath, not even daring to make sound. He thought that after enough clawing, this ghostly entity might simply disappear, vanish in a thin air as if she'd never been there. But instead, after clawing at the air for quite some time, she suddenly stopped. Then, slowly, she straightened her back from that eerie 120-degree bend. Her long black hair flipped back over her shoulders, revealing a face covered with a white facial mask. The only visible feature was a single phoenix eye, its outer corner extending elegantly. She scanned the apartment, then spoke in a sharp, eerie voice. "I'm back." Jiang Ye still didn't dare to move, until the personal assistant robot addressed her as Master. The woman in white ignored the robot and turned her gaze directly to Jiang Ye. "Are you the cleaning service I requested?" Jiang Ye stiffly nodded. "Yes." The woman in white asked again, "How is the hair cleaning going?" Jiang Ye wasn't sure how to respond, but thankfully, the personal assistant robot answered for him. "All the hair has been collected and soaked in water." The woman in white glanced at the glass tank filled with hair. With just one look, she seemed to confirm the quantity, then praised Jiang Ye. "Not bad." She continued instructing, "Next, apply hair care oil to them and then dry them." Hearing this, Jiang Ye let out a small sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, the woman in white suddenly lifted her head to look at the ceiling. Then she added, "The sun is up, and the weather looks nice today. Take them to the rooftop to dry in the sunlight." What? The rooftop? Sunlight? A sense of foreboding suddenly crept into Jiang Ye's mind. He hesitated, then cautiously asked, "Excuse me, but where is the rooftop?" "The rooftop of the apartment, of course. You don't know?" The woman in white replied as if it were obvious. Jiang Ye's stomach sank. He tried to negotiate. "But according to the apartment rules, I can only take the elevator up to the 20th floor. I don't have the qualifications to go to the rooftop." Yet the woman in white responded, just as matter-of-factly, "It's fine. You don't need the elevator. I have a way to send you directly to the rooftop." Jiang Ye paused. He wanted to curse. Damn it. Why the hell does it have to be the rooftop? Who, or what, is waiting up there? More importantly, he had opened packages before, which meant that stepping out of his apartment room put him at risk of being hunted by monsters at any time. Then again, risk and opportunity often go hand in hand. No other player had access to the rooftop. If he was the first to go up, maybe he could find something valuable? Of course, if not for his replica ability, Jiang Ye would never take such a risk. And right now, the woman in white didn't seem to be giving him any room to refuse. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ye cautiously asked, "Before heading to the rooftop, can I go back and make some preparations?" The woman in white, her face still hidden under the white facial mask, didn't reveal any expression. But the aura she exuded was both cold and imposing. Jiang Ye thought she would refuse. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment of contemplation, she agreed. "I'll give you 10 minutes. If you exceed that time, I'll leave a bad review. Of course, if you don't come back at all, this cleaning job will have been for nothing. Not only will you not get paid, but you'll also have to pay an additional penalty fee." Jiang Ye nodded. "I'll be back within 10 minutes. With that settled, replica number 1 left apartment 2064. Worried that even the short distance down the hallway might get him hunted by monsters, he barely stepped outside before immediately pulling out a bronze treasure chest from his spatial ring and opening it on the spot. The lucky lantern was still on him. So maybe, just maybe, this chest would be a jackpot. However, when the bronze treasure chest opened, all that was inside was a blank sheet of white paper. It was completely blank. No patterns, no text, just a smooth, glossy texture that felt somewhat like an oil film. Jiang Ye wasn't disappointed. He directly summoned Little Bing, the personal assistant robot, and cast detection on the paper. A moment later, Little Bing's screen displayed the item's details. Skill scroll, bronze tier. Tearing it open has a high chance of granting a skill that does not exceed the user's ability rank, but there is a small chance of obtaining nothing. Holy sh**t. A skill learning scroll. This was a great find. After all, equipment and items were just external tools. But attributes, abilities, and skills were things that truly belonged to oneself. Even though boosting stats on the data panel would increase combat power, which wasn't an advantage in matchmaking mode, survival in Doomsday Apartment wasn't just about duels. True strength was the key to survival. So Jiang Ye was very satisfied with this skill scroll. He even considered using it right away while the Lucky Lantern was still active. But on second thought, the higher one's ability rank, the better this skill scroll would be. Since the skill gained wouldn't exceed the user's ability rank, using it on a C-tier replica was far less valuable than using it on his X-tier main body. Who knows? He might even get an SSS-tier skill out of it. Actually, wait, that was probably wishful thinking. The item description didn't outright state any limits, but the bold bronze tier label was hard to ignore. If a bronze tier scroll could grant an SSS tier skill, what would that say about future silver tier and gold tier scrolls? So in all likelihood, the skills obtained from this scroll wouldn't be too high level. Jiang Ye continued towards apartment 2025, holding the scroll while checking the group chat. And that's when he noticed the chat was blowing up again. This time, it had nothing to do with the mysterious bald guy or Yang Wenchao's team leveling up. The issue was with the ranking board. Holy sh**t. Guys, check the ranking board. 2 people just parachuted into first and second place. pushing Yang Wenchao down to third. WTF. I see it too. 2 level 3 players. What's going on? How did 2 people suddenly hit level 3 out of nowhere? Yeah, when the first players hit levels 1 and 2, it triggered a system announcement. Why didn't these 2 getting to level 3 trigger an announcement? Can level up announcements be hidden? Wait, doesn't anyone find it weird that their names are completely unfamiliar? Do we even have a Huang Qi and Su Xiaoming in our classes? Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone by those names. Does anyone else remember them? Holy **T. Guys, major discovery. Check the member list. It used to say 80 members. Now it says 82. Jiang Ye was stunned. He checked the member list, and sure enough, it had changed from 80 members to 82. The chat exploded. WTF. Does this mean these 2 level 3 players just appeared out of nowhere in our apartment? Could they be students from other classes in our school? No way. Even if they were from other classes, how the hell did they suddenly end up in our apartment? Could they be the so-called old players? But the system announcement said old players were only supposed to enter on day 8. It's still day 1. Why would they break the rules and let old players in now? Honestly, I've always been curious. Wasn't the entire world thrown into this apartment survival game at the same time? So why do old players even exist? Maybe the old players are a batch of people who entered before us. Were people from around the world thrown into the apartment in different waves? Or was there some kind of closed beta test? Is that what the old players are? Or, hear me out, what if there are other human worlds besides ours? What if the old players are from another world and entered this apartment before us? Actually, doesn't Yang Wenchao kind of give off old player vibes? Maybe he knows something? Not necessarily. Just because someone is strong doesn't mean they're an old player. Maybe he's just naturally gifted and adapts quickly to this kind of environment. Well, since Huang Qi and Su Xiaoming are now in the member list, shouldn't they be able to chat here too? Should we ask them directly? At Huang Qi, at Su Xiaoming. But no matter how many people mention them, the 2 new players remained silent. And that silence only fueled everyone's unease. After all, there was a saying, those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Sure, they were all human. They had no past grudges. But on one side were familiar classmates, and on the other were 2 total strangers who had just appeared out of nowhere. Fear and hostility were instinctive reactions. Jiang Ye also felt a sense of unease at their sudden arrival. Fortunately, his journey back to apartment 2025 was uneventful. However, elsewhere, Replica number 2's match had run into some trouble. In his 3rd random duel, his opponent was a young man dressed entirely in a black robe and wearing a black mask. At first, he was covered so thoroughly that even his gender was unclear. Jiang Ye only realized he was male when the fight began, because as soon as the match started, the black-robed youth lazily engaged him in a drawn-out battle of attrition. His stance showed no urgency to end the fight. He even took the initiative to chat. This must be one of your 3-win streak or 5-win streak random matchups, right? Jiang Ye's heart tightened. His situation had been seen through instantly. But in a battle, he couldn't afford to be careless, so he didn't respond. Of course, he also didn't activate absolute focus or combat stance yet. The black-robed opponent wasn't going all out either, still fighting with ease. As they exchanged blows, he casually explained, there's a hidden mechanic in this duel room called win streak blockers. In other words, when a player is about to hit a 3-win or 5-win streak and earn a duel room reward, they'll run into someone like me, a high-level player specifically assigned to block their streak. Of course, you could also think of me as an old player. I can tell you very clearly, if we fight normally, you have no chance of winning this match. Jiang Ye's stomach dropped. No way. What the F********. This win streak blocker system. Wasn't this just like a casino rigging the game? They set up win streak rewards, only to prevent players from actually claiming them. Then what's the point of even having win streak rewards? Just for show. No, this kind of setup didn't make the rewards fake. It just made winning streaks much harder to achieve. And those who could still reach a win streak under these conditions were true powerhouses. Jiang Ye had thought getting 3 consecutive wins would be easy with his strength. But now he realized that mindset was completely wrong. His mental pressure skyrocketed, but on the surface, he remained calm, showing no signs of wavering. After a few more exchanges to test the waters, he finally spoke, his voice steady. "You didn't tell me all this just because you're bored and looking for conversation, did you?" The black-robed opponent let out a faint chuckle and said approvingly, "You're one of the most impressive new players I've seen, both in skill and mentality." Strength and mentality are both good. Jiang Ye wasn't sure about his strength, but his mentality? That was definitely solid. After all, he had replicas as his safety net. Each replica was like an insurance policy. And since the duel room didn't have real consequences, no one actually died. He saw no reason to stress over a win streak. With that thought, his mindset stabilized even more. He calmly asked the black-robed player, "Just now, you said that under normal circumstances, I would be guaranteed to lose against you. So, does that mean there's also an abnormal circumstance?" "Exactly," the black-robed player chuckled again. "In fact, I can say with certainty, more than 80% of players in your duel room who achieve win streaks do so through abnormal means. This includes plenty of players weaker than you, and even some of the so-called war god ranking elites you see. Most of them achieve their streaks through non-standard methods." Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. So, almost nobody was winning purely on skill? Even the war god ranking players weren't exceptions? Then those who did manage to win, naturally, must be the true elite among the newcomers. Just as he was processing this, the black-robed player's tone suddenly became serious. "That said, not everyone is qualified to benefit from these non-standard methods. Now let me ask you, on any apartment floor above the 20th, have you encountered a mysterious black shadow?" The moment those words left his mouth, Jiang Ye's eyes flickered. And just from that brief reaction, the black-robed player seemed to already have his answer. His stern tone softened slightly, and he let out a knowing chuckle. "Looks like I wasn't wrong about you. You're lucky." "Lucky?" If encountering that black shadow counted as luck, then it was probably thanks to the lucky lantern, and Jiang Ye had only just realized it. But that eerie black shadow had given him something. Just as Jiang Ye was recalling the event, the black-robed player spoke again. "Since you've met the Black Shadow, that means you should have also received a survival Jade token, right?" Jiang Ye nodded. "You mean that token that automatically stores survival points whenever someone is killed?" The black-robed player smirked. "That's right. That's the survival Jade token." Hearing this, Jiang Ye suddenly understood. The abnormal method the black-robed player was referring to was probably match-fixing. He was offering to throw the fight, allowing Jiang Ye to secure his crucial third win. But in exchange, Jiang Ye would need to pay him something as compensation. In other words, win streaks were a commodity you could buy. Realizing this, Jiang Ye felt incredibly relieved. Back when the Black Shadow gave him the Survival Jade token, he had almost refused it, just because he thought one survival point was only worth 100,000. Looking back now, thank God he hadn't turned it down, but something still fell off. Would the Black Shadow really just hand him an item for free, only for him to immediately trade it for a win streak? There had to be a catch. After learning his lesson from opening packages and being hunted by monsters, Jiang Ye had grown more cautious. So he directly asked, "That Black Shadow, what exactly is it? If I give you the Survival Jade token, will it come after me for revenge? Give me the Survival Jade token." The black-robed player chuckled lightly. No, I don't want the token itself." Jiang Ye immediately realized his mistake. The black-robed player didn't want the Survival Jade token. What he wanted was the survival points stored inside it. This made one thing very clear. Survival points were extremely valuable. From the very beginning, the game's announcement had warned players that survival points were precious. The Black Shadow had given him the Survival Jade token because it wanted survival points. And now, this experienced player, someone willing to throw a fight for him, also wanted survival points. Jiang Ye couldn't help but ask, "Just how valuable are survival points?" "They say you can trade them for anything you desire." But we knew players can already increase our strength just through treasure chests and packages. I can't even imagine, if someone spent survival points to get items, just how strong could they become? The black-robed player, seemingly intrigued by Jiang Ye's potential, patiently explained. You've got it wrong. The true purpose of survival points isn't to exchange them for powerful items. Their real purpose is to survive. That's right, survival points literally mean the cost of survival. Without them, you won't survive. And I don't mean that figuratively, I mean literally. Right now, your beginner apartment is called beginner for a reason. Its survival conditions are too easy. It's practically a tutorial. But once you clear the beginner apartment and enter the real Doomsday Apartment, then you'll understand what Doomsday truly means. First, rent in the Doomsday Apartment must be paid in survival points. If you can't pay, you die. Second, every player loses 1 survival point daily at midnight. On special occasions like holidays, or when the Doomsday Apartment triggers some event announcement, even more survival points are deducted. And if your survival points ever drop into the negative, you're erased. So in short, survival points are your life. Without them, you die. As for using survival points to buy powerful items, only the top old players can afford to do that. Newbies shouldn't even consider it. Jiang Ye finally understood. This was why 1 survival point was enough to create 1 replica, because survival points were worth that much. But then another realization hit him. If every player lost 1 survival point per day at midnight, would the survival point deduction apply only to his main body, or would each replica also have to pay? If every replica had to pay, then he'd be forced to merge unnecessary replicas just to avoid unnecessary losses. But thinking about that now was getting ahead of himself. For now, all he needed to understand was that survival points were incredibly valuable. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ye directly asked, "So how much are you charging for this 3-win streak?" The black-robed player chuckled again. Though what was just a laugh, it carried an eerie undertone. Then, in an almost formal tone, he explained, "As I mentioned earlier, selling win streaks is extremely common in the duel room, and it's even developed into a structured business model." He gestured toward the black mask covering his face. As you can see, this black mask is the symbol of our organization. Right here, he pointed to the upper right corner of the mask. You'll find a slanted V-shaped mark. The reason I'm telling you all this is to let you know. Our organization is massive, highly structured, and we offer different packages tailored to different customers. For example, buying a 3-win streak on its own has 1 price. Buying a 5-win streak package, which includes the 3-win streak, has another price. And if you want a 10-win streak package, which includes both 3 and 5 wins, well, that's a whole different deal. In short, as long as you're willing to pay survival points, our services will be flawless. Plus, we use contract-based tools, ensuring that neither party can break the deal. Holy SH**T. Jiang Ye had originally thought he was just playing a normal 3rd match in random matchmaking. Turns out, his opponent wasn't an enemy. He was a merchant. He had assumed that this win streak blocker mechanic was system-generated. But now it seemed it was more likely an entire organization of old players, deliberately targeting newcomers to block their streaks while simultaneously offering to sell them wins. On the surface, they were just selling win streaks. But in reality, they were the same people making win streaks so difficult to achieve in the first place. These guys were stealing what others deserved and selling it back to them. This was the purest form of capitalism. At this point, Jiang Ye had completely ruled out the idea of buying a win streak. But still, he asked, "Can you break down the pricing for buying just a 3-win streak, a 5-win streak, and the bundle deals?" The black-robed player answered matter-of-factly. Simple. Buying a 3-win streak costs 3 survival points. Buying a 5-win streak costs 5 survival points. But if you buy the 3-win plus 5-win package, it's only 4 survival points. Jiang Ye was stunned. Wait, how the hell was buying 2 streaks together cheaper than buying them individually? The black-robed player seemed to notice his confusion and explained. The package works like this. If you buy the 3-win streak, We guarantee those 3 wins immediately. But for the 5-win streak, you need to win your 4th match first before getting paired with one of us. If you lose the 4th match, that's on you. We won't be responsible for delivering the 5-win streak anymore. In other words, the package is cheaper because you take on part of the risk. Oh, now that made sense. It meant that some players paid for 2 wins, but only received 1, since they lost on their own before securing the 5th victory. No matter how you looked at it, the package deal was way better than buying wins one by one. It was like how membership deals in stores were structured to tempt people into buying more. Jiang Ye thought that if he really wanted to buy wins, he'd probably go for a bundle deal too. But after thinking a little deeper, this whole thing was a ripoff. Forget using survival points to create replicas. Even if he just traded directly with a Black Shadow, 1 survival point was worth 100,000. So the 3-win streak costing 3 survival points was basically 300,000. That was a massive amount of money, way more than the dual rooms win streak rewards. This was insanely overpriced. It was totally not worth it. But before Jiang Ye could even voice his complaint about the price, the black-robed player, as if reading his mind, immediately launched into another sales pitch. You need to understand, a 3-win streak isn't just about the dual room rewards. More importantly, it's the foundation for 5-win and 10-win streaks. Without this foundation, you'll be nothing more than a mediocre, forgettable player. You'll never qualify for the War God ranking. You have to realize, energy fields exist around people. If you lose your momentum, if you hesitate and falter, then 1 loss could mean a lifetime of failure. On the other hand, if you make the firm decision to secure this victory today, you might just be gambling on a future of absolute glory. Holy sh*T. This guy's sales skills are insane. Was he the top salesman in their entire organization? The way the black-robed player spoke actually made Jiang Ye feel like, if he lost this match, he'd be like a deflated balloon, forever stuck on a downward spiral, doomed to become just another mediocre nobody in the vast crowd of the ordinary. The worst part? He had read countless cultivation novels where the concept of an invincible path existed. The idea that the protagonist never loses throughout their entire life, ultimately reaching the peak of the world without a single defeat. So, originally, Jiang Ye thought this win streak wasn't that important. But after this golden-tongued salesman finished talking, suddenly he felt like he absolutely couldn't lose this match. But after thinking for a moment, Jiang Ye asked, "What if my survival Jade token doesn't have any survival points in it right now?" The black-robed player wasn't surprised. Instead, he explained, "That's not a problem at all. I can help you apply for a use first, pay later deal." In other words, you can secure your win streak now and pay back the survival points within the specified time. However, since players in this apartment survival game can die at any time, the seller bears all the risk in a use first, pay later deal. So, to compensate for that risk, the buyer has to pay extra. Jiang Ye immediately understood and asked, "How much extra?" "Roughly double the original price." Holy sh*T. Only double. A 3-win streak that originally cost 3 survival points would now cost 6. This was straight-up loan sharking, and the black-robed player wasn't even done yet. He continued his explanation. Because the death rate in the apartment survival game is extremely high, the repayment period for a use first, pay later deal is usually within 24 hours. Our automatic collection time is always at midnight game time. If you don't have enough survival points in your survival Jade token at the time of collection, you get a 24-hour extension to make the payment. However, late payments will incur an additional penalty fee. And if by the end of the grace period, your survival points are still insufficient to pay off the loan, then, according to our contract-based tools, you'll be directly erased. The organization will receive 1 survival point as a guaranteed compensation for your death. Of course, you should already know, killing a player grants 1 survival point, right? The black-robed player spoke so casually, as if he were just discussing business as usual. But at this moment, Jiang Ye finally realized the true horror of this apartment survival game. Every single human life was just a walking survival point. Before, Jiang Ye had thought that one survival point equals 100,000 was too cheap to justify killing. But if he owed survival points, then, when his debt was about to get him killed, would he start killing others just to survive? Would others do the same? No, they would do far worse than him. This was human nature. When faced with life or death, people would always choose survival, even if it meant killing others. And according to the black-robed player, over 80% of win streak players had bought their streaks, which meant they either had already killed someone to pay off their win streak immediately, or they were in debt, meaning that within the next 24 hours, they'd definitely go out hunting for victims. The real danger in the Doomsday Apartment wasn't the monsters. It wasn't the rent. It was other players. People. Killing. People. The black-robed player noticed Jiang Ye's expression change and chuckled lightly. Yeah, he said, still in that casual tone, everything you just imagined is absolutely correct. The beginner apartment announcements talk about surviving past day 8 or day 10, right? But in many apartments, the players don't even make it to day 10. Most of them are already dead by day 5. You think the old players show up just to slaughter and wipe out the newcomers? No need for that. By the time old players arrive, most of the new players are already dead. Those who couldn't adapt to survival in the Doomsday Apartment have already become survival points for the strong. Jiang Ye was shaken. He had thought about a possible war between new players and old players. But based on what the Black Robe player was saying, by the time old players arrived, there might not even be any new players left, which meant that when old players and new players finally faced off, Jiang Ye suddenly felt a chill crawl up his spine. He couldn't stop himself from asking, "So, tell me, after the beginner test, how many new players actually survive?" But the Black Robe player didn't answer. Instead, he simply changed the subject and went back to his sales pitch. Honestly, the survival points we charge for win streaks aren't even that much. I know several strong newcomers who have already saved up over 10 or 20 survival points. And believe it or not, one war God-ranking player has held over 100 survival points before. Jiang Ye's eyes widened in shock. Over 100 survival points. Did that mean he had killed over 100 people? Wait, hold on, he immediately asked. But doesn't a beginner apartment start with only 80 players? How could someone have over 100 survival points? Oh, that's simple. They just go to other beginner apartments and harvest players there. Every beginner apartment rooftop has a teleportation gate leading to other beginner apartments. As long as you pay one survival point, you could transfer to another beginner apartment. That's why some beginner apartments don't even last until the old players arrive. Jiang Ye was beyond shocked, and in that moment, he immediately realized that's how those two new players appeared in his apartment. And judging from all this, those two new players were definitely bad news. Jiang Ye's heart pounded wildly, but the black-robed player remained as relaxed as ever. Well, I think I've shared plenty of free information with you. So, brother, how about a 10-win streak package? To be honest, most average players wouldn't even qualify for a use first, pay later 10-win streak package. But I have high hopes for you, so I'm willing to use one of my precious top-tier sales spots on you. So what do you say? You want me down on this 10-win streak, right? The way he spoke, it really sounded like he genuinely believed Jiang Ye was some kind of chosen one, destined to reach a 10-win streak without fail. But Jiang Ye knew this was just a sales tactic. This guy was probably saying the exact same thing to every single customer. Hell, even at the beginning of their conversation, he had complimented Jiang Ye's strong mentality and impressive skill. That was probably sales talk too. Jiang Ye didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pretended to seriously consider it. Meanwhile, as replica number 2 kept stalling the gold medal salesman, replica number 1 had already returned to apartment 2025 with the skill scroll from the bronze treasure chest. Since the lucky lantern only had a few minutes left, Jiang Ye immediately tore open the bronze tier skill scroll. His replicas all came with skills linked to their abilities. But his main body, with its X-tier infinite replication ability, had no skills at all. Could an X-tier ability even gain a skill? And what if he got unlucky and the scroll failed? That would be a huge loss. Jiang Ye held his breath, feeling an unexpected wave of nervousness. The moment the blank paper was torn apart, it transformed into white light and instantly merged into his body. A surge of refreshing energy swept through him. It felt like he had just slept for days, wiping away all fatigue, leaving his mind clearer than ever. In that moment, his mental perception seemed to extend outward, reaching towards something unknown. And as the strange sensation faded, Jiang Ye immediately checked his data panel. Jiang Ye, level 0, stamina 0.8, energy 1.2, combat power 1.8, survival points 0, ability infinite replication X, skill replica fusion D, replica fusion D. Select up to 3 replicas for targeted fusion. Fully merge the attributes, abilities, and skills of up to 2 replicas into a designated primary replica. Fusion lasts for 3 minutes. Hiss. What? Replica fusion. Wait a second. According to the skill description, this fusion wasn't permanent. It only lasted for 3 minutes. Jiang Ye's mind raced. If he chose replica number 2 as the primary replica and activated replica fusion, would he be able to defeat the black robe player by sheer force in those 3 minutes? Whether there was hope or not, he had to try. Jiang Ye's main body didn't hesitate at all. Meanwhile, replica number 2 finally seemed to have made up his mind. With an expression that was both resolved to buy a win streak and somewhat guilty about it, he suddenly turned to the black-robed player and said, "Before I enter the duel room, I noticed that the external screen of the duel machine automatically displays the player's battles. So, doesn't that mean our win trading could be discovered by other players in the apartment?" The black-robed player chuckled. "You don't have to worry about that. When this duel officially started, I disabled the spectating function. So not only will there be no audience accidentally entering this room, but your duel also won't be shown on the external screen. So that's how it is." Which meant Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong, who had watched Yang Wenchao's fight, might not have actually seen his 3-win streak. Then, the scene Jiang Ye had witnessed of Yang Wenchao losing to a girl. Was that his 4th win streak failing? Or was it after his 5th win streak? Did Yang Wenchao also buy his win streak? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jiang Ye's main body in the apartment saw the latest messages in the chat group. Holy sh**t. In just this short amount of time, 2 more members have gone offline. Who is it this time? Someone from Yang Wenchao's leveling team? I told you, we shouldn't trust him just because he's strong. The guy's killed before. No, it's not anyone from Yang Wenchao's team. It's Lu Shun, ranked 9th on the leaderboard, and He Weiwei from Class 2. Wait, what? He Weiwei's death isn't surprising, but how did a level 1 player like Lu Shun die too? Could he have been killed by a monster while leveling alone? Maybe we really should stick to teaming up for safety. But just as everyone assumed Lu Shun had died fighting monsters, a sudden message popped up from leaderboard powerhouse Ku Zhengfei. He hadn't spoken in the group before, but his first message carried an urgent tone. Lu Shun wasn't killed by a monster. He was instantly killed by an unknown expert. It's very likely one of the 2 new players. Even I'm being hunted by this person right now. However, the moment he sent that message, it vanished into thin air. Just like before, when a player died, their messages were automatically erased. In an instant, the entire chat group realized Ku Zhengfei's name had disappeared from the leaderboard, and in the member list, his name had gone dark, which meant that this mysterious powerhouse, whom the classmates had revered in secret, had been instantly killed at the very moment he sent his message. For a brief moment, the chat group fell into eerie silence, and an overwhelming sense of fear spread through the air, wordlessly creeping into everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, replica number 2 suddenly turned to the black-robed player again. Earlier, you mentioned there's some kind of contract item that guarantees our transaction. Hearing this, the black-robed player immediately understood. Another deal secured. He truly lived up to his reputation as the gold medal salesman of the Duo organization. At the same time, he scoffed inwardly, looking down on Jiang Ye. As a top salesman, his usual trick was to act like an untouchable powerhouse while simultaneously flattering his target with phrases like, "You've got a good mindset and decent strength." Oh, tell body yes. New players who managed to reach a 3-win streak were usually just frogs in a well, overestimating themselves without knowing the true extent of the world. They had no idea what the real power looked like, and their inflated egos only made their desire for a 3-win streak even stronger. In the end, most of them would be willing to take out a loan just to secure the win streak. At this moment, in the black robe player's eyes, Jiang Ye was exactly the kind of overconfident frog in a well. As he prepared to explain the contract process while mentally ridiculing Jiang Ye, the latter checked his data panel after using Replica Fusion, and what he saw instantly filled him with confidence. Jiang Ye, Level 1, Stamina, 7.4, Energy, 8.6, Combat Power, 72, Survival Points, 0, Abilities, Hardware Pays Off, S, Gold Element Affinity, C, Skills, Absolute Focus, A, Combat Stance, A, Golden Light Technique. Yes, while there were currently 3 Jiang Yes in existence, his main body didn't count as a replica, so it couldn't undergo Replica Fusion. In the end, he only fused Replica number 1 and Replica number 2. Their attributes directly stacked. Their abilities and skills also stacked. But combat power wasn't just a simple sum. Replica number 1 had a combat power of 5.5, and Replica number 2 had 54. Logically, the sum should be under 60. Yet, after the fusion, his combat power soared to 72. It was the perfect example of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Jiang Ye admitted that the black robe player was strong. However, based on the matchmaking system, his combat power should be around 54, the same as Jiang Ye's replica number 2. Even if there were fluctuations, it wouldn't be by much. And now, Jiang Ye's fused combat power was nearly 20 points higher. Of course, an experienced veteran with powerful items could make up for that 20-point gap. But Jiang Ye wasn't planning to play fair. As the black robe player started explaining the contract process, Jiang Ye pretended to listen intently, looking like he had made up his mind to spend money on the win streak. However, just as the black robe player was fully focused on his explanation, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Almost simultaneously, a chilling metallic sensation sliced across his throat. In an instant, fresh blood gushed from his neck. The black robe player had extensive combat experience. The moment he felt the attack, he instinctively dodged backward at full speed. One hand clutched his throat while his eyes locked onto Jiang Ye in utter disbelief. Jiang Ye himself was just as shocked. He had once instantly killed Ding Ding with a single golden light technique, despite using the weak combat power of replica number 1. With replica number 2, he had also slit Li Ran's throat in a single strike. But now, even though the black robe player had a mask blocking part of the attack, Jiang Ye had seen with his own eyes. The golden light technique had pierced directly into his forehead, and the poison blade blood dagger had sliced open his throat. Blood was already flowing, and yet, this guy could still move so fast. Jiang Ye only had 3 minutes of fusion time. There was no room for hesitation. With absolute focus and combat stance enhancing his reactions, he launched another killing strike at the black robe player. However, by all logic, with their equal combat power, the black robe player's stats should be lower than Jiang Ye's. Yet his speed was clearly superior. It's his gear, Jiang Ye suddenly realized. The black robe player's entire outfit might be a complete set. A pair of black pointed-toe shoes with a sharp curve at the tips. A long black robe with an incredibly refined texture. A pair of sleek black gloves covering his hands. And on his face, a pure black mask. A coordinated uniform like this was likely a full set of gear. Anyone who had played games before knew a full set's power is far superior to individual pieces. No wonder, even with higher combat power, even after a double sneak attack with golden light technique and poison blade blood dagger, the black robe player was still alive. He didn't even seem seriously injured. As he rapidly retreated, he wiped his throat with a gloved hand. The moment his black-gloved fingers left the wound, the gash that had been gushing blood instantly healed. However, the external wound might have healed, but the poison from the poison blade blood dagger was still in his system, and the golden light had still pierced his forehead. The black-robe player was far from okay. His mind felt foggy, his body slightly stiff. He was nowhere near his peak condition. Yet, even while retreating, his gaze remained locked onto Jiang Ye with a fierce glare. His throat injury had damaged his vocal cords, making his voice sound hoarse and broken, like a scratched, malfunctioning tape. "Kid, do you have any idea what this outfit represents?" "It doesn't just represent me. It represents the entire powerful organization behind me. Even if you manage to win by sneak attack today, from now on, every single one of your key win streaks will be targeted. You will never have another win streak again. I really misjudged you. I thought you had some talent, but you're the dumbest newbie I've ever met." The black-robed player's tone was lofty and judgmental, laced with undisguised contempt, as if Jiang Ye had just made the dumbest mistake of his life. Yet, upon hearing those words, Jiang Ye felt nothing but excitement. At first, seeing how agile the black-robe player remained even after multiple critical hits, Jiang Ye had feared that this guy was ridiculously overpowered, that his win streak was already doomed. But now, hearing this rant, he instantly realized the black-robed player only seemed unaffected, but in reality, he was already at his limit. In that case, Jiang Ye wouldn't be intimidated. If the enemy is weak, finish them off. His body moved like a blade, charging straight after the retreating black-robed player. A sharp golden light streaked through the air, another ruthless strike. At the same time, he swung his black poison blade blood dagger. Wait, why did his poison blade blood dagger just fly off on its own? No. Jiang Ye's gaze locked onto the dagger, noticing a layer of golden light enveloping it. And in an instant, he realized the truth. The dagger hadn't flown off on its own. He could control it freely, even without holding it. This is, under the comprehension enhancement of absolute focus, he had awakened a new skill in battle. The situation was too urgent for him to check his data panel. But that didn't stop him from wielding the poison blade blood dagger remotely with ease. The black-robe player had no idea that Jiang Ye had just learned a new skill mid-fight. But even so, he was already utterly shaken, because to him, Jiang Ye's entire setup was clear at a glance. This kid had only two pieces of equipment: a disguised mask that made him look bald, and a poison blade blood dagger, whose effects the black-robed player knew all too well. That's it. No hidden gear, no powerful artifacts. And yet, this kid's raw combat power, based on the matchmaking system, his combat power should be around 55. At most, at absolute most, he shouldn't exceed 60. But right now, not only had he exceeded 60, his actual performance was probably well over 70. This doesn't make any ****ing sense. Was there a bug in the matchmaking system? Or was Jiang Ye hiding some unseen powerful item? Or worse, was he one of those limit-breaking monsters that appear once in a billion players? Normally, combat power and actual combat ability were separate concepts. For example, if a player's combat power was 100, their actual fighting strength would usually be less than or equal to 100. Someone who could fully utilize 80% of their combat power was already considered a strong player. A player who could perfectly maximize their combat power was a rare extreme flow expert. But beyond extreme flow, there was an even rarer phenomenon. A player whose raw combat power was 100, but in battle, they could output far more than 100. A completely illogical existence. A limit-breaking monster. Extreme flow experts were already rare. Limit-breaking monsters? They only existed in legends. Even as a veteran player, the black-robe player had only heard rumors about them, never seen one. But now, for the first time, he had doubts. Could this bold, reckless kid in front of him be one of those legendary, limit-breaking monsters? Otherwise, how the hell could a level 55 player with trash tier gear be on the verge of killing him? The black robe player was horrified. He wanted to say more, to figure out what the hell Jiang Ye really was. But Jiang Ye had no interest in talking. His replica fusion had a 3-minute time limit, and he needed to finish this fight immediately. His poison blade blood dagger, now controlled remotely, spun rapidly through the air, striking at the black-robed player's vitals with relentless precision. Oh no. Meanwhile, the black-robed player's dodging speed was slowing down. The earlier poison strike was kicking in. Seeing this, Jiang Ye pressed the attack. And then, the black-robed player's figure suddenly vanished. All that remained was an empty robe, pinned in midair by the dagger. Jiang Ye's pupils shrank, instantly going on full alert. But thanks to absolute focus, his awareness was razor-sharp. In a split second, he sensed movement behind him. The poison blade blood dagger, originally floating 2 meters ahead, spun midair. A cold glint flashed, slashing past Jiang Ye's back at high speed. A dark figure reappeared. Blood sprayed through the air. Jiang Ye reacted instantly. He spun around. His dagger shot back in his grip, and with a fierce thrust, he drove it straight into the black-robed player's throat. The blade flashed mercilessly, its strike as swift as lightning. The black-robed player's pupils trembled violently, then dulled. Within 3 heartbeats, his body completely disintegrated. At that moment, a series of notifications echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have won this duel. You have received 100 wager points. Ding! Congratulations! You have achieved a 3-win streak in random matchmaking. Please select your win streak reward. As the second notification rang, 3 cards appeared before his eyes. Jiang Ye was still slightly dazed, his breathing heavy. It took him a moment to snap back to reality. He won. He actually beat a veteran player. Then again, thinking about it, his combat power was 20 points higher than the black robe players. On top of that, his dishonorable tactics had kept the black robe player from ever regaining control of the fight. Winning actually made perfect sense. Jiang Ye suppressed his excitement and quickly focused on the 3 cards in front of him. Each card was the size of a poker card, completely black, with no visible differences. He could only pick one at random as his 3-win streak reward. Since it was purely luck-based, Jiang Ye did a random selection game in his head and landed on the 3rd card. Once confirmed, the 3 cards began flipping over one by one. The first card revealed. Announcement card. Allows you to post 1 public duel announcement in your current duel zone. So that's what Jiang Ye had used to make her public announcement earlier. The second card flipped next. Level up card. If your level is below 10, you will instantly level up by 1. If you're level 10 or higher, this card is void. Damn, a straight-up level up? No wonder Yang Wenchao was the first to hit level 2. He probably got this as a win streak reward. Finally, the 3rd card, the one Jiang Ye picked, flipped over. Privilege card. Privilege 1. During random matchmaking, you can select a specific opponent from the pool of match players with similar combat power. Privilege 2. In that selected duel, the wager will no longer default to the lower bet. At first, Jiang Ye didn't quite understand how useful this privilege card was. He thought it might be kind of useless, but after giving it some thought, this card could be a gold mine if used correctly. Privilege 1 was easy to understand. Normally, random matchmaking was completely random, but with this card, he could handpick his opponent from a list of players with similar combat power. Alone, this privilege wasn't that amazing, because matchmaking still had to follow the combat power balancing system. However, combined with Privilege 2, this card became a game changer. Normally, wagering in duels follows a lower bet rule. For example, if player A bets 100 survival points and player B bets 900, the final wager would default to the lower amount, 100. But with Privilege 2 active, Jiang Ye could bet 100 and pick an opponent who wagered 10,000. If he won, he'd take 10,000. If he lost, he'd only lose 100. This privilege card was essentially a high-risk, high-reward cheat code. Normally, if he bet 100, his winnings would also be 100. But with this card, He could bet 100, win 10,000, or even 100,000. Of course, the key to this strategy was choosing the right opponent and ensuring victory. While Jiang Ye processed this realization, the privilege card automatically settled into his hand. Right after, the arena faded away, and he found himself back in his original seat. At the same time, his fusion timer expired. Jiang Ye couldn't help but reflect. S-tier abilities really are insane. Replica fusion was only a D-tier skill. Yet, its impact was far more overwhelming than even his D-tier golden light technique. The combat power stacking from replica fusion was already ridiculously strong. But more importantly, this skill was basically a cheat in the duel room. Under normal matchmaking rules, duels were balanced by combat power, forcing players to rely on gear, skills, and tactics. But Jiang Ye, he could fuse after matchmaking, boosting his combat power mid-fight and crushing his opponent instantly. In most web novels, the protagonist usually challenges stronger opponents and wins against the odds. Jiang Ye used to find those stories satisfying. But now, why the hell would anyone want to fight uphill battles? Overpowering the weak, dominating the battlefield. That's true satisfaction. Not only was it more enjoyable, it was safer. Now, even if he got matched against a tough opponent, he had a trump card. Plus, when sending weaker replicas on solo missions, he had a strong backup plan. Overall, he was beyond thrilled with this D-tier ability. Honestly, he even felt that replica fusion was stronger than his A-tier abilities, absolute focus, and combat stance. Just as he was basking in his victory, a sudden notification rang in his mind. Player Xingxiu has posted a duel room announcement. Clearly, this was someone using an announcement card to broadcast a message. At first, Jiang Ye didn't think much of it, until the next voice he heard was the Black Robe players. Bald Kid at seat A06-5525. You must be enjoying your 3-win streak rewards, huh? I'm making this announcement just to remind you. What I said in the arena wasn't just a scare tactic. You will pay for your stupidity. You'll soon understand. My influence is far beyond what you can imagine. Enjoy that. The Black Robe player's voice was still arrogant and mocking, dripping with contempt. Meanwhile, the entire duel room erupted into discussions. Wait, what? This Xingxiu guy just burned an announcement card just to call out some bald kid. And what's with that my influence is beyond your imagination crap? Dude thinks he's the final boss or something. Huh. Sounds like some arrogant prick who got his ass kicked and is now throwing a tantrum. Exactly. The way he talks is hilarious. At first, the announcement was met with mockery and skepticism. But then, a second announcement echoed through the duel room. Emergency duel room announcement. VIP player duo is currently linking 1 million duel machines to this duel zone. These 1 million duel machines will be fully integrated within 10 minutes. At that time, 1 million veteran players will gain access to this duel zone. Silence. The entire duel room fell into a dazed stupor. Some players just stood there, staring blankly. Wait, what? What does that mean? But those who were quick-witted immediately understood. Holy sh**T. Does this mean our duel zone is about to be flooded with 1 million veteran players? You mean in random matchmaking or challenge mode, we'll have a higher chance of fighting experienced players? Are you kidding me? I already struggle to win against players at my level. If we start getting matched against veterans, we're doomed. This update is going to destroy our win rates. Who the hell is Duo? And what the hell is a VIP player? No way. VIP players can just force 1 million veterans into our duel zone. That's insane. Wait, remember the first announcement? That Xingxiu guy was talking about making a bald kid pay? F***CK. Are you telling me this million-player flood is because of that guy? So Xingxiu wasn't just some arrogant loser. He's actually that powerful. **T. This isn't just about punishing one bald kid. He just screwed over our entire duel zone. Damn it. Who the hell is this bald idiot that pissed off such a big shot? In an instant, the initial mockery toward Xingxiu turned into pure resentment toward the bald kid. Everyone now felt like their entire duel zone was being ruined because of that one idiot. And the bald kid in question, Jiang Ye, had already quietly changed seats the moment Xing Xiu's announcement came out. As he relocated, a realization hit him. Spectators could search for seat number to watch that player's duels live. In random matchmaking, players only saw their opponent's seat number, not their actual identity. That's why Jiang Ye had used an announcement card earlier, telling her fans to search for seat 151 so they could watch her matches. At the time, Jiang Ye didn't think much of it. But now he noticed something off. The seat numbers on the second floor all followed a triple XXXXX format. So why was Jiang Ye's seat number just 151? Was it because she was ranked stubborn bronze and had access to the third floor? That was one possibility. But Jiang Ye had another suspicion. Could there be private seats hidden from regular players? He even considered if the public duel room was like an internet cafe where players could sit at any available duel machine. Then did some players have personal computers, private duel machines that belonged to them alone? Turns out, he was absolutely right. Apartment 985, room 2008. Right now, Jiang Ye was sitting inside her private room, using her own duel machine. Of course, this duel machine wasn't originally part of her room. She had stolen it from a package delivery. By using a private duel machine, she could secure a permanent seat number in the virtual duel zone. In the public duel room, seats were first come, first served. If you left, someone else could take your spot. But with a private duel machine, she had a fixed seat number, like a permanent streaming channel. Even when she wasn't online, no one else could occupy her seat. This was why she had made a public announcement earlier. While her announcement claimed she just wanted viewers for one match, her real goal was to make her seat number as famous as a streamer's channel ID. That way, every time she dueled, she'd automatically have an audience, just like a live streamer. Once her seat number became popular, her earnings per match would skyrocket. Winning just one fight could make her as much as a celebrity streamer. With this model, earning 6 figures daily was totally possible. At least, that was the plan. But then, this million-player announcement ruined everything. Because for her streaming empire to work, she needed to actually win her matches. With 1 million veteran players joining the duel zone, Jiang Ye knew her win rate was about to plummet. Worse yet, those veteran players would have their own streaming channels, competing directly with hers. Realizing this, her hatred for the bald idiot who provoked a big shot reached new heights. But after quickly calming down, she made a decision. She needed to make as much money as possible before the veterans fully arrived. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, now in a new seat, could clearly feel the hostile gazes around him. Even though nobody could confirm he was the troublemaking bald kid, he still felt the subtle animosity from other players. This was because the disguise mask always generated a bald appearance. So nobody could tell if he was the infamous one or just another bald player. Jiang Ye remained calm and collected, but internally, he was confused. Xing Xiu was only around 55 combat power, right? How the hell did he have enough influence to call in duo and summon 1 million veteran players? And seriously, was his sneak attack really that big of a deal? Did it really warrant such an extreme response? Could there be another reason behind all this? Now that he thought about it, when he had landed the final blow on the black robe player, the guy had seemed like he wanted to say something, but Jiang Ye didn't give him the chance. What was he trying to say? Jiang Ye had no clue, and there was no point dwelling on it. What really mattered now was, should he use his privilege card before the veteran players arrived, or should he wait until after they joined the duel zone? At this moment, Jiang Ye had switched seats and noticed that the discussions around him had changed quite a bit. Honestly, I don't think we need to panic so much. The fact that 1 million duel machines are linked only means that 1 million veteran players can log into our duel zone. But it doesn't mean they'll all log in at once. For example, in my apartment's duel room, there are 20 duel machines, but right now, I'm the only one actually using one. So this whole situation might not even have that much impact on our duel zone. That VIP player, Duo, and Xing Xiu, who made the first announcement, are clearly working together. Their main target is obviously that bald guy who provoked them. So, if veteran players do log into our duel zone, they'll likely be focusing on the bald guy too. Most of these words were just self-reassurance. But Jiang Ye took them to heart. That's true. In this duel zone, getting key win streaks could earn random rewards. So far, the only rewards he knew of were announcement card, level up card, and privilege card. Who knew what other useful cards might exist? That win streak selling organization was ridiculously wealthy. It was like a mega corporation in the real world, a true giant. An entity like that, going after someone like him with no background. They probably had countless ways to deal with him. So, Jiang Ye had originally thought about waiting until the veteran players dropped into the duel zone before using his privilege card. Maybe he could make even more that way. But now he felt, to be safe, once the veterans arrived, maybe he should log out of the duel room and lay low for a while. But if he stopped using the duel room for a while, his income would take a huge hit. So this privilege card, he needed to make the most of it before the veteran players arrived and rake in as much as possible in one go. With that in mind, Jiang Ye opened the spectating function on his control panel. Once inside, the interface looked a bit like a food delivery app. At the top was a search function. It allowed users to look up a specific seat number to spectate. Most of the screen displayed various duel arenas. In the lower right corner of each one, a small number indicated the current number of spectators watching that duel. By default, the arenas were displayed in default sorting mode, meaning they appeared randomly. Of course, some high-traffic arenas might be pushed to the front of the default ranking. He wasn't sure if the arenas at the top of the list had used a traffic card to boost their visibility. Besides default sorting, players could also sort by spectator count, combat power, title ranking, and so on. Since Jiang Ye wanted to make a big profit using the privilege card, and he couldn't determine the betting amounts of his potential opponents, then the best way to cash in was to focus on spectator fees. If his match using the privilege card drew a massive audience, he could make a fortune from the spectating fees alone. So he sorted the list by spectator count and prepared to spend some time analyzing the options. At the same time, Jiang Ye's first replica, after completing replica fusion, wasted no time leaving room 2025 and heading toward room 2064. After all, the woman in white had only given him 10 minutes. He had to hurry back and continue his cleaning job. The hallway from 2025 to 2064 wasn't too far, and he had already walked it twice. But he still didn't dare let his guard down, gripping a kitchen knife tightly in his hand. The new skill he had gained from fighting against the black screen had only appeared on Replica 1's data panel after the replica fusion ended. Golden Cicada shedding D. Hold a metal weapon for 1 minute. Then control it remotely for 3 minutes. Range, 5 meters. A pretty basic D-rank skill. Its effectiveness would depend largely on the attributes of the metal weapon itself. This made Jiang Ye realize even more. A skill's strength was heavily tied to one's ability. If he obtained more skill scrolls in the future, he should prioritize giving them to replicas with higher-ranked abilities. It would be much more cost-effective. NS. As he thought about this, he stayed alert. As Replica 1 passed room 2060, he suddenly sensed killing intent. His whole body tensed up in an instant, his palms sweating around the knife's handle. Instinctively, he pressed his back against the hallway wall, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, a cocky male voice rang out from the shadows to his right. "You're Jiang Ye from the 20th floor, right?" Following the voice, Jiang Ye saw a lean young man stepping out from the darkness of the hallway. The young man had a buzz cut and a tattoo on his forehead, seemingly covering some kind of scar. His whole street thug vibe made it obvious. He wasn't a fellow apartment resident. Clearly, he was one of those 2 level 3 players who had come from another apartment. Huang Qi, or Yu Xiaoming. On the ranking board, Lu Shun and Ku Zhengfei had both died at the hands of these two, and they were killed instantly. However, what made Jiang Ye's nerves tighten even more was, as the tattooed young man slowly approached, he gave Jiang Ye a cold glance, furrowed his brows, and muttered in confusion. "That's weird. Does your beginner apartment have 2 people named Jiang Ye? Is the Jiang Ye on the ranking board, the level 1-1, someone else?" Hearing this, Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. He deliberately put on a nervous and uneasy expression, staying silent. But the tattooed young man kept approaching and continued analyzing. Or maybe you have an ability that prevents others from inspecting your data panel? No, even if you blocked inspection, it wouldn't show this result. Could it be an ability to disguise your data panel? Does such a power even exist? The tattooed young man couldn't figure it out, so he simply hardened his tone. All right, buddy, why don't you just explain yourself? Why does your data panel show you as level 0, but the Jiang Ye on the ranking board is level 1? At that moment, Jiang Ye instantly realized this guy had the ability to inspect other players' data panels. Holy sh**T. Fortunately, the only data panel the guy had inspected was replica ones. If he had seen Jiang Ye's real data panel, that would have been a huge problem. An X-tier ability. There was no doubt it would cause an uproar. Thinking about it now, Jiang Ye realized that from here on out, his real body should stay behind the scenes. No wandering around. Let the replicas handle everything. Even though this wasn't the absolute worst-case scenario, right now he was still at risk of having his secret exposed. He honestly had no idea how to explain why he was level 1 on a ranking board but showed up as level 0 on the data panel. But then again, why should he have to explain anything? This guy wasn't his classmate. Hell, he even killed his classmates. Jiang Ye tensed up, pressing his back against the hallway wall. On the outside, he looked exactly like a terrified level 0 player. But in his mind, he was considering fusing with Replica 2 and one-shotting this tattooed punk. Yeah, best if he could take him out in one blow. After all, this guy could see his data panel. During Replica fusion, his panel would change. If the guy noticed and leaked it in the chat groups, that would be bad news. But did he actually have the strength to one-shot this tattooed punk? This guy had the guts to cross into another apartment, which meant his strength had to be exceptional. And he probably had a companion. Were they acting separately, or was his partner lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment? Jiang Ye wasn't completely confident he could kill him in one hit. As he wavered between waiting for the right moment and making the first move, the tattooed young man spoke again in a relaxed tone. Relax, man. If I really wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. You wouldn't even have time to react. Damn, this guy was cocky. Jiang Ye remained indifferent inside, but kept up his nervous, on-edge act. The tattooed youth casually twirled a small knife in his fingers as he continued. My name is Huang Qi. That guy, Yu Xiangming, and I aren't from the same apartment. So why are we working together? It's simple. We have the same goal. To get stronger. To reach an unimaginable level of power as fast as possible. So, let me ask you, what do you think is the fastest way to get stronger? Jiang Ye had no idea what this guy was playing at, but he played along and answered with 2 simple words. Killing people. Bingo, Huang Qi cheerfully blurted out in English, even snapping his fingers. Then he quickly corrected himself. More accurately, it's killing, but supercharged. In other words, mass slaughter. Though in our case, I guess you'd call it apartment slaughter. Now you should get where I'm going with this. At this point, Huang Qi let out a sinister grin, his tattooed forehead shifting with his expression, making him look like a devil straight out of hell. ROE section. His next words were just as cold-blooded and devoid of humanity. In my apartment, aside from me, no one else is alive anymore. Next, Yu Xiaoming's apartment was the second. And now, your apartment is the third. Jiang Ye, right? You're lucky. You're not particularly strong, but you were placed on the 20th floor from the start. And that is the reason you're still alive. You have 2 choices: become my dog, just like Yu Xiaoming did. I'll lead you guys apartment by apartment, harvesting survival points. This kind of growth speed is way faster than grinding duels or doing menial jobs. I'm going to build a powerful organization, and those who follow me will be its founding members. Of course, I don't keep freeloaders. If you want in, you have to pay the price. For now, my rule is simple. After each apartment slaughter, my followers must hand over 10 survival points to main. Of course, if you kill enough people and exceed the 10-point quota, you can keep the extra for your own growth. Once I have at least 8 followers, I'll refine the rules and establish a more structured system. Oh, right before I go on, Huang Qi arched an eyebrow, still sounding relaxed. You do have a survival jade token, right? Jiang Ye's mind was reeling. He had assumed the 2 new players in their apartment were just ordinary level 3 powerhouses who had somehow figured out how to teleport between apartments. But he never expected this. They had wiped out 2 entire apartments. Jiang Ye suddenly felt extremely grateful. Good thing he hadn't acted rashly just now. If he had, given how many survival points this guy must have gained from killing hundreds of people, his strength was probably far beyond what Jiang Ye could handle. Forget one-shotting him. Jiang Ye might not even be able to beat him. Realizing this, Jiang Ye felt a genuine wave of tension. He stiffly responded, I have a survival jade token. Huang Qi grinned. Then that makes things easy. In at most 2 hours, we'll end this apartment, then move on to the next one. In this apartment, this guy was completely ruthless and arrogant. He didn't see human lives as anything at all. At this point, Jiang Ye gave up on the idea of trying to one-shot him. Instead, he continued to act nervous and muttered, I was actually heading to room 2064 to do some cleaning work. But before he could even finish his excuse, Huang Qi scoffed. You kidding me? Bro, are you playing some kind of international joke on me? Killing just 1 person earns you 100,000 in an instant. And you're talking to me about cleaning work? Huang Qi toyed with his knife again and mocked coldly. Let me ask you again. Are you going to keep doing your little cleaning job? Or are you coming with me to kill? Jiang Ye's heart was pounding. Without any hesitation, he firmly responded with 2 words. Killing people. He even said it loudly, as if he had made up his mind, as if he had decided to become just like Huang Qi, a cold-blooded, merciless monster who killed without blinking. Huang Qi seemed pleased with his answer and immediately praised. Now that's what I like to hear. All right, answer a few more questions for me. First, that guy Yang Wenxiao from the 20th floor, do you know how strong he is? Second, the so-called mysterious bald guy people were talking about in the chat. He should also be on the 20th floor, right? Do you know his strength? Third, and this one again, why does your data panel show you as level 0, while the ranking board lists you as level 1? Just hearing the first 2 questions, Jiang Ye immediately understood. This guy was planning to either recruit Yang Wenxiao and the mysterious bald guy into his organization, or, if their strength was beyond his control, they'd be his next targets. Jiang Ye didn't ask anything in return. Instead, he answered the questions one by one. Yang Wenxiao is very strong. He paused for a moment, then took the initiative to add, during a fight with a monster, he seemed to use a resurrection ability. Afterward, he claimed in the chat that it was the survival points that brought him back to life. But I find that explanation very questionable. Boss, do you know if survival points can actually be used for resurrection? Hearing this, Huang Qi's expression grew more serious. Resurrection? Survival points don't have a resurrection function. That means Yang Wenxiao's resurrection ability must come from his talent. Then he asked, can you roughly guess his ability rank? Jiang Ye thought for a moment and answered cautiously. Our apartment has an S-tier ability holder, Wang Lingling, and Yang Wenxiao seems to be even stronger than her. But whether his talent is higher than S-tier, I can't say for sure. After all, Wang Lingling doesn't live on the 20th floor, while Yang Wenxiao does. That gives him a clear advantage. As he spoke, he suddenly acted like he just remembered something and added, Boss, since you can see my data panel, you should be able to check Yang Wenxiao's too, right? Huang Qi shot him a glare and replied impatiently, I can only inspect the data panels of players 3 levels below me. Yang Wenxiao is level 3 right now. I can't check his. So that's how it works. Jiang Ye realized it was simply because his level was too low that this guy had been able to inspect his panel. But he also suspected, aside from being unable to check Yang Wenxiao's data, Huang Qi probably didn't want to confront him directly. He was likely worried that Yang Wenxiao was too strong and that underestimating him could get him killed. This guy was more cautious than he looked. Jiang Ye was about to answer the second question, but suddenly he saw Huang Qi's expression change drastically. Jiang Ye's face also changed drastically, because he had just seen the explosion of messages in the chat group. Holy sh**t. The new player Yu Xiangming just disappeared from the ranking board. His name in the member list also dimmed. WEF. Who? Who killed Yu Xiangming? Lu Shun, it was Yang Wenchao. What the hell? Yang Wenchao took down Yu Xiangming despite the level gap. Dude, are you blind? Wenchao just hit level 3. WEF. He's already level 3. Even if it was a 3v3 fight, taking down a cross-apartment powerhouse is still insane. And those two cross-apartment players clearly came here with bad intentions. Yang Wenchao taking them down is an act of justice. I fully support him. Agreed. These two cross-apartment players were absolute scum. If not for Yang Wenchao, who knows how many more of our classmates would have died. Wang Chong. I said it before. Our apartment needs someone like Yang Wenchao, a true powerhouse. Some of you even wanted to kill him before. Seriously, what were you thinking? Xiao Likuan. When is Wenchao going to deal with Huang Qi too? I feel like these two cross-apartment players came just to slaughter us. Agreed. Wenchao, hurry up and take down Huang Qi too. Otherwise, I won't even dare to keep running deliveries. Wenchao is unstoppable. Wenchao is a god. Wenchao, you're my hero. Right now, the entire chat group was filled with praises for Yang Wenchao. It was as if taking down Yu Xiangming had instantly made him a hero of the apartment. Meanwhile, those classmates who had previously accused him of being a killer had now gone completely silent. Who knew if they had changed their minds about him, or if they were simply afraid of his strength and didn't dare to speak out against him anymore. At the same time, those who were hyping Yang Wenchao up were now all naturally hoping he would go and kill Huang Qi as well. And at this moment, as Huang Qi read the chat, his face turned dark. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold, murderous aura flickered within them. These pathetic little insects celebrating like this, how annoying. I much prefer seeing these worthless scum beg for their lives in their final moments. Saying this, he turned his icy gaze toward Jiang Ye. And you? Jiang Ye pressed his lips together, his expression firm. I want to become strong too. Oomph. If you want power, you have to be ruthless. Huang Qi said meaningfully before asking, what's your relationship with Yang Wenchao? Jiang Ye thought for a moment and answered almost without holding back. Before coming to this Doomsday apartment, I only had an average relationship with my classmates. But there was one time I spoke up for Yang Wenchao. After that, when we got here, he had an opportunity to kill me once, but he let me go. Said we were even after that. Yes. Is that so? Huang Qi seemed a little surprised, his eyes shifting thoughtfully before he asked again. So technically, you and Yang Wenchao aren't close? And you're not close with the others either? Jiang Ye nodded. He felt like Huang Qi was leading up to something. Sure enough, after getting his confirmation, Huang Qi's eyes narrowed again, a dark glint flashing through them. Then, as if nothing had happened, he returned to his relaxed demeanor and continued. All right then. Now, finish answering my 3 questions. Jiang Ye nodded and responded in one go. I don't know much about the mysterious bald guy, but since he can use the dual room, his original apartment should also be on the 20th floor. And everyone assumes he's the one ranked as Zhang Jintian on the ranking board. As for why my data panel level doesn't match the ranking board. Jiang Ye paused, locking eyes with Huang Qi for the first time. For once, his gaze wasn't the nervous, timid one from before. Instead, he was calm. Simple. I've been holding back a little. His tone was steady, meaningful. Huang Qi squinted at him and let out a low chuckle. Hiding your strength? Not bad. All right then, show me your real strength. Jiang Ye remained silent for a moment before voluntarily displaying his data panel. Jiang Ye, level 1. Stamina, 7.4. Energy, 8.6. Combat power, 75. Survival points, 0. Abilities, hard work pays off, S. Gold element affinity, C. Skills, absolute focus, A. Combat stance, A. Golden light technique, D. Golden cicada shedding, D. That's right. Jiang Ye had used replica fusion once again. But this time, he had no intention of attacking Huang Qi, and Huang Qi's eyes visibly widened when he saw Jiang Ye's panel. His gaze became slightly more intrigued. Dual abilities. No wonder you hit it. Kid, you're pretty good at playing a weakling, huh? Jiang Ye didn't respond. Instead, he flipped the script and took the initiative. I fully agree with your plan of wiping out apartments one by one. But if you expect me to hand over 10 survival points per apartment, you're going to have to show me something in return. At this moment, he was nothing like the nervous wreck from before. He carried himself like a real powerhouse. This shift in attitude made Huang Qi chuckle again. So now that you've revealed your strength, you're speaking with more confidence, huh? But let's get one thing straight. Even now, your real strength still isn't enough to impress me. As he spoke, Huang Qi also voluntarily displayed his data panel. However, for some reason, he only revealed 3 stats. Huang Qi, level 3, combat power, 88. At the same time, with a flick of his hand, a 2-meter-tall, bronze full-length mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. He glanced at Jiang Ye and continued. A combat power of 75 at level 1, not bad. But even without any equipment, my base combat power is already higher than yours. Do you really think your gear can compare to someone who's already slaughtered 2 entire apartments? Jiang Ye immediately played along, responding without hesitation. No problem. I'll pay 10 survival points per apartment. Huang Qi seemed quite pleased with Jiang Ye's cooperative attitude and casually gestured at him. Come here. Stand in front of this mirror and display your data panel. Jiang Ye frowned slightly, hesitating. Huang Qi rolled his eyes at him. I already told you, if I wanted to kill you, it'd be easy. No need for tricks. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then stepped forward and stood in front of the mirror, showing his data panel as requested. Huang Qi added, keep it up for 30 seconds. Jiang Ye stayed silent, but after 30 seconds, he suddenly realized his reflection in the mirror had started moving on its own. A few moments later, his mirror image actually stepped out of the mirror, and the data panel it displayed was exactly the same as his. What the F***? What kind of item is this? This is insane. Did it just create an exact copy of me? Huang Qi's slow, smug voice broke his thoughts. Now, you can go back to your cleaning job. Testing Yang Wenchao's strength. That job goes to this mirror replica. His tone was completely relaxed. Clearly, he was pleased with Jiang Ye's shock and found it amusing. But what Huang Qi didn't know was, Jiang Ye's real shock wasn't just because this mirror could create an exact replica of him. It was because, at that very moment, his real body in room 2025 suddenly sensed something even crazier. His D-rank skill, Replica Fusion, could actually be used on the mirror replica Huang Qi had just created. Holy **T. So, does this count as exploiting a game-breaking bug? If he were to immediately fuse this mirror replica into Replica 1 right now, what would happen? The skill Replica Fusion, of course, has a cooldown. However, its cooldown mechanism works like this. For example, if A and B replicas are fused into C, only A and B will enter cooldown. In other words, when Jiang Ye only has replica number 1 and number 2, he can briefly perform 2 fusions, number 1 and number 2, and number 2 into number 1. But now he had used up both opportunities, and the skill had completely entered cooldown. Yet, when this mirror replica appeared, the skill that was supposed to be on cooldown suddenly became available again. It showed that he could fuse with this mirror replica. What the F***? Jiang Ye was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the mirror replica in shock, his expression frozen. Huang Qi, on the other hand, burst into laughter. It's just a mirror replica. Why are you so surprised? As he spoke, he stroked the antique-looking dressing mirror and explained smugly. The high-end mall in the beginner apartment does allow you to exchange game currency for some items. But honestly, those items are just average. As long as beginner players have enough game currency, anyone can buy them. Just generic stuff. But my replica reflection mirror is different. I didn't buy it from the high-end mall with game currency. When I traded survival points for game currency with Shadow, he noticed that my survival points exceeded 100 and gave me a special privilege. That privilege allowed me to exchange survival point items directly from his inventory using survival points. And this replica reflection mirror is one of those survival point items I got from Shadow. It's even unique. Huang Qi was clearly proud as he spoke. After all, not just anyone could receive special treatment for Shadow. At this stage, the number of beginner players who owned survival point items could probably be counted on one hand. Jiang Ye listened and couldn't help but swallow. His eyes were already fixed on the replica reflection mirror, as if it were already his. Cough, cough. No, he couldn't make it too obvious. Jiang Ye quickly suppressed his emotions, changing his gaze to a more reasonable look of admiration. Like a fool, he suddenly asked Huang Qi, "So, this replica created based on my image, does it obey me?" Huang Qi froze for a second, then looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Are you dreaming? This is an item I exchanged for over 100 survival points. How could the replica it creates possibly listen to you? Even if the Emperor himself were here, this replica would still obey me. But there is one drawback to this item. It requires the person being replicated to stand in front of the mirror and display their data panel for 30 seconds. So, basically, it can't be used to forcibly replicate a strong opponent against their will. But it can be used up to level 100. As long as I keep getting stronger, the replicas it creates will also be stronger. In the future, when my organization expands, if I find someone with high base stats without equipment, I can prioritize replicating them to become a powerful ally. Reno B. Epsilon. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Ye with a meaningful look. Your base stats are quite decent. You're also one of the first to follow me, so don't worry. I'll prioritize training you in the future. Jiang Ye nodded repeatedly, then looked at the mirror replica. Does this replica have a time limit? Will it suddenly disappear while in use? That's none of your concern. Survival point items are far stronger than you think. Huang Qi was visibly impatient now. He waved his hand, clearly not wanting to waste more time talking to Jiang Ye. He directly ordered the mirror replica to join Yang Wenchao's team under the pretense of leveling up together. Then, it would find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and test Yang Wenchao's strength. Jiang Ye knew Huang Qi wasn't just trying to test Yang Wenchao. He was also cutting off his escape route. Just like in gangster movies, where the first step to pulling someone into the underworld is forcing them to kill, destroying their social standing and leaving them no way back. If the mirror replica of Jiang Ye started acting out among his classmates and became a hated villain, then Jiang Ye would have no way out. He would have no choice but to follow Huang Qi, killing all his classmates in the apartment and embarking on a path of slaughter wherever he went. Simply put, Huang Qi didn't fully trust Jiang Ye. He trusted the mirror replica he created more. However, just as Huang Qi was instructing the mirror replica on mission details, the mirror replica suddenly vanished into thin air. What the? Huang Qi was stunned, as if he had just seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, who had successfully exploited a glitch to complete replica fusion, quickly checked his new data panel. After all, he wasn't sure if fusing with an identical replica would stack attributes, abilities, skills, and other stats. If the fusion only combined them visually without affecting the data panel, then he wouldn't dare act rashly. But fortunately, when he checked his updated data panel, he was in for a massive surprise. Jiang Ye, Level 1, Stamina, 14.8, Energy, 17.2, Combat Power, 208, Survival Points, 0, Abilities, Hard Work Pays Off, S, Gold Element Affinity, B, Skills, Absolute Focus, S, Combat Stance, S, Golden Light Technique, B, Golden Cicada Shedding, C. Holy SH asterisk asterisk. His combat power had broken past 200, and he had directly gained 2 S-tier skills. The Golden Light Technique, which was originally D-tier, had directly advanced to B-tier. What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Jiang Ye was beyond excited. At that moment, he made up his mind. Even if the Emperor himself came today, This replica reflection mirror would bear the surname Jiang, not Huang. And so, driven by his overwhelming combat power and his burning desire for the replica reflection mirror, Jiang Ye didn't hesitate at all. He immediately began stacking buffs. Absolute focus, combat stance, golden light technique, golden cicada shedding, a streak of golden light, faster than ever and gleaming with a sharper, darker radiance, shot straight toward Huang Qi's forehead. At the same time, a simple kitchen knife slashed through the air in Huang Qi's direction. Jiang Ye didn't stay idle either. He clenched his fists and dashed forward at full speed. Come on, even protagonists in novels dare to challenge enemies stronger than themselves when they're weaker. His combat power was 208 versus Huang Qi's 88. This was a total stomp. If he couldn't win this, well, that'd just be ridiculous. However, in Huang Qi's shocked, disbelieving gaze, the jade pendant around his neck flickered, and a faint green energy shield suddenly materialized in front of him. With a sharp clang, the kitchen knife was stopped outside the shield. It even got chipped on impact and clattered to the ground. However, this time, Huang Qi didn't feel any sense of victory, because right in front of his horrified eyes, the sharp golden light pierced straight through his shield. It struck deep into his vulnerable forehead. A piercing pain exploded in his brain. And it wasn't over yet. Jiang Ye's bare fist shattered the shield with a single punch. His fist, carrying immense force, slammed mercilessly into Huang Qi's chest. Speed, power, absolute dominance. Blood seeped from the corners of Huang Qi's mouth and his forehead. His eyes, filled with disbelief and terror, shattered in despair. Because what the F*** was this the strength of just 75 combat power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But then, why? Why was Jiang Ye this strong? Why did the replica he created suddenly disappear? Even in death, Huang Qi couldn't figure it out. With his grand ambitions unfinished and a heart full of unwillingness, he collapsed with a thud. Almost the moment Huang Qi died, the apartment chat group exploded with discussion. Holy sh***. Huang Qi disappeared from the ranking board too. No way. We just suggested that bro Chow should take out Huang Qi, and he really did. Of course. Do you even know who bro Chow is? With just a flick of his hand, no matter how strong the cross-apartment big shots are, they'll fall instantly. F***. Bro Chow is awesome. Bro Chow is godly. Bro Chow, from now on, you are my god, and I am your dog. Xiao Likuan. I have to admit, Bro Chow is truly strong. Even a cross-apartment powerhouse was no match for him at all. Wang Chong, exactly. Remember, Lu Shun and Ku Zhengfei couldn't even fight back against a cross-apartment big shot. They got one shot instantly. But Bro Chow killed one just as fast. So, in our apartment, Yang Wenchao is undoubtedly the strongest, right? I bet he's not just the strongest here. He's probably one of the top powerhouses in all beginner apartments. No doubt, having Bro Chow in our apartment is a huge blessing. The entire chat was filled with praise for Yang Wenchao. As for the classmates who disliked him and feared he might start killing indiscriminately, they didn't even dare to speak in the face of his absolute power. Meanwhile, in the depths of the third-floor corridor, Wang Lingling's mutual aid group quietly discussed. Yang Wenchao just left the team not long ago, and now Huang Qi is dead. That was way too fast, wasn't it? Did Yang Wenchao really kill Huang Qi? If not him, then who? Huang Qi could instantly kill Ku Zhengfei, a cross-apartment big shot. There's no way some random nobody took him out, right? Yeah, that's true. Lu Xun nodded slightly and quickly analyzed. Based on how fast Yang Wenchao killed Huang Qi, I'm guessing he was hiding his true strength when he was teaming up with us to farm monsters. Wang Lingling nodded as well. His talent and comprehension might be even better than mine. Plus, he started on the 20th floor. The privileges he enjoys allow him to grow even faster than me. Gao Chong frowned slightly and quickly suggested, How about we start making money ASAP so we can rent an apartment on the 20th floor too? Then, lowering his voice, he added, honestly, I really don't feel safe with Yang Wenchao dominating our apartment. After all, he's already killed 4 of our classmates. If he keeps going, none of us can stop him. Lu Shan glanced around cautiously, then lowered his voice as well. Brother Chong is right. Yang Wenchao is strong, sure, but he's also like a ticking time bomb, our new Omicron S. Seeing that they all shared concerns about Yang Wenchao, Wang Lingling followed up. Right now, the only thing that can keep Yang Wenchao in check is our mutual aid group. But to be honest, even if we all teamed up, we might not be a match for him. So, I have an idea. We should pool all our resources together to support one of us in moving to the 20th floor. As soon as she said this, Lu Shun, Gao Chong, and the other top members of the group exchanged glances. They immediately understood what she meant. She was suggesting that they train a powerful fighter to counter Yang Wenchao. But in reality, she was clearly implying that the group should support her. What the F***? Was she kidding? Even though Gao Chong and Lu Shun were part of the group, they had their own ambitions. Especially since they were men. Deep down, they weren't too keen on having Wang Lingling as the group leader. Sure enough, despite her obvious hint, none of the male members responded. Only Sui Woan, another girl, followed up. I think it's a good idea. The mutual aid group could take out loans, cover everyone's rent, and use the extra funds to help Sister Ling get a place on the 20th floor first. Also, there's Jiang Ye. Sui Woan hesitated, as if she didn't want to say anything too cold-hearted given their classmate ties. Lu Shun, however, picked up on her thoughts and said, speaking of the 20th floor, there's also that mysterious bald guy. I wonder how strong he is. Maybe we can recruit him into the mutual aid group. Seeing the attitudes of Lu Shun and Gao Chong, Wang Lingling immediately realized that these guys didn't respect her leadership. She felt helpless, but she also dropped the topic of training a powerful fighter. She could only hate that she wasn't strong enough. If she had absolute strength like Yang Wenchao, then the entire mutual aid group would follow her orders without question. At that point, Gao Chong and Lu Shan wouldn't dare to act like this. In the end, it all came down to strength. While the mutual aid group was caught up in their scheming, Yang Wenchao had just stepped out of the red light elevator, staring at the chat group in confusion. Wait, what? He hadn't even found Huang Qi yet, and the guy was already dead? Who the hell did it? There was no way some random weakling had just stumbled upon him and killed him, right? Were cross-apartment experts really this pathetic? He had been counting on getting rich by killing Huang Qi, and now someone else had stolen his kill. Wait, considering the average skill level of players in this beginner apartment, no one else should have been able to kill Huang Qi except him. So, did that guy seriously get himself killed by a random monster in a hallway? Are cross-apartment players really this ing stupid? Yang Wenchao couldn't wrap his head around it, and an inexplicable sense of unease crept into his heart. As for the misunderstanding in the chat group, since he usually acted cold and aloof, he didn't bother correcting them. Meanwhile, the real killer, Jiang Ye, was currently looting Huang Qi's dropped items. He picked up the spatial watch, jade pendant, bracelet, knife, and various other gear. Then, shoving everything, including the replica reflection mirror, in a Huang Qi's own spatial watch, he dashed back toward room 2025 like a thief. With combat power over 200, Jiang Ye's speed was insanely fast. It wasn't until he rushed back to room 2025, slammed the door shut, and locked it that he finally let his excitement burst out. Jackpot! This counterkill on Huang Qi was a massive windfall. No wonder there's an old saying, killing an arson get you a gold belt. Killing the rich was seriously profitable as The survival points and replica reflection mirror alone were already top-tier resources. Exactly what he needed most to increase his replicas. Not to mention all the equipment and items. Jiang Ye immediately summoned Little Bing and used detection to appraise them one by one. Heartguard Jade. Stamina +4. Generates an automatic shield when attacked. physical defense plus 50, magic defense plus 50. Ghost Ring Blade, stamina plus 4, can be thrown within 10 meters and will return to the hand. Has a chance to cause stun on hit. Lucky Bracelet, energy plus 1, slightly boosts luck. Duration, 38 minutes, rechargeable. Holy SH asterisk asterisk, another luck-boosting item, and even better than the Lucky Lantern. This bracelet was reusable. Jiang, you didn't even bother figuring out how to recharge it. He just put it on immediately. Then he transferred the 1 survival point he gained from killing Huang Qi to his main body. And with that 1 survival point, he instantly created a new replica. Ding! Congratulations, you have generated a new replica. But this time, as soon as the new replica was formed, Jiang Ye's main body collapsed on the floor. A dull pain throbbed in his brain, and his entire body felt completely drained of strength. At that moment, he instantly realized his main body was too weak. With 3 replicas, he had already hit his limit. If he wanted to create more, he had to increase his main body's attributes first. Hurriedly, he commanded one of his replicas to carry his exhausted body to the bed, before forcing himself to check the stats of his 3rd replica. And what he saw was another huge surprise. Jiang Ye, level 0, stamina 5.8, energy 7.2, combat power 58, survival points 0, ability Ice Element Affinity S, skills Frozen Domain S, Frost Mist Invasion A, Extreme Cold Blade B, an S-tier talent replica with 3 starting skills, and among those, Frozen Domain was an S-tier domain skill. Not only that, but Frost Mist Invasion and Extreme Cold Blade were both excellent offensive skills, especially Frost Mist Invasion, an A-tier skill that bypassed defenses and infiltrated the lungs through breathing. Even though it was an ice element skill, it worked like a biochemical weapon, making it nearly impossible to guard against. At this moment, among Jiang Ye's 3 replicas, replica number 3 was clearly the strongest. Of course, replica number 2 also had great potential, but it still needed time to develop. But now wasn't the time to celebrate. Replica number 1 and replica number 2 both had important tasks. Replica number 1 had to rush back to his cleaning job within 10 minutes. Replica number 2 needed to use the privilege card before veteran players arrived at the duel zone. Jiang, you didn't even have time to check the rest of Huang Qi's spatial watch. Instead, his attention shifted to the replica reflection mirror again. He wanted to test something. Could this replica reflection mirror still be exploited for glitches? Since each replica could only fuse once in a short period, would a mirror replica always count as a new replica? Could he keep using mirror replicas to bypass the cooldown for replica fusion? Or even, could he fuse a mirror replica, then use it to create another mirror replica? Jiang Ye tried it and failed. After a quick study, he realized the replica reflection mirror had a hard limit. Only one mirror replica could exist at a time. Even if he fused the mirror replica into another replica, it still counted as an active mirror replica, meaning no new one could be created. So, to reuse the mirror, he had to get rid of the existing mirror replica first. In short, even using replica fusion, the mirror replica could only be fused once. No way to exploit multiple fusions. However, the cooldown for replica fusion could be bypassed using the mirror replica, because each newly created mirror replica was considered a brand new replica. So he could immediately fuse it without waiting for cooldown, meaning Jiang Ye essentially had an infinite supply of cooldown-free mirror replicas to fuse into his other replicas. The value of his replica fusion skill had just skyrocketed. At that moment, his replica number 1, now free from fusion, headed back out to continue the cleaning job at room 2064. Now that he had a solid power base, he was even more eager to check out the top floor of the apartment. Meanwhile, the existing mirror replica was deleted. Then, using replica number 3 and the replica reflection mirror, he created a fresh mirror replica. one that could be fused again. At the same time, in the duel room, his replica number 2 hurriedly used the privilege card before the veteran players arrived. Ding! You have a privilege card. Would you like to use it? Yes/no. Yes. Please select your opponent from the available matchups. With this prompt, a long list appeared before Jiang Ye, displaying the seat numbers of all opponents who met the matchmaking criteria. Yes, only seat numbers, with no other information. However, Jiang Ye had already used the spectating function to scout out the big spenders and their seat numbers. So now, all he had to do was filter through the list. And as he did, he unexpectedly discovered that Jiang Ye's seat, number 151, was on his matchup list. He quickly cross-referenced it with the other big spender seat numbers. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye made his choice. Target seat number 151 selected. Ding! Privilege card successfully used. Match complete. With this notification, Jiang Ye found himself once again in the familiar duel arena space. But this time, unlike before, the spectator seats around the arena were already filling up with an audience. And even more surprisingly, the one who had scammed him before, Su Jingyao, was sitting among them. The moment she saw him, her eyes widened in shock. She immediately sent a frantic message to Lin Yan. Sister Yan, that bald guy we scammed before. He actually got matched against Jiang Ye. Based on the spectators' estimated combat power for Jiang Ye, that means this despicable bald guy has a combat power of over 50. A combat power over 50, and he still had the audacity to scam 2 weak girls like us? What a shameless bastard. Holy sh***. Su Jingyao was still ranting in the chat when she suddenly noticed Lin Yan had also joined the spectator seats, and she just happened to be sitting right next to her. She let out a surprised yelp and turned to Lin Yan in confusion. Wait, what? Nian's sister, didn't you say you didn't want to waste money and time spectating fights? Why do you suddenly come to watch Jiang Ye's match? She instinctively questioned her, then quickly realized something. Oh, I got it. You're here to watch Jiang Ye beat the sh*** out of that shameless bald guy, right? To get revenge for us. You can totally relax. With Jiang Ye's strength, she'll crush that bald guy, no contest. I heard from the other spectators that when Jiang Ye made her announcement, she had already hit a 5-win streak. Then, under the watchful eyes of the audience, she went on to get 6, 7, and 8 wins in a row. This match will be her 9th consecutive victory. Against that bald guy, easy win. And from what a lot of spectators are saying, Jiang Ye has luxury gear and insanely strong combat instincts. She's practically invincible among players of the same combat power. Su Jingyao spoke with nothing but admiration and envy for Jiang Ye. She was completely convinced that this fight would be a one-sided stomp. Jiang Ye's 9th straight victory was inevitable. Lin Yan, however, remained silent. She simply stared at the bald man on the arena with a deep, thoughtful gaze. After a brief moment of contemplation, she pursed her lips and dropped a bombshell. What if he's the mysterious bald guy that made VIP players link 1,000,000 duel machines? The second she said this, Su Jingyao's eyes went wide in shock. She snapped her head toward Lin Yan, looking at her as if she had seen a ghost. At the same time, nearby spectators who overheard her also turned in astonishment. Before long, the entire spectator area erupted in discussion. Wait, could this bald guy really be the one who attracted so many veteran players to the duel zone? Nah, no way. He doesn't look like he has any amazing gear. Plus, if this bald dude can match Jiang Ye, that means his combat power is only around 50. But that mysterious bald guy who pissed off those VIPs? His combat power must be over 100, maybe even a war god-ranking player. Man, I hope this bald guy isn't that bald guy. If Jiang Ye loses her 9th win, that'd be such a shame. Relax, there's no way. Jiang Ye's luck is way too good for that kind of misfortune. While the audience chattered away, on the arena, Jiang Ye locked eyes with the bald-headed Jiang Ye and felt her heart skip a beat. But she quickly shook it off, reassuring herself. No way my luck is that bad. Besides, anyone who could piss off the big shots must have over 100 combat power. There's no way they'd get matched with me. This match should be easy. Jiang Ye, meanwhile, had no idea what the spectators were thinking. He simply looked around at the growing crowd and felt ecstatic. These spectators? They were all money waiting to be earned. At the same time, he noticed, in previous empty arena fights, the battle would start immediately after a 3-second countdown. But this time, whether because of a large audience or because of Zhao Yudi's special seat number, there was actually a 2-minute prep time before the match, which worked out perfectly because in those 2 minutes, more and more spectators poured into the arena. Meanwhile, inside the duel room of Beginner Apartment 1008, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong were staring at the screen for duel machine number 2, absolutely dumbfounded. Wang Chong gawked, stammering in disbelief. This woman looks exactly like Zhao Yudi. Xiao Likuan swallowed hard and snapped. Looks like F*** that this is Zhao Yudi. Wang Chong's jealousy exploded, his eyes turning bloodshot with envy. F***. Who the hell is this bald guy? This lucky bastard actually ran into celebrity Zhao Yudi. And I've never seen Zhao Yudi in this outfit before. Black vest, black tights, just look at those curves. Damn, she's literally the peak of pure temptation. Xiao Likuan nodded, completely agreeing. A celebrity is a celebrity. Her looks and figure are flawless. And that badass aura. F***, she's exactly my type. Damn, that bald dude. Even if he loses the fight, he's already a winner in life. Man, I wonder which beginner apartment Zhao Yudi is in. Her apartment mates are so lucky. She looks crazy strong. That bald guy is definitely losing. While the two of them stewed in jealousy, while all eyes were glued to the fight, the 2-minute prep time ended. Zhao Yudi's 9th win battle officially began. As soon as the countdown ended, dressed in all-black combat attire, Zhao Yudi shot forward like an arrow off the bow. In an instant, she left behind countless afterimages across the arena, and those afterimages didn't fade. They lingered across the stage, making it seem like the entire arena was filled with Zhao Yudis. From the spectator's perspective, it looked like the entire battlefield was covered in her figures. And worse, there was no way to tell which one was the real Zhao Yudi. Lin Yin, watching her fight for the first time, was stunned. Su Jingyao quickly explained. This is probably an ability from her armor set. These afterimages can attack, but finding the real Zhao Yudi among them is nearly impossible. Plus, she can switch places between her afterimages at will. It makes her insanely agile. And she also has. Su Jingyao was just about to list Zhao Yudi's other abilities, when suddenly, a wave of freezing air engulfed the entire arena. In an instant, the countless Zhao Yudis scattered across the stage all froze in place. And then, they collapsed. All of them. Not a single one remained standing. The entire audience went silent in shock. Most of them hadn't even processed what had happened, when suddenly, a familiar system notification echoed in the air. Ding! Congratulations! The contestant from CG79-1049 has won the match. And with that, both duelists vanished from the arena. The spectator area of the duel arena was dead silent. A strange, eerie atmosphere hung in the air. No one spoke for a long time, until a chorus of holy sh** erupted one after another. And then, the entire audience exploded in a tidal wave of discussion. Holy sh**. Zhao Yudi got one shot, and it wasn't even because someone found her real body. All of her afterimages were wiped out in one go. Wait, what? How? No way an AoE skill should be that ridiculously powerful. Exactly, their combat power should be about the same. So how could an AoE skill possibly do this much damage? This doesn't make sense. That ice freeze effect that one-shot Zhao Yudi, it's definitely not a skill. It has to be some kind of powerful item. There's no way a skill at her combat level could be that broken. Yeah, it has to be a high-tier item, probably one of those survival point exclusive items. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Zhao Yudi is so unlucky. She was so close to a 9-win streak, and just lost like that. So, does this mean that Bald Guy really is the one who pissed off the VIP elites? F asterisk asterisk asterisk. I fully support the veteran players dropping into our duel zone and wiping this bald bastard off the map for Zhao Yudi. Yeah, he broke Zhao Yudi's 9-win streak. This bald guy deserves to die. While Zhao Yudi's furious fans raged, utterly ready to tear Jiang Ye apart, Su Jingyao and Lin Yin just sat there like stunned idiots, blankly staring at the now empty arena. Especially Lin Yin. Her gaze was still locked on the spot where Bald Guy had been standing, frozen in place, unable to recover from the shock, until Su Jingyao swallowed hard, hesitantly poking Lin Yin's arm with a trembling finger. "Sister, I just had a sudden thought. Maybe we weren't scammed. Maybe we were flirted with. Wasn't that just blatant teasing? A powerhouse that's strong, and his loan limit is only 500? No way. With his level of strength, he could have just robbed them outright in the duel room. But instead, he deliberately played along with their little act, and only won 400. That was straight-up bare-faced teasing. And the worst part, he even put on that honest and naive face. Unbelievable. Su Jingyao's cheeks turned slightly red with frustration, but she couldn't help commenting. But this guy is really ruthless. Zhao Yudi had a 9-win streak, and he just broke it like that. Now if she wants 10 in a row, she has to start from scratch again. And once veteran players drop in later, getting a 10-win streak will be even harder. This bald guy, seriously, he's just out here making enemies. Lin Yin was snapped out of her thoughts by Su Jingyao poking her arm, but she didn't respond to the complaints. After a brief silence, she suddenly muttered, "I'm really way too weak." With that, she left the spectator area on her own. Meanwhile, beginner apartment number 985, room 2008. Zhao Yudi returned to her private seat after her defeat, her beautiful face ashen with anger. Her 9-win streak, just like that, gone. It was such a waste. And that bald guy, he actually had the power to one-shot her. If it hadn't been a one-shot, she could have at least realized she couldn't win and tried to negotiate terms. Like, maybe offer some game coins or some survival points. She could have worked something out, anything to protect her win streak. But no, she lost too fast. She didn't even get a chance to make an offer. And the more she thought about it, the more frustrated she got. Because Zhao Yudi had bought the 10-win streak package. Now that she lost, not only does she have to start all over again, but she also can't even make use of the package she paid for. Her plan had been to finish her 9-win streak before the veteran players started dropping in. But the opponent she got matched with for the 9th win wasn't his power level even more ridiculous than a veteran's. She honestly doubted that even veteran players with the same combat power could have wiped her out so cleanly and effortlessly. If she had known it'd be like this, she might as well have waited for the veterans to drop in first. Zhao Yudi ground her teeth in frustration, completely furious and growing more bitter by the second. Suddenly, her figure vanished from her private seat number 151. A tall figure in a tight black outfit appeared next to seat G79-1049 in the second-floor hall. However, seat G79-1049 was now completely empty. Not a single trace of the bald guy nearby. D and bald B asterisk 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 D. He sure ran off quick. Zhao Yudi clenched her jaw even tighter when she saw he was gone. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, who had already left the virtual duel space, didn't care about what came after the match at all. When he stepped out from duel machine number 2 in his apartment, he came face-to-face with a stunned Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong. The two of them had been frozen in shock from the battle, and only snapped out of it when he emerged, stumbling back several steps in fright. Wang Chong must have been so shaken that he couldn't think straight. He stared at him blankly and blurted out, "Dude, you're F asterisk 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 ing amazing." As soon as he said that, he froze in terror and stepped back a few more times. Jiang Ye gave them a casual glance and ignored them entirely as he walked out of the duel room. Sure, Killing people could get you survival points. But the word killing isn't that simple. It's not like in games or novels, where death just means losing data or some paper cutout character. Here, it means a real human life disappearing, just like that. Growing up in peaceful times, Jiang Ye couldn't bring himself to randomly kill people, especially not classmates he recognized. Maybe if it were in a different apartment, facing complete strangers he didn't know at all. So only then would he be able to kill as cleanly and decisively as if he were farming monsters in a game. Jiang Ye wasn't sure either. Anyway, his main body couldn't handle more replicas for now, so there was no rush to keep killing for survival points. Meanwhile, Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong finally let out a long sigh of relief as they watched the bald guy leave the duel room. Xiao Likuan couldn't help but mutter with lingering fear. Good thing that bald guy really is one of our classmates. Otherwise, if he wanted to make a move on us, we wouldn't have had any chance to resist. Wang Chong was also a bit shaken. While patting his chest to calm down, he started fantasizing out loud. If the bald guy turned out to be Luo Rue, that'd be perfect. I'm super tight with him. If he takes off, I can ride his coattails. Xiao Likuan rolled his eyes. Man, you really know how to dream. If it's not your parents taking off, it's your best buddy taking off. If he were really a ride or die bro who'd carry you up, would he need to hide his identity from you? My guess is that bald guy didn't have any deep ties with us before. He didn't have any beef with us, so he didn't bother killing us. But he wasn't close with us either, so he didn't talk to us. From now on, we should be extra careful with what we say in the group chat. If we say something wrong and offend someone powerful, that little bit of classmate connection probably won't save us. Wang Chong nodded quickly. I noticed it too. Fewer and fewer classmates are speaking in the group chat now, and everyone's getting more and more cautious. Guess everyone's starting to get scared. About that bald guy one-shotting Zhao Yudi. Maybe we shouldn't mention it in the group either. If we S him off, and he comes back to kill us. Xiao Likuan had originally planned to post about it in the group as a warning, so nobody would mess with the bald guy. But in the end, he agreed with Wang Chong. If someone did cross the bald guy, that was their own problem for not knowing better. Better to mind his own business and make sure he didn't offend any big shots himself. So in the end, Jiang Ye's actions in the duel room didn't spread in the chat group. When he went to the apartment administrator to repay his loan, he saw the classmates in the group were talking about food. When they had been teleported into the beginner apartment, it was in-game time, midnight, and now it was already broad daylight. A lot of classmates were running errands and burning through stamina fast. Tired and hungry, some of them started browsing the low-end mall in the apartment, trying to solve their food problem. But they quickly found out that while entertainment in the low-end mall was cheap, food prices were ridiculously high. At that moment, the chat was filled with complaints about food. Holy crap! A bowl of plain porridge costs 10 SP. A small veggie dish is 20, meat's 40. This is straight-up robbery. Even a bottle of water costs 10 SP. I've been at tourist traps that weren't this bad. At my usual spending rate, one meal here would cost me 1,000 SP, and that's me holding back. This. We bust our C's to earn that money, and after rent, we can't even afford food. Are we here just to be slaves? Wait, you already paid rent? I've been grinding all morning and can't even afford that, let alone food. Is there any other way to get food? Back home I could blow 1,000 on a meal and not blink, but now I slave away for hours and only earn a few measly points. I really can't bear to spend them. Didn't Sister Ling and Brother Chong go to the 3rd floor to fight monsters? I wonder if monster meat is edible. If so, that could save us a bunch of money, right? At Wang Lingling at Gao Chong at Lu Shun. But Lu Shun quickly replied, no can do. When monsters die, they disappear instantly. There's no meat left behind. Then Lu God, can't you think of another way? I'm seriously starving here. If my parents knew how bad I'm suffering, they'd be heartbroken. Lu Shun, stop with the mom and dad already. Nobody here is going to pamper you anymore. Honestly, our parents in other apartments probably aren't doing any better than we are. After that, the group went quiet for a while, the mood turning heavy and gloomy. until one girl finally broke the silence. Wang Rue. By the way, do any of you know how those two cross-apartment players managed to move between apartments? I really want to reunite with my family. QEQ. No one replied for a long time. So Wang Rue tried again, more directly. Yang Wenchao, do you know how to cross apartments? At Yang Wenchao. Right after that, another girl quickly warned her. Wang Rue, are you crazy? Yang Wenchao already warned us not to tag him again. Wang Rue, sorry. I forgot. I didn't mean to. I just really want to see my parents again, Wah. She was probably crying already as she typed. The chat grew heavier with dread. But then, to everyone's shock, Yang Wenchao, who rarely spoke, actually responded. Where are you? I'll send you to reunite with your parents. At Wang Rue. Everyone was stunned. Did Yang Wenchao actually know how to cross apartments? And could he really take Wang Rue to the one where her parents were? Then again, Yang Wenchao always gave off that can-do-anything vibe. A lot of classmates didn't think too hard about it. Wang Rue, overwhelmed with gratitude, replied, Wah, thank you, Yang Wenchao. You're such a good person. We totally misunderstood you before. I'm at the red light elevator on the 6th floor. At Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao. Okay, heading there now, da. His sudden friendliness felt kind of unnatural to everyone watching. Soon, more girls also asked if he could help them reunite with their families. Surprisingly, Yang Wenchao responded politely to each one, asking where they were and promising to help. Several girls were moved to tears and quickly told him their locations. Meanwhile, quite a few guys were jealous, thinking Yang Wenchao must be scheming something. Probably lining up for some serious romantic benefits, right? But then, the tears of gratitude and the envy and guesses all turned into horror, because before long, Wang Rue was dead. Then, the second girl who'd shared her location with Yang Wenchao, dead too. 2 girls, dead in a row. The rest of the ones who had asked him for help panicked and backtracked. No, I don't want to reunite with my family anymore. Don't kill me. Sister Ling, save me. At Wang Lingling. Why I'm so scared, I want to go home. Why am I going through this nightmare? Someone save me. Help me. Lu Shun, save me. I've had a crush on you for 3 years. At Lu Shun. Viral on. What we do? Sister Ling, Brother Chong, you got to do something about Yang Wenchao. For a while, the dark and terrifying atmosphere took over the chat again. Jiang Ye was watching the chat, but didn't get involved. He was feeling a bit hungry himself. After paying off his loan, he went to the low-end mall and ordered 4 dishes and a soup to eat. Meanwhile, replica number 1 followed the white-robed girl from room 2064 to the rooftop. Replica number 3 stayed in room 2025 to continue sorting the items taken from killing Huang Qi. Jiang Ye had no intention of getting involved in the classmates' drama. Eventually, Wang Lingling stepped up to take control. If you're one of the classmates who gave your location to Yang Wenchao, head to the 1st floor elevator now. Everyone else in the mutual aid group, go meet up on the 1st floor ASAP. We've all been busy all morning. On one hand, we've learned more about the apartment. On the other hand, we all need to eat. So during the meal, I'd like to go over plans for our mutual aid group and figure out our next steps. Let's try to change our current situation through unity and cooperation. Wang Lingling's message gave those terrified girls a sense of direction. None of them dared question her. They all headed to the 1st floor. Other classmates who found solo progress too difficult and were also struggling with food hesitated for a bit but ended up heading down too. Then, Wang Lingling suddenly tagged Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, how much have you earned so far? Did you find any survival stones while working on the 20th floor? At Jiang Ye didn't ignore her. He casually replied, I'm still on the 20th floor. Still working on the cleaning job. Haven't found a survival stone yet. Wang Lingling hadn't expected much from him, but she reminded him again. No one else has found any survival stones, so I suspect they might only be located on floors above the 20th. If you want to survive, you'll probably have to exchange a survival stone for money. So while you're working on the 20th floor, keep an eye out. It's for your rent too. At Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then replied, All right, I'll keep an eye out. Other classmates who saw their conversation quickly chimed in with analysis. We used to think using survival stones for money was wasteful since they're meant for staying alive. But now nearly 10 of us have already died. So with 80 survival stones distributed in our apartment, there should be extras. Exchanging them for money early on might not be such a bad idea. Just as everyone was turning their focus to the survival stones, someone in the group suddenly said, "Actually, I found a survival stone." The whole chat went dead silent. Even Jiang Ye couldn't help but glance over. After all, survival stones weren't just about money. They were the key to surviving and clearing the beginner apartment. It was plain to see both Jiang Ye and the other classmates were going through a mindset shift. When he first arrived at the apartment and learned that the rent was over 120,000, Jiang Ye immediately considered exchanging a survival stone for money. Meanwhile, the others believed that survival stones were the key items for clearing the beginner apartment. Each one less meant one fewer person who could survive. So unless it was an absolute emergency, they would never trade them for cash. But now, after working themselves to exhaustion, Jiang Ye had made money through the dual room, and instead of thinking about trading away a survival stone, he now just wanted to get one ASAP to ensure he could clear the beginner apartment. On the flip side, the others had begun to think. Plenty of people had already died anyway, so there must be leftover survival stones. And after working their butts off for just a tiny bit of money, barely managing to pay rent, they could hardly afford to eat. So why not just cash in a survival stone early and improve their quality of life? At that moment, as soon as someone said they'd found a survival stone, the previously quiet chat group instantly blew up. For real? You found a survival stone? At Yang Xiaomon. Where'd you find it? Give us the details. How'd you get it? At Yang Xiaomon. What does a survival stone look like? When we all meet on the first floor for the mutual aid group meeting, show us. At Yang Xiaomon. That's right. The person who said they found one was a classmate named Yang Xiaoman. However, Jiang Ye had no memory of that name whatsoever. Sure enough, a few Class 1 students asked, "Wait, is this Yang Xiaoman from our school? I've never heard of her. Could she be like those two new players from another apartment?" But that message was quickly shut down by Class 2 students. Class 1, don't be ridiculous. Yang Xiaoman is in our class too. She just transferred here less than a month ago, so she hasn't had time to get to know many people. A few other Class 2 students who hadn't remembered her at first also started to recall. All right, now that you mention it, I remember. There really is a girl like that in our class. Super slow, like a sloth, kind of short, always sitting in the last row. Yeah, I remember now too, but something feels off. Did she really find a survival stone? UZU. Yang Xiaoman doesn't seem to be part of the mutual aid group. I don't have her listed in the member registry. Seriously? Now I'm really starting to doubt whether she actually found one. Maybe she just wanted some attention since no one really notices her. A few guys with a habit of running their mouths started openly questioning Yang Xiaoman in the chat. Of course, it was also possible they were trying to bait her into sharing more info about the survival stone. But after that one message claiming she found one, Yang Xiaoman stayed silent for quite a while and didn't respond to any of the buzz in the group. Seeing that, the classmates got even more suspicious, thinking she was just trying to make a scene. The debate didn't last long, though. To everyone's surprise, Wang Lingling suddenly spoke up. I've talked to Yang Xiaoman before. She's not the kind of girl who would lie just to get attention. So I believe she really did find a survival stone. With Wang Lingling backing her up, the doubters naturally quieted down. Wang Lingling then tagged her directly. Xiaomon, are you hesitant for some reason? Don't worry, we're not going to force you to hand over the survival stone you found on your own. I know you haven't been here long and aren't close with many classmates, so maybe it's hard to trust everyone. But would you trust me? At Yang Xiaomon. If you do, join the mutual aid group. I'll have your back. At Yang Xiaomon. And if you really don't want to join, would you be willing to at least share some info about how you found the survival stone? Or you could leave me a secret message. I'll come find you. At Yang Xiaomon. Gotta say, when it came to calming girls down, Wang Lingling was way better than the bunch of clueless guys. Just from her tone in the chat, you could feel her warmth and patience. The others all stayed quiet, letting her take the lead. Jiang Ye was also watching intently, hoping Yang Xiaoman would share the details of how she found it. But instead of spilling the info, Yang Xiaoman replied calmly and rationally. Actually, I hadn't planned to say anything about finding the survival stone. But now that over 10 of our 80 beginner players have already died, I feel like I need to remind everyone. If we truly want to find as many survival stones as possible, we really shouldn't keep killing people at random. Because if I'm not mistaken, each one of us who's still alive corresponds to one survival stone. And finding the survival stones of those who've already died is extremely, extremely difficult. In other words, every time a player dies, the odds of locating their corresponding survival stone drop significantly. And with that, her message ended. The chat went quiet again for quite a while. Anyone with half a brain could see Yang Xiaoman's message was clearly aimed at Yang Wenchao. After all, no one in their apartment had killed more people than he had. Right before this, he'd even killed several girls who had wanted to reunite with their families. But from that perspective, some classmates started doubting again. Maybe Yang Xiaoman never found a survival stone. Maybe she just brought it up to send a warning to Yang Wenchao. Jiang Ye, however, was more inclined to believe she wasn't lying. From her wording, it was clear she referred to everyone as players instead of classmates, which showed that, just as she said, she hadn't formed emotional connections due to her short time at school. Her logic made sense too, and if she were lying, she'd have to consider, what if Yang Wenchao actually knew the real situation with survival stones? Yang Wenchao had already shown abilities and knowledge far beyond the rest of the class. If Yang Xiaoman were bluffing, would she really dare assume her story could fool him? So most likely, she wasn't lying, which meant if she was right, then each player corresponds to one survival stone. A living player has a much higher chance of finding their own stone. But once the player dies, it becomes much harder to locate that specific one. Thinking from that angle, where would a survival stone be hidden? The first thing that came to Jiang Ye's mind was the apartment. More specifically, the initial apartment room assigned to each person. But the problem was, all 80 students had probably turned their initial apartments upside down when they first arrived. Jiang Ye had too, and none of them, himself included, had found a survival stone. So, maybe it wasn't the apartment? Could it be tied to each person's identity info instead? Or were there hidden mechanisms in the rooms they hadn't discovered yet? As Jiang Ye pondered this, the rest of the chat group was also murmuring with scattered discussions. Some were doubtful, some speculating, others directly calling on Yang Xiaoman to share more info. But no matter how patiently Wang Lingling tried to guide the conversation, Yang Xiaoman didn't post another word. Meanwhile, classmates were starting to head down to the first floor in small groups. And Jiang Ye's replica number 1 had already followed the white-robed girl to the rooftop, carrying a huge water tank filled with exactly 10,086 strands of hair. By the time he returned to room 2064, the 10-minute time limit had already passed. According to the white-robed girl, that meant he'd get a bad review. Still, a bad review was better than getting the order canceled and having to pay a penalty fee. And honestly, the bad review threat seemed more like an intimidation tactic than anything else. When replica number 1 returned, the white-robed girl's face mask was gone, and she had changed into a loose, white bathrobe. Looked like she'd taken a shower during that 10-minute window. Even though the robe was dry, she still looked like she was wrapped in a layer of damp mist. Her long, black, straight hair that had once resembled Sadako's was now completely wrapped in a towel. When she saw Jiang Ye return late, she gave him a sideways, blade-sharp glare. But in the end, she didn't say much, just told him to bring the hair care toolbox and the water tank and follow her to the rooftop. Of course, they didn't take the red light elevator up. Instead, she used the same ultra-widescreen TV she had originally appeared from, like some horror movie ghost. By the time Jiang Ye got back earlier, the TV screen that had been shattered was already perfectly restored. When she was ready to take him to the rooftop, she simply pressed her hand against the screen, then told him to place his cleaner badge on the screen too. Honestly, Jiang Ye had been a little nervous. After all, He had literally seen her crawl out of that TV like Sadako. Luckily, this was just a C-tier replica. He mustered up some courage and pressed the badge to the screen. Suddenly, it felt like a powerful suction pulled him in. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by a forest of leafless, lifeless trees. Each branch had pure white bed sheets hanging from them, and some of those sheets were stained with eerie red splotches. The trees looked totally dead, radiating a cold, ghostly vibe. The whole place felt like something out of a horror film. And yet, the white-robed girl was totally calm as she strolled among the creepy trees. She led him around until she picked out one particular white sheet that wasn't stained red. Then she pressed her hand against it and gestured for Jiang Ye to press his badge to it too. Gotta say, Jiang Ye was pretty bold. Even in that terrifying environment, he made a point to remember which tree and sheet she had picked. He quietly cooperated and pressed the badge again. Once more, he felt that suction sensation, and the scene around him shifted instantly. The gloomy, horror movie atmosphere vanished in an instant, replaced by a blinding, radiant sunlight that made him squint reflexively. In the apartment, whether it was the brightly lit first-floor lobby, the dim corridors, or the pitch-black red light elevator, you basically never saw any sunlight. Jiang Ye hadn't been in the apartment that long, but the sudden sensation of sunlight genuinely made him feel like he was alive again. Even his main body, currently lying limp on the bed in room 2025 from the strain of controlling 3 replicas, felt an unexpected sense of comfort. If he wasn't still holding that huge water tank full of hair, he would have loved to stretch out and bask in the sun. That creepy, ghost-like white-robed girl, now basking in the sun, looked totally content. She adjusted the towel wrapped around her head and looked up, sighing. This sunlight is so rare. My little hair strands, you're in for a treat today. That little hair strands, nickname, yeah, that one gave Jiang Ye serious goosebumps. The white-robed girl then pointed at him and instructed, out here around the edge, apply hair oil to my 10,086 strands one by one and lay them out in the sun. Once that's done, your job's complete. Jiang Ye squinted into the light, finally adjusting to the sun, and took a good look at what she called the rooftop. It was huge, and the area he was in now seemed to be what she called the outer ring. The whole outer ring resembled a massive square corridor, with elegant marble flooring and plenty of sunlight. In the center, surrounded by this outer ring, was what you might call the inner ring. The floor there was pitch black, made from some unknown material. And all over the square-shaped inner ring were half-human-height black consoles. Some of the consoles clearly had owners. Random items lay scattered on top, or strange unknown objects were spread out to dry. Others looked untouched, clean, and unused. Jiang Ye started to wonder, was this what Huang Qi had meant when he talked about transferring to other apartments via the rooftop? He really wanted to check out one of the unused consoles. But the white-robed girl seemed to only want him to operate within the marble-floored outer ring. No choice. After a moment of thought, Jiang Ye decided to finish the cleaning job first. At the same time, while replica number 1 applied hair oil strand by strand under the sunlight, replica number 3, still in room 2025, began inspecting the TV in his apartment. Since replica number 3 was also a valuable asset, he swapped it out for a cheaper mirror replica and had it poke and prod the huge screen in the living room. Jiang Ye wanted to see if the TV in his own apartment might also have hidden functions. Maybe it was a key item in finding a survival stone, but no matter how much the mirror replica touched or pressed, the TV didn't respond at all. Then he thought of the work badge, but the only badge he had in the apartment belonged to his main body. The newly generated replica number 3 hadn't gotten a badge yet. And risky stuff, he definitely wasn't letting his main body handle that, especially when he was still paralyzed and weak. Meanwhile, replica number 2 had finished eating and was heading toward the high-end mall. He wanted to see if he could buy some stat-boosting fruits to raise his main body's attributes. But just as the bald-headed replica number 2 approached the high-end mall, a figure in a black tactical jacket stepped in front of him. Black tactical jacket, and that familiar voice. It was Yang Wenchao. Jiang Ye turned around and sure enough, Yang Wenchao was walking toward him from the direction of the mall entrance. Or rather than walking, it was more like he was blinking forward. He moved so fast that his legs barely seemed to move at all. It was like watching a beam of light shoot from point A to point B, then B to C in a flash. In just a few flickers, he was right in front of him. That strange way of moving. Jiang Ye was a bit surprised and glanced down at his legs. He saw that Yang Wenchao was wearing a pair of black cloth shoes. They had a vintage, almost ancient Chinese look to them, totally clashing with his modern black tactical jacket. So, most likely they were some kind of footwear-type equipment, possibly even bronze tier. Jiang Ye was thinking this through while also staying alert, ready to activate Replica Fusion at any moment to deal with Yang Wenchao. But this time, Yang Wenchao didn't seem hostile. He simply said in a calm tone, "Heading to the high-end mall? Let's go together." Go to the high-end mall together? Honestly, Jiang Ye didn't want to go anywhere with Yang Wenchao. Sure, if he used Replica Fusion, he'd probably outclass Yang Wenchao in raw combat power. But Replica Fusion had a time limit, best used right before an actual fight. And even then, strength was just one part of the equation. Real situations didn't always play out as a simple contest of power. How many times have we seen protagonists in novels or movies win fights by outsmarting stronger opponents? What if Yang Wenchao pulled something sneaky and caught him off guard? Even if Yang Wenchao didn't plan anything shady, there was zero trust between them. Even just walking around a mall together would mean constantly watching his back. So deep down, Jiang Ye really didn't want to go with him. When he was weaker, he had no choice. But now that he had power, he was ready to just flat out refuse. But then, Yang Wenchao suddenly gave him a meaningful look, stepped half a pace closer, and lowered his voice. "You're probably not a Doomsday Apartment game player, are you?" "What? Not a Doomsday Apartment game player?" Jiang Ye froze for a second. At first, he thought Yang Wenchao had mistaken his identity, maybe thinking he wasn't one of the 80 beginner players. But for some reason, when he looked at Yang Wenchao's cryptic expression, he had a feeling that wasn't what he meant at all. So what did he mean? Doomsday Apartment. Game player. Sure, what they'd experienced in this beginner apartment did feel a lot like a game. The initial messages even referred to them as beginner players. When someone died, people in the group chat sometimes used the term logged out. But in day-to-day talk, no one actually used the word game. They always said beginner player or veteran player. Almost never game player. And now, paired with that loaded look Yang Wenchao gave him, a shocking thought suddenly struck Jiang Ye. A game. Could it be that, before the whole nation transmigrated into this world, some people had already played a game based on this very Doomsday Apartment? That would explain why Yang Wenchao seemed to know so much, and why he leveled up so fast compared to everyone else. Wait, what about Yang Xiaoman, the first person to find a survival stone? Could she be a game player too? Maybe that's why, when she spoke in the chat, she referred to classmates as players instead, because she had already played a game called Doomsday Apartment. Jiang Ye didn't know if his guess was right. When he looked back at Yang Wenchao, the guy gave him a cool smile. Then, as if nothing had happened, he repeated his earlier offer. "Heading to the high-end mall? Let's go together." Well, damn. So he'd been waiting for him to connect the dots. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then finally nodded. All right. And so the two of them walked toward the high-end mall together. The low-end mall was like a massive shopping center, open to all players. But the high-end mall had its own separate entrance, only accessible to residents from the 20th floor and above. There was a security gate at the entrance to verify your identity. As the two of them passed through the gate, it let out a normal beep and instantly deducted 1,000 survival points as an entrance fee. Elsewhere, some classmates in the low-end mall spotted the two figures entering the high-end mall. They immediately posted in the group chat with envy. Yang Wenchao and that mysterious bald guy just went into the high-end mall together. The high-end mall? Isn't the entry fee like 1,000 SP just to walk in? How can they afford that? me. 1,000 SP could feed me 10 meals in the low-end mall. 10 meals? You're eating too well. I could stretch that to 20. It's really insane how rich people throw money around like it's nothing while the rest of us bust our C's and can't even eat or pay rent. F asterisk asterisk. If I hadn't ended up in this hellhole, I'd still be rich right now. Spending $3K, $5K per meal was normal for me. What about now? How much are you spending per meal? I just bought a bowl of plain congee, and even that felt too expensive. D asterisk MN, you're killing me here. That's the most extreme budget downgrade I've seen all year. QEQ. But seriously, dual rooms must really be moneymakers, huh? Neither Yang Wenchao nor the bald guy has taken any jobs, but they both look loaded. They probably made all that from the dual room, right? Our new Omicron. Wait, no. I heard from Xiao Likuan and Wang Chong that Yang Wenchao lost everything he made in his last duel. So how does he have money again now? Maybe he made it from grinding monsters in the third-floor corridor. Doubt it. Sister Ling and Brother Chong already said fighting monsters only helps with leveling. No money involved. I got it. He must have made money by killing those 2 cross-apartment bosses. Those guys had to be loaded. Yang Wenchao killed them and took their money. But then where did those cross-apartment bosses get all their money from? Obviously from killing and robbing others. Same as in real life. Rich people's money usually comes from hardworking folks. The conversation about wealth disparity was starting to wrap up, but then Wang Chong suddenly piped up. I seriously suspect those players living above the 20th floor have other ways to make money. Me and Xiao Likuan have been watching the duel room for a while now, and we've noticed those guys always seem to have cash. That's definitely not normal. There's got to be some other way they're earning. Everyone got curious again and jumped in. What method? I'm literally going crazy thinking about money. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. I used to think living on the 20th floor was tragic because of the insane rent. But now all the big shots are from the 20th floor. So maybe getting into the 20th floor is the real way to unlock the game. I'm starting to think the same. Maybe only after you live on the 20th floor can you truly be considered a real apartment player and unlock the gates to the new world. DMN, where's Jiang Ye? Isn't he also a 20th floor resident? Why isn't he rich and OP like Yang Wenchao and the bald guy? Jiang Ye, what to do cleaning jobs. F asterisk asterisk. What a total waste of that prime 20th floor starting resource. If I'd been assigned a room on the 20th floor, I'd already be a powerhouse like Yang Wenchao or the bald dude by now. Seriously though, same 20th floor, and Jiang Ye is clearly falling behind. Hey, do you guys remember the original system announcement said we could cancel lease or sublet? I'm wondering if Jiang Ye's 20th floor apartment could be sublet to someone else. Good point. He wanted to cancel his lease anyway. Subletting it would cost way less than breaking the lease, right? A bunch of classmates who had previously believed Jiang Ye would be doomed by the sky-high rent were now rethinking things after watching 2 20th floor players thrive. They began to feel that living on the 20th floor wasn't a trap. It was an honor, a key to becoming stronger. So, many began suggesting Jiang Ye sublet his apartment to a real powerhouse. Since he had been planning to cancel the lease anyway, and the penalty fee for canceling was way higher than for subletting, getting someone to take it over would actually be helping him save money. Even Wang Lingling was considering the idea, planning to talk to Jiang Ye about it once he returned to the mutual aid group. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, now walking through the high-end mall with Yang Wenchao, was fully aware of the chatter in the group chat, but he didn't care. While staying alert around Yang Wenchao, he was also taking in his surroundings. The high-end mall looked significantly smaller than the low-end mall, but its design and decor were far more extravagant. Glass display cases shimmered with light, showing off all kinds of equipment and items. There was even a row dedicated entirely to treasure chests. Basically, players could choose to directly buy items, or buy chests and try their luck opening them. Buying chests meant you might get a high-value item at a lower cost, but you could also end up with something useless. It definitely had a gambling element to it. As Jiang Ye continued to look around, he saw Yang Wenchao heading straight toward a display counter on the north end of the mall. He thought for a moment, then followed. But when he got there, he realized The counter didn't display any items at all. Instead, there was an operation console on the right-hand side. Yang Wenchao walked straight to the console and began operating it. Jiang Ye watched for a while and quickly caught on. This is the player-to-player cross-apartment trading platform? Yang Wenchao nodded, continuing to work the console as he casually said, "The stuff for sale in the mall is generally overpriced, low value for money. If you want to sell your own items, players usually price them cheaper than the mall. But still, it's secondhand stuff, just like selling on a used goods app. Nothing's brand new." Jiang Ye didn't mind secondhand. Saving money was always a win. Plus, some of the gear he no longer needed could be sold through this system to get cash back. This trading function was clearly popular among players. Yang Wenchao was now listing his unwanted items for sale in the player trading zone. Watching his smooth, confident handling of the system, Jiang Ye once again thought about asking him about the game player theory. But before he could figure out how to bring it up, Yang Wenchao suddenly dropped a bomb. "You're Yang Xiaoman, right?" "What?" Jiang Ye blinked in confusion. Yang Wenchao looked at him and continued, "Guess not. You're Jiang Ye." Jiang Ye frowned. Yang Wenchao kept going, as if talking to himself. "Guess not either. So who are you really? If you're using a disguise mask, wouldn't an invisibility item be more useful? But you chose disguise over stealth. Why? Do you have some identity you have to hide?" At first, Jiang Ye thought Yang Wenchao was testing him, trying to gauge his reactions. Now, it was starting to feel like he was just posturing. But Jiang Ye didn't mind being probed. He had power to back him up now. He was about to flip the script and question him about being a game player. But Yang Wenchao beat him to it again, pressing on. "I heard from Xiao Liquan and Wang Chong. You used an ice-type AoE skill to one-shot Zhao Yudi. With that kind of strength, why bother hiding your identity? And also," he paused, his expression suddenly turning more serious. His gaze at Jiang Ye was complex. "Your 3-win streak. Don't tell me you actually won those matches yourself." Jiang Ye was just about to say he bought his win streak. But before Jiang Ye could even finish crafting a lie, Yang Wenchao cut straight to the point. "The win streak rewards the duel room, gives players, might seem random, like you're just picking one of 3 random cards. But that's not actually how it works. Normally, if you bought your win streak, you'll only get trash like the announcement card, those useless low-tier ones. But if I'm not wrong, in your fight against Zhao Yudi, you used a privilege card. And the kind of reward that gives you a privilege card, that usually only shows up when someone actually earns their win streak themselves." Whoa, no way. There's a hidden mechanic like that? Jiang Ye had no clue. But then he suddenly thought of something. The level up card is a high-tier card too, right? So, did you and your streak fair and square too? The word "too" in his sentence was basically a quiet confession. He had, in fact, earned his own win streak. Yang Wenchao's expression turned even more serious. His eyes on Jiang Ye grew visibly more cautious. Then he shook his head and said, "The level up card does count as a high-tier reward. But no, I still bought my win streak." "Huh? Didn't he just say if you bought your streak, you'd only get trash-tier cards?" Before Jiang Ye could even ask, Yang Wenchao explained on his own. "It's just like match fixing. Some fake matches are super obvious. You can tell with one glance they're rigged. But some are so well acted they look real. I bought my win streak, but I added a special condition. The seller had to act convincingly enough to make me look strong. So basically, I used performance to fool the win streak reward system into thinking I actually earned my wins." Holy sh**t. That was actually possible? If what Yang Wenchao said was true, then those win streak sellers must know this too. But shady sellers probably wouldn't tell you about that hidden trick. Only someone like Yang Wenchao, someone in the know, could really get the best value out of a purchase, which only made things clearer. Jiang Ye followed up smoothly. "Before entering the duel room, you killed 4 players and got 4 survival points. That just so happens to be the cost of the 5 win streak package. So, you already knew what was going on in the duel room, knew you could buy win streaks, even knew the pricing. Because you're one of those so-called game players." Jiang Ye's sentence was phrased like a question, but his tone was flat, almost like a statement. After all, Yang Wenchao's behavior really was out of the ordinary. Compared to something absurd like rebirth or body possession. Having played a similar game before just sounded more reasonable. If that were the case, then maybe Yang Wenchao wasn't the only one who had played that game. Like those stubborn bronzes on the War God ranking in the duel room. Maybe most of them had played the game too. With more information at their disposal, of course they progress faster than regular people. By comparison, Yang Wenchao didn't even seem particularly strong among those who had played the game. After all, Jiang Ye had personally seen Yang Wenchao lose a duel in the duel room and instantly lose 100,000. Thinking back, could the girl he lost to in that match also be a game player? Just as he was deep in thought, Yang Wenchao didn't seem like he was trying to hide anything. In fact, he glanced at Jiang Ye with a calm look in his eyes and said openly, I did spend 4 survival points to buy the 5-win streak package, and I've already completed the 5-win streak. So the match he lost was after that, when he was going for the 10-win streak. Jiang Ye was still mulling it over when Yang Wenchao seemed to guess what he was thinking and added, but my win streak wasn't interrupted by that 100,000-point loss. What? He lost a duel, but his win streak didn't break? How does that work? Because the random reward I got from the 5-win streak was a privilege-exempt card. The effect of the privilege-exempt card is that it cancels out one loss in the duel room. For example, if you fail on your 9th win, you can use the privilege-exempt card to erase that loss. So your next match still counts as your 9th win. Whoa, that's a thing. Jiang Ye quickly guessed. This privilege-exempt card must be a high-tier card, right? Yang Wenchao nodded. The win streak reward in the duel room keep improving the more wins you rack up. And for players who've already built up a long streak, losing once and breaking it would be incredibly painful. So the privilege-exempt card that prevents that is naturally super valuable. In some cases, it's even more valuable than a privilege card. Jiang Ye nodded. He didn't feel much yet at 3 consecutive wins. But if he were at 99 wins and lost, that would be brutal. So the further you get, the more precious the privilege-exempt card becomes for streak players. If he had the chance, Jiang Ye would definitely want to get one, just in case. That said, can the duel room win streak rewards be traded between players? Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. Of course. As he spoke, he slid a few fingers across the operation console and pointed at the display stand. Look, through the player trading function in the high-end mall, the cards earned in the duel room can also be traded. Jiang Ye looked at the display and, sure enough, saw all sorts of cards listed for sale. Among them, the announcement card was the most common and cheapest. Even so, its price was over 100,000. Level-up cards mostly started at 300,000. As for privilege cards, they were rare. Only 3 were listed. One was selling for 600,000, another for 800,000, and the last for a full million. The H*LL? That's insane. Straight-up daylight robbery. But then again, to regular players, relying solely on odd jobs, life was naturally hard. Barely enough to pay rent or afford food. But to players on floor 20 and above, killing one person earned them 100,000. That setup inflated their economy big time. If you told someone like Wang Lingling, a below 20th floor player, give me 300,000 and I'll boost your level instantly, Wang Lingling would never agree. She'd rather grind levels herself than blow 300k on a level-up card. But for players above the 20th floor, 300k was just 3 lives. They could find 3 no-skill trash players, kill them off, and it'd be way easier than risking their life grinding. So for them, 300k for a level-up card wasn't expensive at all. This whole system once again showed Jiang Ye the unfairness of the world. Come to think of it, the real world before Doomsday Apartment was kind of like this too. Some people bust their *SS in all weather for a measly $100 a day. Others sit in luxury cars and mansions, dodging taxes worth more than someone else could earn in multiple lifetimes. No matter where you are, ridiculous wealth gaps are always a thing. Jiang Ye was lost in thought when Yang Wenchao, eyeing the price of privilege cards, suddenly asked, "How much did you make from your duel with Zhao Yudi?" If you go by the price of a privilege card, anything less than 600,000 means you took a loss. Jiang Ye didn't answer, but his mood turned complicated. Less than 600k was considered a loss? He just finished the match with Zhao Yudi, feeling good about the money he made. But hearing this from Yang Wenchao made him feel he really might have lost out. After all, he hadn't actually made 600K from that match. He'd thought most of the earnings would come from spectating fees. Zhao Yudi did have quite a few spectators. But in the final tally, the total viewing revenue for that match was just over 60,000, which meant there were only about 6,000 viewers. But what really surprised Jiang Ye? Zhao Yudi's wager was a whopping 500,000. So in the end, he made 560,000 from that match. That windfall not only wiped out his massive debts, he even had cash left to splurge in the high-end mall. But now, looking at the price of privilege cards, he started feeling maybe he really did take a loss. But back then, he was mainly trying to avoid the drop-in veteran players. If he delayed using the privilege card and waited for more powerful opponents to appear in the duel room, he probably could have earned even more. Now that he thought about it, he kind of regretted it. If only he'd known, he could have just sold the privilege card in the trading zone instead of using it against Zhao Yudi. But there's no if only in hindsight. If Zhao Yudi knew what Jiang Ye was thinking right now, she'd probably be so pissed she'd cough up blood. Especially if she found out that this sneaky B asterisk starred used the privilege card just to make money by targeting her, which ended up breaking her 9-win streak. She'd probably be ready to die from rage. I mean, seriously, that ultra-valuable privilege card. Why the F asterisk asterisk K would you waste it on me? And you actually thought you could make bank off me? And you F asterisk asterisk king broke my 9-win streak in the process. That's not just wasting a good item. You use your ways to ruin an innocent bystander. Unbelievable. Unforgivable. Good thing Zhao Yudi didn't know. Yang Wenchao had pretty much guessed it and felt a bit sorry for Zhao Yudi. But there wasn't much he could do. After all, beginner players didn't know anything. Some dumb moves were just part of the process straight face. After thinking it over, he still decided to explain it to Jiang Ye. To be honest, that's not how you're supposed to use a privilege card. The reason it can be sold between players for millions is mainly because it's used to block win streaks. Those key streaks like 3, 5, or 10 wins get targeted by powerful veteran players. And even among beginners, some might deliberately start doing that too. They use the privilege card to block other players' 8-win or 9-win streaks. Then they make the players pay to keep their streak. Anyone who can get 8 or 9 wins is usually not short on money. Even if they are, they're often willing to pay a high price to protect their streak. Take your match with Zhao Yudi, for example. If you'd shown your ability to beat her and then talked with her, I think she would have paid a lot to keep her win streak. She might have even gritted her teeth and agreed to pay close to a few million. D*MN. A few million? Not long ago, Jiang Ye was still worrying about a 350,000 debt. Now he might have had a shot at earning millions. Sure enough, as long as your strength is up there, making money's not that hard. But then Jiang Ye thought of something. But if I intentionally lost to her, wouldn't my own win streak break? Yang Wenchao nodded. Yeah, that's why the best use of a privilege card is to sell it in the trading zone to one of those streak-blocking organizations. Those groups train people specifically for that role. Strong players who don't care about win rates. Alright, so it really is true. Wherever there are people, there's a Jianghu power struggle. Veteran players had already formed organizations. Even among newbie players, some were probably starting a band together. Jiang Ye then followed up. In the game you played, were there also people forming those kinds of organizations? Yang Wenchao nodded. Yeah. After a slight pause, he suddenly gave a relaxed smile. Actually, the reason I played that game in the first place was to make money off those groups. You haven't played Doomsday Apartment, but from your experience in the beginner apartment, I'm sure you've felt it by now. That game is seriously unfair. Pay-to-win players and regular players are basically playing two different games. Finally, they were on the topic of the game. Jiang Ye perked right up. He was dying to know what kind of game it really was and what hidden information he was still missing. But Yang Wenchao deliberately left him hanging. Instead of revealing any game info, he jumped straight to his point. You should be able to tell, I'm no selfless philanthropist. So, if you want game info, you'll have to give something in return, right? Jiang Ye understood perfectly. After a brief moment of thought, he cut straight to the point. You came to me which means you're trying to use the information you have to strike a deal with me, right? Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. Rather than a deal, I'd call it a partnership. Like I said earlier, this game has two completely different modes, free to play and pay to win. I want to partner with you to beat the beginner apartment in pay to win mode. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking it over. Yang Wenchao had probably noticed his strength, but he copied Yang Wenchao's expression, raising his brow, and said, "So, without your game intel, you think I can't beat the beginner apartment in pay-to-win mode on my own?" His tone had a definite edge to it, full of confidence in his own strength. But Yang Wenchao gave him a cryptic smile. "You might be strong, but—" He paused, then suddenly asked, "Do you know how to move between apartments?" Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and answered directly, "There's a teleportation device at the top floor of the apartment. That bit he'd learned from the black robe player he met after getting 3 wins. Yang Wenchao didn't seem surprised and continued with a grin. "Then do you know the condition to activate the teleportation device?" Jiang Ye answered again, "You have to pay 1 survival point." But this time, Yang Wenchao shook his head. "Nope, the survival point is just the teleportation fee. To actually move between apartments, there's one more crucial condition. You have to earn the favor of the apartment's boss behind the scenes." The apartment's boss behind the scenes? Sounds like someone who controls the entire apartment. But up until now, Jiang Ye hadn't even gotten familiar with the apartment administrator. And now this, an apartment boss, was a brand new concept to him. But then, what about that shadow he encountered on the 20th floor when he got the survival jade token? Could that be the apartment boss? Didn't seem likely. Someone of that level probably wouldn't be skulking around like that. So if he hadn't even met the apartment boss, how was he supposed to gain their favor? While thinking, Jiang Ye suddenly remembered Huang Qi. Since Huang Qi had successfully moved between apartments, did that mean he'd gained the apartment boss's favor? And Yu Xiaoming too. But what exactly did they have that the apartment boss would favor? Suddenly, Jiang Ye turned to Yang Wenchao and directly guessed. "Kill all the players in the apartment, and you'll earn the apartment boss's favor." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Wenchao was stunned. You guessed that? Or did you get that info from somewhere?" "I guessed," Jiang Ye replied with a straight face, totally calm. Though to be fair, it wasn't entirely a lie. He had been inspired by what Huang Qi said. So yeah, it was kind of guess. Yang Wenchao looked at his expression, then grew thoughtful. After a while, he sighed. "All right then, since you figured it out, I'll give you a little more info. The beginner apartment actually has 3 special entities, or you could call them 3 bosses. The first one is the public figure, the apartment administrator. The second is the shadow in the hallway that gives out survival jade tokens to tenants above the 20th floor. And the third one only appears after you've killed all the players in the apartment boss. And just like you guessed, to move between apartments, you need to kill all the players, meet the apartment boss, and get their permission to transfer." Hearing that, Jiang Ye's mood instantly sank. He had originally thought that once he reached the top floor, he could move to another apartment. But now he was being told, to move between apartments, he had to kill everyone else. Wait a minute. Jiang Ye thought for a second, then suddenly looked at Yang Wenchao. "If you're bold enough to tell me this, then you must know there's another way to move apartments besides killing everyone, right? Otherwise, aren't you afraid I'll go kill all my classmates because of what you said?" The all classmates mentioned here naturally included Yang Wenchao himself. This guy couldn't possibly be confident enough to think that just because he was a game player, Jiang Ye wouldn't dare kill him, right? So if he dared reveal this kind of information, he clearly had a backup plan. Yang Wenchao had never intended to keep it a secret, so he nodded without hesitation. "That's right. Normally, the only way to move between apartments is by killing all the other players. But our apartment is a little special." At this point, he paused, as if waiting to see if Jiang Ye could figure out what made their apartment different. Jiang Ye thought of a certain special item he'd seen in Huang Qi's spatial watch. He gave a knowing smile and guessed on his own. The special part is that our apartment already had 2 players from other apartments, and in their hands, They had items that bypass the apartment boss and allow cross-apartment movement. The *MN. He guessed again. Yang Wenchao looked at Jiang Ye with increasingly complex and surprised eyes, and even a hint of caution. He pressed his lips together and nodded. That's right. Yu Xiangming and Huang Qi each had a cross-apartment item they got from their own apartment bosses. And these cross-apartment items can also be used by other players. That was all Yang Wenchao said. But the meaning was clear. In the group chat, it was pretty much assumed that Yang Wenchao had killed those two cross-apartment players. So his unspoken message was, he had two cross-apartment items in his possession, but Jiang Ye knew better. This guy only had the item he got from killing Yu Xiaoming. The one that belonged to Huang Qi was actually in Jiang Ye's hands. However, Yang Wenchao clearly didn't know that Huang Qi had been killed by Jiang Ye. At the time of Huang Qi's death, Baldy had been in the duel room. So Yang Wenchao was just trying to create the illusion that he had two items, and use that as a bargaining chip in his negotiation with Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, but didn't expose him. Instead, he played along, raising a brow. So if you're offering a cross-apartment item as your bargaining chip, then you're saying this so-called pay-to-win mode can only be achieved by moving between apartments? Yang Wenchao nodded. After a short pause, he continued on his own. Let me put it plainly. The pay-to-win way to clear the beginner apartment is to kill the apartment administrator before the apartment self-destructs. But obviously, the apartment administrator isn't someone regular players can deal with. He even has the authority to erase players. So killing the administrator requires meeting extremely harsh conditions. Just in terms of power alone, you definitely need survival point items. Survival point items are items you exchange using survival points. These are way stronger than anything we can buy in the high-end mall. But to trigger the exchange for a survival point item, you need more than 100 survival points in your survival jade token. And in a single beginner apartment, even if you killed all the new and veteran players, you still couldn't collect 100 points. After all, even if there were 100 people, you can't exactly kill yourself too, right? So basically, to exchange for those items, you have to move between apartments and kill enough people to hit that 100-point threshold. What Yang Wenchao said matched exactly with what Huang Qi had mentioned before. But Jiang Ye was more interested in something else than the survival point items. The apartment administrator has the authority to erase players? I assume that kind of authority needs a specific counter item. Exactly. Yang Wenchao raised his brow, his voice lifting slightly. I can say this with certainty. No matter how many survival points you offer to the shadow to trade, you'll never be able to get the item that counters the erasure privilege. And that piece of key intel is one of my main bargaining chips for our cooperation. All right then, that was definitely an important piece of information. And considering how much Yang Wenchao had already shared, he was showing quite a bit of sincerity. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then simply responded, All right, let's hear it. How do you want to cooperate? Yang Wenchao's eyes turned as if he'd thought of something, then suddenly asked out of nowhere, You're a girl, aren't you? Huh. Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned. But Yang Wenchao had the look of someone who was sure he was right. He began analyzing seriously. You live on the 20th floor? You know 1 survival point equals 100,000, yet you've never killed anyone. And in your match against someone like Zhao Yudi, you didn't show even a hint of mercy. So I'm guessing you're a strong female player, like Wang Lingling. And you still care about your classmates, so you're reluctant to attack people you know for no reason. Holy sh**t. What the f***k? Being so confidently labeled as a girl by Yang Wenchao felt more than a little weird. But then Jiang Ye remembered how this guy had confidently denied that he was Jiang Ye just a while ago. And he relaxed. Yang Wenchao might look like he had a ton of confidence, but in terms of reading people, he was just average. It was only that overwhelming self-assurance that made him seem convincing. Since Jiang Ye was trying to keep his identity hidden anyway, he couldn't be bothered to correct him. He just quietly watched Yang Wenchao keep going with that self-righteous confidence. You don't want to randomly hurt classmates, you know, I get that. But killing strangers in another apartment shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Jiang Ye raised his brow slightly, an expression that clearly meant I'll allow it. Seeing no objections, Yang Wenchao continued. Then the first step of our cooperation is this. I'll give you a cross-apartment item and tell you how to move between apartments. And you'll need to gather more than 500 survival points on your survival jade token within 3 days. After that, we'll regroup here at this apartment, and I'll tell you the next step. What Yang Wenchao called the first step of their partnership looked like he was asking Jiang Ye to earn 500 survival points in 3 days. But in reality, it didn't impose any real restriction on Jiang Ye. If they didn't sign a contract or anything, it was basically just handing him a free cross-apartment item. And Jiang Ye knew full well. Yang Wenchao only had one cross-apartment item on him. If he gave that one and only item to Jiang Ye, what was he planning to use to move between apartments himself? Kill all your classmates to earn the favor of the apartment boss? If you look at it from that angle, Yang Wenchao's so-called cooperation might just be a smokescreen. His real goal could be a diversion tactic to lure Jiang Ye, the one person who might pose a threat to him, out of the apartment so he could maintain his status as the undisputed top dog here. And once Jiang Ye's gone, Yang Wenchao might have something else up his sleeve. Jiang Ye's presence here would only get in the way. Of course, it could also be that both things are true, the diversion and the cooperation. By getting Jiang Ye to leave the apartment, Yang Wenchao would gain 3 full days to grow and prepare on his own. Then when they regroup here in 3 days for the so-called next step of the partnership, the power dynamic might no longer favor Jiang Ye. After all, Yang Wenchao had more intel and was far more ruthless in how he operated. He probably believed that in 3 days, he could surpass Jiang Ye in strength. Then, when it was time for step 2, he'd be the one calling the shots. In that instant, Jiang Ye ran through all of Yang Wenchao's possible motives. He was just about to try squeezing out a little more game info. But then, out of nowhere, a system announcement echoed in his mind. Emergency announcement from the beginner apartment. VIP player Yu Mei is initiating a fusion between this apartment and beginner apartment number 1010. The 2 beginner apartments will complete fusion in 10 minutes. Fusion rules are as follows. 1. The apartment chat group and apartment ranking board will undergo standard fusion. 2. Apartment administrators will be subject to optimization and selective fusion. Within 10 minutes, an administrator PK battle will occur. If a victor emerges within 10 minutes, that person will become the administrator of the fused apartment. If no winner is determined, the administrator will be selected based on the number of players on the apartment ranking board, with total player count as a secondary factor. 3. After optimization, the fused apartment will be named according to the original apartment number of the selected administrator. 4. When apartment rooms are fused, if 2 players have rented the same room number, an optimization battle will occur. Both tenants must duel within 10 minutes. If no winner is decided in time, the one with higher combat power will be the victor. The winner retains the room. The loser loses their right to the room. Rent already paid by the loser will not be refunded. If rent hasn't been paid, the loser must cover the penalty fee for canceling the lease. 5. For more information, consult the optimized apartment administrator after fusion is complete. As soon as the announcement dropped, the students were completely dumbfounded. The chat group exploded. What the hell is this? What the VIP player? Why are they suddenly merging our apartment with another? That room rule is insane. Why the hell does the loser not get their rent refunded and even has to pay a cancellation fee? Exactly. Any player loss from this kind of fusion should be covered by the apartment, right? Right. Back when I played games, if there was a server error, the game usually compensated players. But now we're getting a fusion out of nowhere, no compensation, and we even have to pay extra if we lose a room number match. That's bullsh**. If this were a regular game, I'd be spamming 1-star reviews and filing a complaint right now. But hey, an apartment has tons of floors and rooms. The chances of a room number collision should be low, right? Even if the odds are low, I still think this fusion isn't a good thing. Think about it. Yang Wenchao was one of us, just a classmate, and he's already out here killing people. Now, this fusion's bringing in complete strangers, probably some street-smart, ruthless types. That kind of setup is just begging for conflicts and casualties. Reno Thailand bot. Yeah, this fusion is definitely sketchy. What's this VIP player up to? And why do they even have the ability to initiate a fusion? Just because they're a VIP, they get more permissions? Do we even stand a chance of becoming VIP players in the future? Stop dreaming. We'd be lucky to survive the beginner apartment, let alone become a VIP. I bet someone like Yang Wenchao might stand a chance of becoming VIP. Even Wang Lingling doesn't quite cut it. By the way, you think this apartment fusion might have something to do with Yang Wenchao? Since the chat group was public, and everyone now recognized how powerful Yang Wenchao was, his name was being mentioned with extra caution. Sure enough, after that round of chatter, the group quieted down again. After a long silence, someone finally replied. Didn't the announcement say it was triggered by a VIP player? Why are y'all so eager to pin everything on Brother Chow? Well, it's only natural. Yang Wenchao had made such a dominant impression, and his background was such a mystery to most students. They had no choice but to fill in the blanks with wild guesses. Many now suspected he was a reborn player, or maybe had awakened an SSS tier ability. Some even believed he was the protagonist of Destiny with unlimited potential. A bunch of classmates were dreaming of riding his coattails. As for Jiang Ye, he'd interacted with the so-called mysterious Yang Wenchao himself, which is why he'd already seen through the illusion. He skimmed the chat briefly, found nothing useful, and was just about to take the opportunity to ask Yang Wenchao about VIP players and apartment fusion. However, while he was calmly browsing the high-end mall, his #1 replica, lounging on the top floor, soaking up the sun, suddenly ran into a problem after the fusion announcement. More precisely, it was the white-clothed woman who was the problem. She seemed to love sunlight. When Jiang Ye had been up on the rooftop dealing with hair, she had set up a lounge chair, thrown on some sunglasses, and started sunbathing too. Honestly, with her whole vibe, anyone who knew what was going on could tell she was just on a rooftop. But if you didn't know better, you might think she was chilling on a sunny beach. Jiang Ye was half expecting her to suddenly blurt out, "Come here, little bro, sis'll pay extra if you add a special service." Of course, nothing NSFW actually happened under the sunshine. But right after the apartment fusion announcement was made, the woman's expression suddenly changed. Her calm, leisurely sunbathing turned to pure rage and fear in an instant. After hesitating for a moment, she seemed to suppress her emotions and stood up sharply. Jiang Ye was just beside her, still applying hair oil strand by strand, and naturally tensed up. His hand, mid-routine, even trembled slightly. That tiny tremor was all it took for the woman to blow up. "What are you shaking for? You just wasted a precious drop of my hair oil." This random outburst was clearly just her venting. Jiang Ye said nothing, though inwardly he was thinking. So apartment fusion affects even NPC-like apartment residents? Wait, what happens if a player's room number collides with an apartment NPC's room? He didn't get the chance to think it through, because in the next moment, the furious woman suddenly went berserk. She raised both arms, and the strands of hair Jiang Ye hadn't finished treating suddenly came to life, surging toward her arms. What's more, the strands looked noticeably thicker than before. They slithered toward her like black water snakes. Eventually, the strands climbed up from her arms to her head, pushing away the towel wrapped around her hair. And beneath that towel, her long, straight black hair was all alive, writhing like a nest of black serpents, twisting and hissing with a terrifying SSS sound, even under the bright sun. That eerie image and sound sent chills down the spine. Jiang Ye was instantly frozen on the spot. In that moment, he was already preparing to either fuse the replica or abandon this C-tier ability replica entirely. HSS. HSS. Whoosh! When one of the black water snakes shot out from above the woman in white and suddenly wrapped around Jiang Ye's neck. He was already prepared to give up this number one replica. However, that long, slick black water snake only coiled around his neck but didn't tighten any further. And the woman in white, who had lost control of her emotions, had now turned into the woman in black. Her white bathrobe slipped off, and her strands of black hair transformed into a black robe, billowing in the wind atop the rooftop, even though there was no breeze. This contrast between black and white instantly reminded Jiang Ye of Lan Longkuei and Han Longkuei from Chinese Paladin 3. One was gentle and quiet, the other manic and violent. Clearly, this woman in black was the violent one. Even her eyes had become more aggressive and sharp. As she swept her gaze over Jiang Ye, she left him with one sentence. "Pray I survive. Otherwise, you'll die with me." As she said this, she disappeared from the spot in a flash. Left behind, Jiang Ye still had that black water snake wrapped around his neck. His body was stiff, and he didn't dare to lift a hand to touch it. While cursing in his mind, he suddenly realized, could it be that this apartment fusion brings catastrophic risks to the NPC tenants? The woman in white, no, the woman in black now. Could she possibly die in this apartment fusion? Just as he was thinking this, someone in the chat group brought up a similar situation. Wang Hengyi, holy SHD. I found that after the apartment fusion, those NPC tenants suddenly got super aggressive. I spent the whole day delivering packages. The NPC tenants I met were all easy to talk to. When I asked for 5-star reviews, most of them gave it, and I even leveled up my errand badge to level 3. But just now, after the fusion, when I went to ask another tenant for a 5-star like usual, that guy just snapped at me and even gave me a 1-star review on the spot. F***. That's my first bad review. No idea how many good ones I'll need to cancel it out. Wang Hengyi was the grind-heavy type of top student, the kind teachers would call a Peking/Tsinghua hopeful. Since entering the apartment, he'd never spoken in the group before, so his first message instantly caused an uproar among the others. Holy SHD? Hengyi's errand badge is already level 3? How the hell did that happen? D*MN. A true study god. Doesn't matter where he is, still ahead of everyone. If comprehension ability really relates to IQ, then Hengyi must have gotten a really strong starting skill like Lu Shun, right? Not necessarily. Lu Shun usually doesn't study, just plays games all day, and still scores perfect in math. Hengyi's the hardworking type. His IQ might not be as high as Lu Shun's. What good is a high IQ? Lu Shun's ability is only C tier. Maybe Wang Hengyi has a higher ranked ability. If he really had a higher ability, wouldn't he be on the ranking board by now? If you ask me, a level 3 badge isn't that impressive. He's just a high-level workhorse. In this apartment, survival only comes from leveling up and getting stronger. Working jobs leads nowhere. TCH, are you for real? Jobs are pointless? Then who's paying your rent? Sister Linger, Brother Chong? Yang Wenchao never did any jobs and still showed off like a boss, crushing all those former top students. Suddenly, the whole group was in a pointless argument again. Some still kept their old mindset, believing top students would stay ahead no matter the environment. Others thought survival in the apartment depended on ability and strength. No matter how glorious a top student once was, without power now, they'd still fall from grace like everyone else. But strangely enough, no one really focused on the point that Wang Hengyi raised, that the apartment's NPC tenants were getting more aggressive. Jiang Ye thought about it, and simply sent a message to the group too. The NPC tenants really are more aggressive. Right now, I'm trapped on the rooftop by the tenant I was serving. That message finally shifted the group's attention. Even Wang Lingling replied, "The rooftop? How do you get up there?" At Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye had planned to establish a normal guy persona for his #1 replica, so he didn't hide it and replied directly. The tenant's cleaning request was for me to sun-dry her hair, so she brought me to the rooftop. Then Wang Lingling asked more about the rooftop, and Jiang Ye shared everything he saw without holding back. He also expressed that he was stuck up there and hoped others could help come up with a plan. But honestly, no one really had any useful advice. They all just told him to pray the woman in white survives and comes back to release him. Wang Lingling, though, used the info from Jiang Ye and Wang Hengyi to guess that the apartment fusion might be affecting the NPC tenants too. She couldn't hold back and tagged Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao, do you know what exactly the NPC tenants are facing during the apartment fusion? At Yang Wenchao. But Yang Wenchao didn't even respond. However, Jiang Ye, who was right next to Yang Wenchao at the time, asked him the same thing in person. Yang Wenchao shook his head and said, "To be honest, I know about the apartment fusion, but I've never experienced it myself, so I'm not sure what the NPC tenants will go through. But once the fusion is complete, we can ask the administrator." Jiang Ye wasn't sure if he genuinely didn't know or was just hiding something. He didn't press further, but continued speculating. According to what Jiang Ye said, the woman in white didn't kill him directly, just trapped him. And in the group, no one has mentioned any players being killed by NPC tenants. So does that mean the NPC tenants can't kill players? Yang Wenchao nodded and followed up with his own guess. Sound about right. Under normal conditions, NPC tenants can't take the initiative to kill players. But during the apartment fusion, their own lives are at risk. So naturally, they won't care if players live or die. The woman in white clearly meant, if she dies, Jiang Ye dies with her. At this point, Yang Wenchao couldn't help but frown. This Jiang Ye's got guts. He doesn't seem like a game player, yet he dared to go straight to the rooftop. It was Jiang Ye's first time discussing himself with someone while pretending to be someone else. The feeling was strangely amusing, but he really didn't want to give up on number one replica, so he tried probing Yang Wenchao a bit. Does Jiang Ye's situation really come down to betting on whether that woman in white survives? You said before that our first step in cooperation is helping me cross apartments, and you'd also tell me how to get to the rooftop. If I go up there, is there a chance to save Jiang Ye? Yang Wenchao was surprised at first, blurting out, "You want to save Jiang Ye?" But then he remembered this bald guy hadn't killed anyone and seemed to genuinely care about classmates. So after a moment of thought, he speculated. The black water snake trapping Jiang Ye is probably a special item. It's an object, but has sentience. It must have been given a command. If the woman in white dies, it'll strangle Jiang Ye. At this point, Yang Wenchao paused. Then his eyes lit up and his tone suddenly sharpened several notches. "I can't guarantee we'll save Jiang Ye, but if we're lucky, we might be able to subdue that black water snake." Subdue the black water snake? Jiang Ye was shocked and about to ask more. But Yang Wenchao quickly said at lightning speed, "If you've really made up your mind, there's no time to explain. We have to act now. And I mean right now, because we're almost out of time." Jiang Ye wasn't saving some random classmate. He was saving his own replica. So, of course, he didn't hesitate and immediately said, "All right, just tell me what to do." That instant, decisive attitude made Yang Wenchao seriously suspect. Maybe the girl behind this bald guy had a crush on Jiang Ye and was just a big OL love-struck fool? Don't say it. Jiang Ye really was kind of handsome. It wouldn't be that surprising if a cute girl had a crush on him. Yang Wenchao didn't think too much about it and simply raised his hand, swiping several times across the operation console on the right, then shook his head and said, "Nothing. Then we'll have to buy from a mall." As he spoke, he quickly started weaving through the display cases in the high-end mall. At the same time, he called out to Jiang Ye, "The item we need will cost about 300,000, and saving Jiang Ye or subduing that black water snake isn't guaranteed to succeed. Are you willing to take that risk?" 300,000. Jiang Ye only had just over 560,000 on hand, and this would blow through more than half of it in one shot. And based on the exchange rate for survival points, 300,000 equals 3 points. Enough to create 3 more replicas. Maybe you should just forget it? Let the number 1 replica die? If he used survival points to create a new one, it might even come with a better ability than number 1. But soon, Jiang Ye realized it wasn't that simple. 1 survival point could indeed be exchanged for 100,000 coins. But 100,000 coins couldn't be exchanged back into survival points. Like when veteran players block win streaks, they ask for survival points. But when new players use privilege cards to block streaks, what they receive is game currency. According to Yang Wenchao, during Jiang Ye's duel with Zhao Yudi. He could have gotten several million coins from her, and a 10-win streak only costs 10 survival points. So by that math, wasn't a 9-win streak more expensive than 10? But actually, that's not how it works. No amount of game currency could compare to survival points. To veteran players, game currency might be worthless. Only survival points are truly valuable. So from that perspective, Jiang Ye didn't feel as bad about spending 300,000. The replica was still more important. So he said firmly, I can take the risk of spending 300,000. All right. Yang Wenchao continued looking through display cases. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye took the chance to check out the player trading feature on the console. His main reason for entering the high-end mall was to buy attribute fruits. Attribute fruits could directly increase stats, which meant his main body could handle more replicas. But after searching, he found that there were no attribute fruits for sale in the player trading section. So he turned to Yang Wenchao and asked, do you know where to buy attribute fruits in the high-end mall? Attribute fruits? Yang Wenchao was a bit surprised. After all, at the same bronze level, attribute fruits gave smaller stat boosts than bronze tier items. Also, any combat power gained from attribute fruits will be directly shown on the data panel. Once your panel stats went up, your match-made opponents would probably be stronger. On top of that, attribute fruits were way more expensive than gear of the same tier. So most players would rather buy bronze equipment than consider attribute fruits. Of course, that only applied to regular players. Players like Yang Wenchao, game players, naturally knew the true value of attribute fruits, because they were the only survival point items that could be bought with game currency. Granted, the ones that could be bought with coins were limited to lower levels. But this bald guy wasn't a game player. He probably hadn't even seen the survival point exchange list. Yet he still made this kind of decision. In Yang Wenchao's mind, this mysterious bald guy became even more of a threat. Still, he quickly gave directions. Attribute fruits are on the northeast display platform. Jiang Ye immediately headed toward the northeast corner to search. Sure enough, he soon found a small, elegant display case with stamina fruits and energy fruits. There weren't many, and they only came in black iron, bronze, and silver grades. What surprised Jiang Ye was how ridiculously expensive these things were. A single black iron attribute fruit cost over 10,000. Bronze ones were over 100,000 each, and the silver tier ones? A whopping 5 million each. That was just absurd. But by then, Yang Wenchao had already found what he needed and started rushing him. So Jiang Ye gritted his teeth and bought 1 bronze tier stamina fruit and 1 bronze tier energy fruit, plus 2 of each in black iron tier. In one go, he blew through 240,000. Then the 2 items Yang Wenchao picked out burned through another 300,000, from 560,000 to just 20,000 in an instant. As he followed Yang Wenchao, rushing out of the high-end mall, Jiang Ye couldn't help but ask, these 300,000, this piece of grass and tube of water, what exactly are they for? They were in a stairwell. Yang Wenchao was sprinting ahead, replying casually, you'll find out when we face that black water snake. No time to explain now. If the woman in white survives, then we've still got time. But if she's already dead, then that means she died during the apartment fusion. So right now, we're seriously pressed for time. This was Fing urgent as hell, because more than 8 minutes had already passed since the fusion announcement. That meant they had just over 1 minute left. Would they even make it? But right as they were thinking they still had a minute left, the moment they entered the stairwell, a voice rang in their heads. Apartment fusion complete. Yep, the earlier announcement said fusion will complete within 10 minutes. Not at exactly 10 minutes. So this round ended 1 minute early, and that still counted as within 10 minutes. Yang Wenchao immediately realized he'd misunderstood the wording. His face instantly turned grim, but he quickly sent a message in the group chat. Jiang Ye, are you still alive? At Jiang Ye, am I still alive? I'm standing right in front of you. And besides, even if Jiang Ye's #1 replica really did die, he couldn't say he was dead. After all, if a player dies, You can see it immediately in the chat group's member list. If it's just a replica that dies, the member list shouldn't show them as offline. So even if the replica dies, he'd have to find a way to cover it up to avoid exposing himself in the group. Fortunately, the number 1 replica on the rooftop didn't die. He immediately replied to Yang Wenchao. I'm still alive at Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao replied right back. All right, stay put on the rooftop. I'm coming to save you. As soon as he said that, quite a few classmates thought, Jiang Ye's done for. He's dead meat. After all, Yang Wenchao had previously told Wang Rue he'd help reunite her with her parents. But what actually happened? He went and killed Wang Rue. Now, he says he's going to save Jiang Ye on the rooftop. Is that really a rescue? Still, because of Yang Wenchao's strength, no one dared to say much. What if he got annoyed and started killing off anyone in the group who spoke ill of him? But at this moment, the apartment fusion had completed, and their group chat had changed. The member list now showed 108/162. And soon, another player from the apartment chimed in. Zhou Qiong. Jiang Ye? Yang Wenchao? Are you talking about Jiang Ye and Yang Wenchao from Class 1, senior year at Mingli High? Ran Zi. Holy SHD? Lu Shun, Xiao Likuan, Gao Chong. Aren't these all familiar classmates? Xian Hang. No way. Seriously. Looks like this apartment, 1008, is full of people from our high school. My goddess Su Yuan is here too. Xingman. F***. Why is Wang Rue's name grayed out? Who did it? Who killed Wang Rue? Very quickly, the students from apartment 1008 realized too. What the hell? This apartment 1010 we just merged with is also full of our schoolmates. Awesome. It's Teacher Zhou. We're saved. Could it be because the numbers 1008 and 1010 are close together? So when crossing apartments, there's a higher chance of landing in a neighboring one and running into familiar faces. Xingman, Ranzi, these guys are all from Class 9, right? I thought after the fusion, we'd have to deal with strangers from society. Never thought it'd still be schoolmates. And even teachers. Awesome ISS. Did you look at the member list? Our apartment used to have 70 people. After the merge, it shows 108. That means only 38 from apartment 1010 survived the fusion. Over half of them, more than 80, died. How did so many die? We're all classmates, right? It can't be from killing each other. Was it while fighting monsters or leveling up? Just as apartment 1008 was shocked by the survival rate in 1010, someone from 1010 replied, Zhou Qiong, it wasn't from fighting monsters or leveling. It was really just classmates killing each other. I honestly didn't expect it. Can't believe you guys in 1008 still have 70 people alive. But right after that message, another one popped up. Xingman, still so chatty. Teacher Zhou? Guess you've completely forgotten I spared your life. No gratitude at all. The students in apartment 1008 were stunned. Zhou Qiong taught Chinese for both Class 1 and Class 9. Right away, several Class 1 students messaged in shock. What? Teacher Zhou was just speaking normally, and you're threatening her? At Xingman. Exactly, what kind of attitude is that? Is that how a student should talk to a teacher? At Xingman. What the hell happened in apartment 1010? Why is the vibe so creepy? Xingman. I think I've heard that name before. That thug from Class 9 who's always in fights. Pretty sure most of Class 9 were just troublemakers and slackers, right? Did they ever have anyone in the top 10 of the grade? We had so many exams in senior year, and their class always came dead last. I even heard Xingman's dad was a criminal. His mom doesn't even want him. He's basically unsupervised and lawless. As apartment 1008 students gossiped about Class 9, the usually quieter apartment 1010 suddenly burst out with responses. Xian Hang. This is hilarious. These Class 1 and 2 good students must have read themselves stupid. Ran Zi. No, seriously, they're so naive it's funny. They're even bold enough to talk smack about us bad students from Class 9 right here in the group chat. Do Hemming. Hey, good students. Why don't you check the ranking board and see what level us bad students are at? Xian Hang. So dumb. These good students don't even get the situation. Someone even said, "Yay, a teacher's here. Ha 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 ha. I nearly died laughing." Ranzi. Hard to believe these are seniors in high school. You'd think they were elementary kids. Ha ha ha. Tang Xian, what can you do? Good students gotta listen to their teachers, right? Ha 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 ha. Xingman, those few class 1 students who spoke earlier, I remember all your names. And you better remember this. When you're fighting monsters or doing jobs, watch your backs. You might not even know how you end up dead. Xingman's message was insanely arrogant, straight up threatening. And it looked like all the ones talking in apartment 1010 were his followers. Xin Hang, class 1 and 2 nerds, haven't you figured it out yet? In apartment 1010, only a few of us have the right to speak. Anyone who didn't bow to Brother Xing is either hiding in the apartment waiting to die or already dead. Got it now, little chickens from class 1 and 2? Ranzi. If not, let me make it extra clear. This chat might look like a public group, but from now on, only Brother Xing and those of us who follow him get to speak up. If anyone else dares to run their mouth, be ready to die at any time. Xingman, okay, now that everything's been made clear, the group chat is finally quieter. Now, we've got a question for you folk from apartment 1008. Who killed Wang Rue? Don't tell me it was monsters or something while leveling. With how timid she was, it was surprising she even left her room. Going to the hallway to fight monsters? No way. So who killed her? The group chat went dead silent, because by this point, the students from apartment 1008 had already looked at the ranking board and felt the pressure. Apartment 1010 newbie ranking board. First, Xingman, level 5. Second, Ranzi, level 4. Third, Xian Heng, level 3. Fourth, Tang Xian, level 3. Fifth, Do Hemming, level 3. Sixth, Yang Wenchao, level 3. Seventh, Yin Zhua, level 3. After the 2 newbie apartments fused, everything was renamed under apartment 1010. And on the entire ranking board, the top 10 were almost all class 9 students from apartment 1010. Even the strongest from apartment 1008, Yang Wenchao, was only in 6th place. And their second strongest, Wang Lingling, wasn't even in the top 10. This gap was massive. If class 1 was once the rocket class, and class 9 the ordinary one, then in this survival apartment, the roles had completely flipped. The former bad students had risen as top-ranked powerhouses, and the once good students had average or even dismal performance, with many still stuck at level 1 or lower. That enormous gap struck the good students of apartment 1008 like a hammer, and combined with the arrogant posts from Xingman and the others, no one dared run their mouths in the group anymore, afraid of drawing deadly attention. Even when Xingman asked a direct question, no one dared respond. So Xingman simply started calling people out by name to answer. A Yang Wenchao, a Jiang Ye, you two? Answer me right now. How did Wang Rue die? He must have seen the conversation between Yang Wenchao and Jiang Ye in the group chat right as the apartment fusion completed. Seeing that Yang Wenchao was the only level 3 powerhouse in apartment 1008, he had tagged them now, calling them out specifically to answer. Clearly, he also wanted to further establish his absolute authority. However, at this moment, Yang Wenchao and Jiang Ye weren't paying attention to the chat at all. After all, according to Yang Wenchao, saving Jiang Ye was a race against time. Every second counted. Once he confirmed that Jiang Ye wasn't dead, he immediately pulled out a poster-like sticker in the stairwell. After sticking it onto the stairwell wall, he pressed his palm against it. Jiang Ye watched and figured this was probably the same kind of teleportation item as the one on the TV in the woman in white's apartment. And it was through the poster, they instantly arrived on the rooftop. There was no creepy forest-like transition space this time. Once they reached the rooftop, they immediately saw Jiang Ye with a black water snake coiled around his neck. Yang Wenchao dashed toward him while speaking rapidly to bald Jiang Ye. Based on the current situation, that woman in white probably survived the apartment fusion. So, as she said, she should be coming to release Jiang Ye soon. If we try to forcibly capture her black water snake now, It might really be ****s her off. However, we've got a cross-apartment item. We can grab the snake and escape to another apartment. In just a few sentences, he reached Jiang Ye's number 1 replica, his eyes locked on the black water snake wrapped around Jiang Ye's neck. Bald Jiang Ye followed close behind, frowning as he said, "If we run off to another apartment, what about Jiang Ye?" Yang Wenchao replied calmly, "Didn't I say before? These NPC tenants usually won't kill players unless their own lives are threatened. Plus, we're the ones snatching her snake, not Jiang Ye. So worst case, Jiang Ye just gets a bad review or loses the cleaning fee. Nothing serious." As he spoke, Yang Wenchao took out the grass-shaped item he'd bought from the high-end mall and held it out to the blackwater snake. He looked calm, but his hand was clearly trembling a little. Only when he saw the snake flick its tongue and actually lean toward the grass did he finally exhale in relief. Even so, he still looked tense. While keeping a close eye on the snake, he handed a dark diamond-shaped chip to bald Jiang Ye. "This is the cross-apartment item. That console over there. You can activate it with this chip. Pay 1 survival point, and you can teleport to another apartment in the same region. Teleporting to farther apartments costs more survival points and honestly isn't worth it. Of course, by accepting this chip, you're also agreeing to the cooperation we discussed earlier." It was clear that Yang Wenchao was still set on getting the mysterious bald guy out of the apartment. This mission seemed like it was to help him obtain a rare item, but in reality, it was also a setup to make him offend the woman in white, giving him a new excuse to switch apartments. And the tight timeline left the bald guy no time to second-guess. But Jiang had already thought it all through. He'd planned from the start to send a replica into another apartment to explore. Now, facing Yang Wenchao's scheming, he was perfectly happy to play along. He grabbed the diamond chip without hesitation, but frowned and said, "What if I don't have any survival points?" Yang Wenchao looked annoyed, but didn't get suspicious. After all, in their apartment, other than Huang Qi, who killed whom had already been figured out through group chat discussions. And this bald guy had definitely never killed anyone. But then he quickly remembered. Jiang Ye had killed Ding Dang before. So while guiding the now-dazed black water snake, which had eaten the grass, into a test tube, he turned to Jiang Ye and said firmly, "You should have 1 survival point in your survival jade token, right? We just saved your life. Giving us that survival point isn't too much to ask, is it? Sake. Didn't we just go in a full circle again?" Jiang Ye thought, "Are you seriously calling this a rescue? This whole thing was about capturing the black water snake and setting up the bald guy to leave. But right now, his character was a regular 20th floor tenant, so he couldn't openly call Yang Wenchao out." Just then, the black water snake, now dazed after consuming the grass, obediently slithered into the small test tube-like glass vial under Yang Wenchao's guidance. The tube was filled with a clear liquid, which looked a lot like the stuff in the water tank the woman in white had asked Jiang Ye to use to soak her hair. Once the snake entered, it quickly transformed back into a strand of hair. With the snake gone from his neck, Jiang Ye felt completely relieved. He turned to Yang Wenchao and explained, "But I hadn't received my survival jade token yet when I killed Ding Dang. So my jade token has no survival points in it. If you don't believe me, take a look." As he spoke, he pulled out his survival jade token. It clearly displayed a big, fat 0. Yang Wenchao looked a little frustrated. After all, only survival points stored in the jade token could be traded. Any survival points shown on the data panel were untouchable. No one could take those. But it didn't matter. Yang Wenchao's eyes darkened, and he sneered. "Fine then. If you've got no survival points, you'll pay with yourself instead." "What the ****LL? You're seriously trying to kill me right in front of my face? So my one-shotting Zhao Yudi means nothing to you, huh?" Jiang Ye didn't waste a second. He merged a replica, and Baldhead's strength instantly skyrocketed. Another frozen domain cast, and Yang Wenchao's movement speed dropped sharply. And along with him, 2 suddenly appearing strangers on the rooftop also slowed dramatically. "Huh? Strangers? Wait, hold on. Yang Wenchao's fierce glare. It was aimed at those strangers who just dropped in out of nowhere. Jiang Ye quickly adapted, shifting the frozen domain's range toward the direction those two strangers had appeared. In an instant, it looked like he was working with Yang Wenchao. At the same time, he took a quick moment to glance at the group chat. And that's when he realized, even though the group now had more people after the apartment fusion, the chat was even quieter than before. The only chat history showing came from classmates in the newly merged apartment. Xingman, at Yang Wenchao at Jiang Ye, you two, answer me now. How did Wang Rui die? Xingman, all right then, ignore me, huh? What, you think getting to the rooftop makes you some kind of big shot? Heard you're heading up there to save Jiang Ye? At Yang Wenchao, no problem. I'll make sure you and that Jiang Ye both die on a rooftop. After that, the group chat went dead silent. Even the classmates who used to go Brother Chow with every sentence didn't say a word. Jiang Ye scrolled up through the chat and quickly pieced it together. The ones who came with this apartment fusion were still classmates from their high school. But this group from Class 9 didn't seem to have the same friendly feelings as Class 1 and 2. Out of 80 students, only 38 from their apartment survived the fusion. Still, judging by the messages in the group, it wasn't that all of Class 9 were cold-blooded. It was mainly this group, led by Xingman, that were super aggressive. Most likely, those 42 deaths in the other apartment were their doing. And now, these bloodthirsty classmates were acting all arrogant in the group chat, threatening and mocking Class 1 and 2 left and right. And now, they were targeting Jiang Ye and Yang Wenchao. Xingman probably noticed that Yang Wenchao was the strongest in their apartment and wanted to make an example out of him. Conveniently, the rooftop info had been exposed when Yang Wenchao and Jiang Ye were chatting during the fusion. So, among these two who just suddenly dropped onto the rooftop was one of them Xingman. Jiang Ye quickly pulled up the ranking board again. Holy **T. No wonder these Class 9 guys were so cocky. They had basically dominated the top 10 on the board. Most outrageous of all, Xingman was already level 5. No doubt about it. He was the strongest in apartment 1010. At that thought, Jiang Ye's alertness went full throttle. He moved lightning fast, blinking forward, and slapped one of the frozen strangers across the face. The next second, frost mist invasion surged straight into their lungs. At the same time, Jiang Ye stayed on high alert. If this one strike didn't do the job, he'd immediately merge number 3 replica 2. If he fused number 3 replica and its mirror together, his power would surge again, even stronger than the 200-plus combat power he had when he killed Huang Qi. Taking down level 5 Xingman shouldn't be a problem. At least, that was Jiang Ye's plan in his head. But in reality, he didn't even need number 3 replica. That one frost mist invasion instantly killed the frozen student he'd slapped across the face. The other one, still caught in the high-powered frozen domain, froze up just as quickly. The terrified expression on his face formed slowly, like a horror movie in slow motion. Still, in the grip of extreme cold, with his body frozen and mind sluggish, he managed to send out a single cry for help in the group chat. Tang Xian, Brother Xing, save me. That one line made Jiang Ye realize these two strangers weren't Xingman. That bastard had stayed hidden and sent his lackeys up instead. But honestly, it made sense. Even his lackeys were level 3, while Yang Wenchao and Jiang Ye were only level 3 and level 1, respectively. By all logic, 2 level 3 lackeys should have been more than enough. But the reality, Yang Wenchao was frozen stiff inside the frozen domain too, his movements and thoughts sluggish. Now, he could personally feel the strength of this mysterious bald guy. If it weren't for his resurrection ability and the game player's status, he was banking on to guess that Baldy wouldn't kill him outright. He'd probably be tasting the fear of death by now. What the F*******. This is supposed to be the 50-something combat power that matched Zhao Yudi. Yang Wenchao seriously suspected this was well over 100 combat power. And this skill, it was clearly a high-level domain skill. Domain skills, the absolute minimum is A tier. and even A-tier domains are extremely rare. Most domain skills are S-tier. S-tier skills. You have to understand, so far in their apartment, only Wang Lingling and Gao Chong were known to have S-tier abilities. And even they hadn't managed to comprehend S-tier skills. Yang Wenchao knew better than anyone. S-tier skills are not something you just picked up, let alone a domain skill. Those usually had to be learned through skill scrolls. And most of the time, you had to be at least level 10 before there was a better chance of comprehending a domain skill. But this bald guy, what level is he even at? And he already has a domain skill. F******. This luck, this comprehension, this power. Just hurry up and transfer apartments already. Get the hell out of my sight. Yang Wenchao cursed the bald guy fiercely in his heart. At the same time, he felt incredibly lucky that he'd chosen to lure him away rather than clash with him directly. He also began to wonder, 3 days from now, would his own strength be able to surpass this bald guy? And another thing he couldn't help but question, how did that love-struck girl end up falling for Jiang Ye? Yang Wenchao, wasn't bad either. Good facial features, and more importantly, strong. Aren't most girls into powerful, capable guys? And just then, something happened that made him feel even more speechless. The bald guy, after confirming the second stranger wasn't Xing Man and was also weak, just waved Jiang Ye over. This kill and the survival point, I'll give them to you. In reality, it was just Jiang Ye playing both parts himself. He wasn't a professional actor, so he had no clue how convincing his performance was. He deliberately looked a little confused, then cautiously stepped forward and, without saying much, killed the stranger. Only then did the bald guy withdraw the frozen domain. Then, one hand holding the diamond chip, the other snatching up the test tube containing the black water snake from Yang Wenchao. His eyes flicked toward the spatial ring on Jiang Ye's hand, and he took that too. He put the attribute fruits he bought from the high-end mall into the spatial ring and handed it back to Jiang Ye. Yang Wenchao stood to the side, completely dumbfounded. What the actual F******. This isn't just being love-brained. This is a full-blown love cancer. Meanwhile, as Jiang Ye received the spatial ring, he continued to act nervous and clueless. The bald guy then turned solemnly to Yang Wenchao. Jiang Ye's my bro. He saved my life. If I don't see him back at the apartment in 3 days, then I'm afraid our partnership won't be happening. Yang Wenchao listened, getting more and more speechless. F****** me. So just to work with you, I've got to protect your little boyfriend now. But he wasn't planning to cooperate anyway. 3 days from now, who'd be stronger was still up in the air. Yang Wenchao thought to himself, if, in 3 days, his power crushed the bald guys, then would it feel amazing to kill Jiang Ye right in front of him? Just as he was fantasizing, suddenly, he felt a chill in the air. But this chill was different from the frozen domain the bald guy used. This wasn't the cold of an ice ability. It was the gloom of a dark ability. A creeping, ghostly chill. Yang Wenchao's expression changed. And sure enough, the next second, the once sunlit rooftop suddenly felt cloaked in shadow. A dark wind howled out of nowhere. The bald guy reacted instantly, blinking toward the control console in the inner area of the rooftop. Once close, he saw a diamond-shaped socket on the console. He inserted the diamond chip. Sure enough, the console powered on. He could see the screen displayed quite a few functions. But Jiang Ye didn't have time to study them. He immediately found the most obvious one, cross-apartment transfer. It showed that for one survival point, you could teleport to any apartment between 000 and 9999, which meant, numerically, apartments 1008 and 1010 were among the earlier ones. Not wanting to run into anyone he knew, Jiang Ye chose the furthest possible number, apartment 9999, and almost the moment his body blinked away from the console, a black water snake whipped toward the spot where he'd just been. But unfortunately, that thicker, longer black water snake struck only the console. Whatever material it was made of, the console didn't even get scratched. Back in the current apartment, the remaining Jiang Ye tensed up instantly. The woman in white, furious, stood barefoot on the outermost railing of the rooftop. She was wearing her white bathrobe again, billowing without wind. A mass of black water snakes atop her head thrashed wildly in the ghostly wind, their eerie movements sending chills down the spine. Whoosh! The black water snake that missed the bald guy retracted swiftly. The mass of snakes on the woman's head quickly transformed back into strands of black hair. But her expression remained furious. Her eyes shot daggers toward Jiang Ye and Yang Wenchao. Then came her icy, threatening voice. "You two just wait." As she spoke, a glowing screen appeared in front of her. It looked quite similar to the one on her apartment's TV screen. The woman in white pressed her palm onto the light screen and soon disappeared completely. Jiang Ye watched, stunned, and immediately turned to Yang Wenchao. "Wait, what? That woman in white, does she have cross-apartment abilities too?" Yang Wenchao rolled his eyes. "Look around this rooftop, sunny as it is. How many apartment tenants do you see up here?" Jiang Ye thought about it and quickly realized, for the woman in white to even be up here, she had to be someone extraordinary, even among all the apartment tenants. me. So she's seriously going to cross apartments to hunt down the bald guy. So then, Jiang Ye snapped his gaze back to Yang Wenchao. "You set up that bald guy?" Yang Wenchao replied with a deadpan face. "No, I didn't. Don't go spreading false accusations. After all, how was I supposed to know that woman in white could cross apartments? And anyway, NPC tenants usually don't attack players. She'll probably just chase him down to get her hair back. Maybe mess with him a little on the side. None of that's my responsibility. Don't blame me." He said it so righteously and confidently, but in Jiang Ye's heart, he couldn't help cursing. "The you mean you didn't know? You totally ing did it on purpose." At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Should he just fuse number 3 replica and the mirror replica in a number 1 replica and teach Yang Wenchao a lesson he wouldn't forget? But that idea was quickly dismissed. After all, Yang Wenchao likely had resurrection abilities. And who knew what other trump cards he had? If he acted under the Jiang Ye identity and failed to one-shot him, his secret would be exposed. While still pondering, Yang Wenchao suddenly said to him, "Gotta say, kid, didn't expect you to be this popular. I let you go before, and now that bald guy's protecting you with everything he's got. Save his life? What? Are you some kind of living lay phone? Out here doing good deeds for the world?" Jiang Ye thought to himself, wasn't that just part of the cover story? Otherwise, how do you explain why a powerhouse like that bald guy is going out of his way to help me? Yang Wenchao was just making a passing comment, but then smoothly followed up with, "So, since you supposedly saved his life, you should be able to guess who that bald guy really is, right?" As he spoke, Yang Wenchao was also checking the apartment's group chat, trying to see if anyone's name had gone gray during this time. After all, cross-apartment transfers have a similar effect to dying. They show up as offline in the member list too. But even in this short amount of time, several people had already died. And in the group chat, those guys from Class 9 were still running their mouths. Though to be fair, this time it was actually Class 1 and 2 that started the fight. Right after Tang Xian had messaged Xingman for help, Wang Chong suddenly spoke up in the chat. "I knew it. Looks like Tang Xian and Yin Zhuo from Class 9 just got one-shot by Brother Chow. I've been meaning to say, Brother Chow can even one-shot cross-apartment bosses. Xingman might be a higher level, but he's not necessarily stronger. Now we know. I was right all along." And with Wang Chong breaking the silence, Class 1 and 2 suddenly regained their confidence. One after another, people began speaking up, finally pushing back at the mockery from Class 9. After all, fear of death is one thing, but they were still young and full of fire. Nobody wanted to just take it, being mocked and looked down on by former bad students they used to scorn, without even daring to talk back. So soon enough, more classmates chimed in, backing Wang Chong's point of view. They believed that even though Yang Wenchao's level wasn't as high as Xingman's, his true strength was superior. But right after those messages, Class 1 and 2 students started dying one after another. In just a short time, several names on a member list dimmed to gray. It got to the point where even Yang Wenxiao couldn't tell which grayed-out name belonged to the bald guy who had just transferred apartments. So all he could do was keep staring at Jiang Ye, waiting for him to answer the question. Jiang Ye's expression looked like he was trying to recall something. Yang Wenxiao couldn't hold back and repeated himself. Don't tell me you're seriously some kind of do-gooder like a living lay foam? Did so many good deeds that you forgot which one? Jiang Ye immediately shook his head. Of course not. Honestly, I rarely meddle in other people's business, and I haven't really done anything good. As he spoke, he still looked completely clueless about who the bald guy actually was. But as Yang Wenxiao listened to his description, his eyes became slightly unfocused. He felt like this guy really had some bizarre luck. Rarely meddles, but just happened to help him. Hasn't done any good deeds, but just happened to save the bald guy's life? The world really is strange like that. Some people do good all their lives, yet end up sick and miserable. Some people do just one good thing their whole life, but they get rewarded and live in luxury. Good people get good karma. That saying really is selective, huh? Yang Wenxiao even started to suspect. Do good people actually get rewarded? Or is it just that some people are fated to be lucky? Doing good might just be fate's crappy excuse for favoring someone. While he was deep in thought, feeling all kinds of emotions, Jiang Ye suddenly looked like he remembered something and exclaimed excitedly. I remember now. When I was really young, I saved a little girl who almost got kidnapped. But that was a long time ago. I can't even remember what she looked like. All I remember is it was freezing cold, and she was dressed super bulky, like a fat little penguin. So that little girl grew up and became my classmate. But even after saying all that, he clearly only remembered that he saved someone. Still had no clue who the person was. But seriously, isn't this way too much like a soap opera? Childhood fate, reunited as grown-ups? Yang Wenxiao felt another wave of weirdness, shooting Jiang Ye a strange look, and said, Why don't you check the group chat and see which girls have gone offline lately? See if any of them might be that bald guy. As soon as Jiang Ye heard that, it hit him. So when a cross-apartment player leaves their original apartment, it's basically like they're offline. But after the apartment fusion, those arrogant classmates from Class 9 started a killing spree. In just a short time, quite a few classmates had gone offline. At the moment of fusion, the member list still showed 108 people. But now, it had already dropped to 96. That meant 12 people had died in a short span of time. Panic was once again spreading through the chat group. But just then, members of the mutual aid group, who had previously teamed up with Yang Wenxiao, stepped up to try and calm everyone down. Especially Wang Lingling. She finally stood up to take charge. Things are a bit chaotic right now. Mutual aid group members don't gather on the first floor. In the entire beginner apartment, the safest place for players is your own apartment room. If you're scared, go hide in your apartment room right now. As for those arrogant killers, the mutual aid group will figure out how to handle them. Right after that, a classmate excitedly responded, Sisterling, are you confident you can take down Xingman? If the mutual aid group teams up plus Yang Wenxiao and the mysterious bald guy, we might really be able to beat Xingman, right? Wang Chong. I still think Yang Wenxiao can beat Xingman all by himself. After all, he's the guy who one-shot those cross-apartment big shots. Clearly, Wang Chong had become Yang Wenxiao's #1 fanboy. In his eyes, Yang Wenxiao was basically invincible. And then, he actually shouted at Xingman directly in the group chat. Xingman, weren't you asking who killed Wang Rue? At Xingman. Well, I can tell you, it was Yang Wenxiao who killed Wang Rue. 2 cross-apartment bosses showed up before, and Wang Rue said she wanted to cross apartments too, to reunite with her parents. Yang Wenxiao said he could send her to reunite with them, and then she died. If you really want to avenge her, go after Yang Wenxiao. But I bet you don't even dare, because my bro Chow can one-shot cross-apartment bosses. Sure, you're a higher level than him, but if he wants to kill you above his level, it'd be like slicing a melon. Easy as pie. So tell us, Xingman, you still dare talk about killing my bro Chow? At Xingman. Holy sh*t. This Wang Chong, he's way too bold, isn't he? Isn't he just painting a big target on Yang Wenchao's back? What if Xing Man and Yang Wenchao team up and take him out first? But the truth was, Wang Chong didn't think he was dragging Yang Wenchao down at all. He genuinely believed Yang Wenchao could one-shot Xing Man. He was just showing loyalty. As for whether Xing Man would deal with him first, no worries there. He was already hiding in his apartment room. That place should be absolutely safe. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was pretending to scan the member list to figure out the bald guy's identity. But really, he was just watching the group chat. It was then that he suddenly noticed something important. According to what Yang Wenchao said, that diamond chip used for cross-apartment travel came from the apartment owner. And the condition to earn the apartment owner's favor was to kill all the players in the apartment. But if players just hide in their apartment rooms, wouldn't they be completely safe? So how do you kill players who are holed up inside their rooms? But Huang Qi also said he wiped out all the players in his apartment, which meant Yang Wenchao probably wasn't lying. So that means even a player's initial apartment room isn't absolutely safe? What the H*LL? Jiang Ye suddenly felt a bit anxious. After all, no matter how wild his replica got outside, he wasn't worried. As long as the main body stayed safe in the apartment, everything would be fine. But now he just found out, even the apartment wasn't safe. And his main body had once heard a knocking sound at room 2025. To this day, he still didn't know exactly what had caused it. Jiang Ye's mood instantly turned tense, worried about the main body left behind in the apartment. After all, his main body was currently in a paralyzed state, no matter how strong his replicas became through fusion. If someone managed to take out the main body, he'd be completely done for. In that moment, all Jiang Ye wanted was to rush back to apartment 2025, give the attribute fruit to his main body, and have a replica protect it. But before that, he nervously turned to Yang Wenchao and asked, "If we hide in our apartment rooms, are we really safe?" And almost at the exact same time he asked this, a message suddenly popped up in the group chat, like a twisted coincidence. "Xing Man, you really think hiding in your apartment room makes you safe?" Seeing that made Jiang Ye's pupils contract, because based on what Xing Man was saying, he actually could break into other people's apartments and kill them. No, not could. He definitely could. Sure enough, Xing Man went on arrogantly. "You goody two-shoes are really naive to the point of being dumb. Forming some brain-dead mutual aid group was one thing, but you actually recorded member info in a booklet. And the best part, those records didn't just list your starting abilities, they even included your room numbers. Ha 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 ha, that's just too stupid. Zhou Qiong, Miss Zhou, come take a look. These are the Class 1 students you always praised in Class 9. Looking at these top students now, don't you wonder if their brains are all scrambled?" At Zhou Qiong, Xing Man's words were still as cocky as ever. But Jiang Ye suddenly realized something important. A player's room number might be even more valuable information than their initial ability. Yang Wenchao was clearly keeping an eye on the chat too. He wasn't waiting on Jiang Ye's guess about the bald guy, and he didn't care much either. That guy had already left anyway. Whether he'd make it back alive was still a big question. Compared to the bald guy, it was this overly arrogant Xing Man who was really getting on his nerves. Yang Wenchao frowned, noticed Jiang Ye's stiff expression, then raised an eyebrow and asked, "You expose your room number 2? Jiang Ye nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yang Wenchao sneered, "So dumb." Without answering Jiang Ye's earlier question, Yang Wenchao just jumped straight into the chat. "Xing Man? Sounds like you're due for release. Weren't you just saying how you'd kill me in Jiang Ye on the rooftop? So why is it your 2 little flunkies ended up dead instead? At Xing Man, both your lackeys are gone, and I'm still here on the rooftop. Why haven't you come up to settle things yet? At Xing Man, also that thing Wang Chong said was true. Wang Rue was killed by me. If you want revenge, come on. Rooftop, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't show in 3 minutes, I'll just assume you chickened out. From then on, if you see me, take the long way around. And quit yapping in the chat like an eyesore." At Xing Man, that arrogant tone wasn't any less cocky than Xing Man's. It instantly made the students of Class 1 and 2 feel like they had a backbone again, cheering with joy, especially Wang Chong. Yang Wenchao had actually mentioned his name in his message. That was it. He felt like his life had just peaked. So, of course, Wang Chong started yelling again like a maniac. Told you, Bro Chao's not scared of Xing Man at all. But Xing Man, he knew Bro Chao was on the rooftop and only dared send his lackeys up first to test the waters. What does that say? It says he's scared. Ha, Bro Chao is the ing best. That Xing Man from Class 9 is nothing but trash. Other classmates were fired up too, especially those who had run back to their apartments and thought they were now safe. They all started egging Xing Man on. Haha, Bro Chao is the ing best. Go kill that starved Xing Man already. Exactly. Xing Man, weren't you going to kill Yang Wenchao and Jiang Ye? They're waiting for you on the rooftop. Go do it. I bet you're too scared. Can't you see? Xing Man only bullies low-level noobs like us who haven't even made it onto the ranking board. He can't handle Yang Wenchao at all. A whole level 5 scared of a level 3 like Yang Wenchao. Where does Xing Man get off acting all high and mighty? They were provoking him on purpose, hoping that Xing Man would take the bait and actually head up to the rooftop to fight Yang Wenchao. And since Yang Wenchao was so bold, they figured he probably could take Xing Man down. Sure, Yang Wenchao was arrogant and had killed people too, but at least he wasn't as reckless and murderous as Xing Man. In their eyes, Yang Wenchao was still a fellow classmate from the same apartment. Xing Man, on the other hand, was an outsider from the fused apartment, a total invader. Getting Yang Wenchao to deal with the invader was the top priority. Honestly, the best-case scenario would be both of those arrogant guys taking each other out on the rooftop. Then Wang Lingling's mutual aid group could take back control of the apartment. Compared to them, Wang Lingling's group was way more trustworthy. Some of the students even started fantasizing. In the rooftop showdown, Yang Wenchao and Xing Man would beat each other half to death. And then Jiang Ye, who was also on the rooftop, could swoop in and finish them both off. Sure, that would be a huge win for Jiang Ye. But Jiang Ye didn't seem like someone who killed randomly. If someone had to benefit, better him than letting Xing Man or Yang Wenchao survive. And just as these students were hiding in their rooms, thinking they were safe, while fantasizing and hyping each other up to push Xing Man toward a rooftop battle with Yang Wenchao, Xing Man suddenly dropped another line in the chat. All right. In that case, let our classmate Wang Chong tell everyone, why am I this arrogant? The message was kind of cryptic. The chat went quiet for a moment. Then Xing Man added, go on, Wang Chong. Weren't you just full of it a second ago? At Wang Chong. Another long pause. And then a broken, stuttering message finally appeared from Wang Chong in the chat. I was wrong. Please let me go. Brother Xing, Lord Xing, I don't want to die. As soon as that message appeared, Class 1 and 2 erupted in shock. What the hell? Wang Chong, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago. Why was he suddenly begging for mercy? And even though it was just text, his stuttering tone clearly sounded off. What happened next made everything crystal clear. Wang Chong, like he was being threatened, actually started cursing Yang Wenchao in the chat. Yang Wenchao, worthless. Yang Wenchao, you ing idiot. Well, please let me go. Wah, help me. Somebody save me. Bro Chao, save me. After that last miserable plea for help, Wang Chong's name in the member list went gray. At the same time, all of his recent messages vanished. There was no doubt left in anyone's mind. Just now Wang Chong had died, killed by Xing Man. And even worse, right before he died, Xing Man had forced him to insult Yang Wenchao in the chat. But hadn't Wang Chong hidden in his own apartment room? How could he still be killed like that? In an instant, the terrifying realization washed over everyone who had thought hiding in their rooms meant safety. Fear gripped them all over again. The lower floor apartments were nowhere near as luxurious as Jiang Ye's place on the 20th floor. Some of the more run-down ones didn't even have more than a bed and a wardrobe. Freaked out beyond belief, some students rushed into their closets, shaking with fear, terrified they'd end up just like Wang Chong. And yet, Xing Man continued sending messages into the chat. Let's see who else is in this lovely little mutual aid group registry. Guzining, apartment 0602. Yang Wei, apartment 0836. Bairuan, apartment 1208. Lu Shun, apartment 1444. Jiang Ye, apartment 2025. Line after line, listing everyone's apartment numbers. It was like reading off a hit list. And when he got to the familiar name, Jiang Ye, Xing Man even added a mocking comment. Oh, this Jiang Ye is a 20th floor tenant. Huh. But since he's on the rooftop right now, the apartment should be empty, right? As for Yang Wenchao, what? Just because you tell me to go to the rooftop, I'm supposed to go? That'd make me look pretty damn weak, wouldn't it? How about this? You come over to Jiang Ye's room, 2025. Let's see if you're all talk, or if you've actually got some real skills. At Yang Wenchao. Well, what the hell? Bro, Yang Wenchao's the one provoking you in the chat. What the hell does that have to do with me, Jiang Ye? He's the one who killed your lackeys. I'm just some random bystander. Why are innocent passers-by getting dragged into a fight between you top dogs? This is too much. Do you really think bystanders don't have tempers too? At that moment, Jiang Ye's main body and several replicas all flared up in anger. Good thing his number 3 replica was still stationed in room 2025, and he could summon mirror replicas at any time. But the fact remained, his paralyzed main body was in that room, a total liability. And this time, with the main body involved, the situation was more dangerous than ever before. No matter what, he had to make sure the main body didn't suffer even a scratch. Replica number 3 immediately began equipping every item scavenged from Huang Qi that it could carry. The new mirror replica stood at the ready, in full alert. Meanwhile, replica number 1 on the rooftop put on a panicked face, fully diving into his role as the drama king. We're screwed. We're screwed. Bro Chow, what now? Are you really confident you can beat that Xing Man? How about this? Go camp outside my room right now. The moment Xing Man shows up, just one-shot him on the spot. But as soon as he said that, Jiang Ye thought, nah, not good enough. What if Yang Wenchao loses it too, kills Xing Man, then decides to break into his room next? So maybe the best outcome is that Yang Wenchao and Xing Man actually go for mutual destruction. Take each other out? Wait, no. Jiang Ye reconsidered. The real priority now was this. Figure out what the hell is going on with these rooms. Guys like Xing Man, Huang Qi, and those maniacs trying to wipe out their entire apartment. How exactly are they getting into other people's rooms to kill them? And for the players inside those rooms, is there any way to stop them from breaking in? On one hand, his main body needed protection from any potential intrusions. On the other, if his number 2 replica from the cross apartment wanted to go full slaughter mode, it'd be best if he could learn how to break into other players' rooms too. His face looked panicked, but in his mind, he was running through every possibility. Suddenly, he felt a hand pressed down on his shoulder. It was Yang Wenchao, calm as ever, as he rested a hand there and said casually, "Chill, bro. You really think Xing Man's not coming to the rooftop because of something like saving face? He just doesn't know how strong I am. But to be fair, I don't know how strong he is either. So when he tells me to go to your room to meet him, of course I'm going to reject it for face, you know?" Sure enough, as he was saying that, Yang Wenchao also replied to Xing Man in the chat. "Huh, you tell me to come over, and I just come? What? I got no self-respect now." That one line. Suddenly, Jiang Ye saw the whole situation clearly. So that's how it is. These two guys, barking at each other in the chat like rabid dogs, acting like they could one-shot the other without breaking a sweat. But in reality, they were both just probing, bluffing, and neither one actually intended to make the first move, using face as an excuse to tell the other to come find them, while avoiding making a move themselves, which meant, in practice, neither one was actually planning to make a move on the other. So on the surface, it looked like they were moments away from an all-out duel to the death. But in reality, neither had any intention of fighting, At least, not yet. Still, dragging this out wasn't a real solution either. They'd have to face each other sooner or later, right? Jiang Ye looked at Yang Wenchao, a bit puzzled. Yang Wenchao narrowed his eyes, then smiled and said, "If I really had to face Xing Man, I'm pretty confident. Not 100%, but I've got a shot. For now, while we've got time, might as well keep boosting my strength." I figure he's probably thinking the same thing. So it's a race to see who can power up faster. As he spoke, Yang Wenchao waved his hand and pulled out that poster of his. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "Your room's been exposed to Xing Man now, so it's definitely not safe anymore. Actually, this whole beginner apartment isn't safe anywhere." After another pause, he continued, "Right now, if you want to stay alive, you basically only have two options. First, cancel the lease. That means giving up your place at room 2025 and renting a new room. Then, keep that new room number a secret. Tell no one. In fact, if you've got the money, you could rent on a higher floor, like the 30th, 40th, or even 50th. At those heights, no other player can even reach them for now. And if the room number stays hidden, you'll be basically safe. But here's the harsh truth. You're broke, totally poor, and the apartment administrator on the first floor is probably being watched by Xing Man's lackeys. If you try to do a lease transfer down there, it's going to be risky as hell. So basically, you've only got one other option." Jiang Ye listened carefully, thinking Yang Wenchao's second option was going to be something like teaming up. He was already wondering whether he should join up with him. After all, it sounded like Yang Wenchao was about to make a major power-up soon. If they worked together, maybe he could pick up a few tricks on how to get stronger fast. At the very least, he'd gain some valuable experience. But sticking close to Yang Wenchao would definitely be dangerous. Plus, there was a high chance of his replicas being exposed too. He still hadn't made up his mind. What caught Jiang Ye off guard was Yang Wenchao's second option wasn't teaming up with him at all. It was, "The situation's a bit special right now. That woman in white went chasing after the bald guy. She might not be back for a while. So for now, you can hide in her room. You know which one it is, right?" That stunned Jiang Ye. "You want me to hide in her room? Is that even possible?" Yang Wenchao raised a brow. "Why wouldn't it be? Aren't you working there as a cleaner? The cleaning order on your badge should still be marked as incomplete, right? With that, plus the fact that she left in a hurry and didn't give any instructions, her dumb personal assistant bought a home, probably won't reject your visit request. RNES. And if she suddenly comes back, you can just explain that you were waiting for her to confirm the order since it wasn't completed. Sure, waiting in someone's home just to confirm an order sounds pretty dumb and suspicious. But you already look dumb enough, so she won't doubt you. And that woman's room was originally NPC housing, so Xing Man and his lackeys likely won't break in. So before she returns, your safety should be guaranteed." That actually kind of made sense. But Jiang Ye still couldn't help but be suspicious. Was Yang Wenchao trying to screw him over again? As he hesitated, Yang Wenchao cut straight to the point. "I gave you the analysis. What you choose is your business. Either way, I'm not going to be responsible for whether you live or die. If you don't want to go to the white-dressed woman's room and would rather wander aimlessly around the apartment, that's your call too. But tagging along with me and slowing me down? Forget it. Not happening. D***MN. So cold. So heartless. QEQ. Just wait till my bald bro comes back. I'll totally ride his coattails and throw my weight around." Jiang Ye had his little mental drama moment. But he also understood clearly now. While Yang Wenchao made it sound like he was giving options, he really had no intention of helping him. What Jiang Ye chose was completely up to him. All Yang Wenchao gave was a suggestion. He didn't even wait for Jiang Ye to decide. He just grabbed his hand and slammed it onto the poster. The next thing Jiang Ye knew, it felt like he was yanked right into the poster. He stumbled, and the surroundings instantly changed. He was now in the stairwell on the 20th floor. Yang Wenchao left him with one final line. "Live or die, it's all up to your luck." Then he vanished with a flash. This number one replica of Jiang Ye's was seriously weak. He didn't dare stay in the stairwell and bolted straight toward room 2025. At this point, Xing Man hadn't made it to the 20th floor yet. After Yang Wenchao's saving face reply in the chat, the two had exchanged a few more cocky lines. Then Xing Man started acting on his previously recited death list. As of now, Gazining from 0602 and Yang Wei from 0836 had already gone offline. And right before they died, it seemed they too were forced by Xing Man to post begging messages in the group chat. From their messages, you could tell they died in utter despair and pain, tormented to the end. Xing Man, on the other hand, seemed to be getting a kick out of this live death by text thing. Just as Jiang Ye's replica was about to reach room 2025, he saw Xing Man's arrogant message in the chat. Who's next, I wonder? Oh, Little Bai Ruowan from 1208. That name sounds like a girl, huh? Tis TSK. I'll have to be extra gentle with girls. Just 4 short lines. But every word practically screamed psycho. The fear spread like wildfire through the entire beginner apartment via the chat group. At this moment, most of the students were shivering in utter despair. They didn't dare speak in the chat, but in their hearts, they were cursing. Why? Why is saving face so damn important to Yang Wenchao? Wouldn't the gratitude he'd get for killing Xing Man be more rewarding than this so-called face crap? Or maybe was Yang Wenchao just bluffing all along? Maybe he actually had no confidence in beating Xing Man, so he used face as an excuse? But if that was the case, then what were the rest of them supposed to do? They were all going to die, weren't they? If only heaven would send someone to kill Xing Man. Where was that VIP player who initiated the apartment fusion? Didn't she have special privileges? Couldn't she use one of them to pull something off and save the rest of the players here? This feeling of being consumed and drowned by the fear of death was too much to bear. Many students had already sunk into hopelessness, not even knowing where to place their final hope. They used to whine about the overpriced food in the low-end mall, back when they were just hungry that already felt like suffering. But now they were realizing there's a kind of despair even worse than going hungry. They used to think nothing was harder than senior year of high school. Now, faced with the threat of death, they were actually longing for the exam room they once dreaded. Knock, knock, knock. Miss by Rowan, it's your turn to open the door now. Xing Man's twisted live broadcast continued. Jiang Ye's #1 replica finally made it back to room 2025. First thing he did, pulled out the attribute fruits from his spatial ring and started feeding them to his paralyzed main body one by one. The first black iron tier stamina fruit increased his stamina by 0.5, but the second one only added 0.4. Then came the bronze tier stamina fruit. Jiang Ye had assumed it would boost stamina by a full 5 points. After all, the bronze tier fruit cost 10 times more than the black iron tier. But in the end, the bronze tier stamina fruit only increased stamina by 1 point, which meant after eating 3 attribute fruits and blowing 120,000 game coins, his stamina had only gone up by 1.9. He ate 3 energy fruits too, and the result was the same. A total increase of just 1.9 energy. Jiang Ye started to form a theory. These attribute fruits probably had a usage limit. After all, the first and second black iron tier fruits had different effects, and the effect clearly didn't match the price. If each fruit gave a flat boost, 0.5 from black iron tier and 1 from bronze tier, then the price difference between them should only be double. But they were 10 times apart, so it must be due to a usage cap. Maybe if he took a third black iron tier fruit, the boost would drop to just 0.3. By the 6th one, it might not give any boost at all. With that in mind, the silver tier attribute fruit, priced at a whopping 5 million, might not be as powerful as he'd thought. But then again, it made sense. If there were no restrictions on these fruits, people could just go on killing sprees, rack up survival points, trade them for cash, and eat attribute fruits non-stop until they became invincible. Thinking along those lines, Jiang Ye suddenly had a pleasant surprise. Normal players might hit a limit with attribute fruits, but he wouldn't, because he had infinite replication. Once one replica hit the fruit limit, he could just swap in a new one to keep going. And with replica fusion on top of that, wasn't that basically the same as having no limits at all? Of course, that was something to plan for later. Right now, he was down to just 20,000 in the bank. Even so, he still didn't plan to trade survival points for money. Instead, he transferred the survival points earned by his number 1 replica from killing Tang Xian to the main body. After the main body gained roughly 2 more attribute points, it generated a 4th replica, and these 4 replicas would likely be his limit for today. By midnight, he'd have to pick one to merge back and boost his main body stats significantly, so he could generate even more replicas the next day. Thinking that through, he realized that before fusing the chosen replica, he should probably stuff it full of attribute fruits to the limit, which meant buying black iron to silver tier attribute fruits in bulk. Another massive spending spree, especially since the silver tier ones cost a staggering 5 million each. Still, his cross apartment number 2 replica was already causing a stir over in apartment 9999. Just like when Huang Qi and Yu Xiangming had suddenly dropped into their apartment. Now, with Jiang Ye dropping into apartment 9999, he naturally drew the attention of the players there as well. But what they were fixated on was, what the hell is this? A measly level 1 player dares to move across apartments.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.